Chapter 829. Bloody Moon War Immortal, what are you waiting for? If we retreat, will you be able to take down Flame Dragon City? Attack now, and I will give you half of the sealed God Valley's treasures. Evil Rage War Immortal's voice was transmitted, and he soon received a reply. This reply almost made Evil Rage War Immortal vomit blood, and he was almost injured by the demonic beast beside him. Bloody Moon War Immortal actually wanted 80%. 80%, 80%. Attack now. Evil Rage War Immortal gritted his teeth. The situation was dangerous, and he would be completely defeated if he was not careful. He would not be able to face Supremacy Evil Moon if he returned, so he could only agree first. As for the spoils of war, he could only ask Supremacy Evil Moon to suppress it. Yi family army stopped the pursuit. Gather outside the city. Lei Jin immediately shouted after Empress Rain's voice transmission. Although he did not know what was going on, Empress Rain's divine sense was the strongest. At the same time, he looked at the Lei family disciples who were chasing after them and sent a voice transmission to Lei Kuang helplessly. Old man, get your people over here. Of course, forget it if you are unwilling. Lei Kuang chuckled at Lei Jin. He did not mind Lei Jin's tone at all, and he quickly flew towards Lei Jin. Obviously, he did not mind Lei Jin's words at all. Instead, he was extremely happy. What did Lei Jin's voice transmission mean? It meant that he still had the Lei family in his heart. As long as he had the Lei family, everything would be easy. At the same time he roared, "Hee Lei family disciples, stop the pursuit. Jaya. Yi family army, gather around and listen to Lei Jin's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the family immediately." Lei Kuang's orders made some of the Lei family members even more unhappy and bitter. Lei Kuang valued Lei Jin very much, and this was known to the entire family. Of course, it also caused dissatisfaction among the disciples outside of Lei Jin's bloodline. This also led to Little Firework being exiled to the Firework tribe after Lei Jin fell into Sealed God Valley, and he almost died in the Baleful stream. Of course, this was inseparable from Lei Kuang, who was a cultivation maniac, but it also showed that Lei Jin's bloodline was not strong in the Lei family. Lei Jin had come out of seclusion again. Not only did he not report back to the family, but he also threw the Lei family members out in Leaping Springs City. Now, he seemed to be planning to establish his own sect in Flame Dragon City. This made some of the older members of the clan even more displeased. However, Lei Kuang had ruled the Lei family for hundreds of thousands of years. His prestige was unparalleled and no one dared to disobey him. He could only hide his dissatisfaction in his heart and quickly moved closer to Lei Jin. Xiao. In the forest to the west of the city, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard. Everyone looked over and saw groups of experts flying towards Flame Dragon City at lightning speed. By the time the Yi family's army and the Lei family's disciples had gathered, they had already flown to the west of the city. More than 1,000 experts attacked at the same time, smashing towards the city's defensive barrier. The 10 experts at the front had an imposing aura, and the weapons in their hands spat out the most terrifying aura. One look and anyone could tell that they were Paragon experts. There are still so many experts? Lei Jin and the Rain Empress smiled bitterly. These were definitely martial artists that the Demon the Arch hadn't detected. They didn't expect that a single Sealed God Valley would attract experts from over a dozen prefectures to attack it together. The two of them looked at each other. There was no other way. They had to give it their all. Otherwise, if the city's defensive barrier was broken, the newly built Flame Dragon City would be turned into ruins in the chaotic battle. This was close to 1 trillion divine stones. All Yi family's army in the city, enter Sealed God Valley. Yi Qinghan had already noticed the commotion in the west of the city. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the 5 array masters and opened the entrance to Sealed God Valley. Along with the loud explosion, the huge stones on the plaza started to move to the sides, revealing the eerie black hole inside. The Yi family's army came from Sealed God Valley. Naturally, they wouldn't have any fear and flew straight into Sealed God Valley. All of you don't resist. I will send you to an absolutely safe place. Yi Qinghan quickly said to Yu Qingqing Yinlinger and the others beside him. A wave of God force was used on everyone, and they were directly transported into the War Imperial Palace. Although the ghostly lightning had mysteriously entered the War Imperial Palace previously, Yi Qinghan still chose to believe in the War Imperial Palace. Then he flew above Sealed God Valley. Once the city was breached, he would immediately enter Sealed God Valley. Rumble. A series of loud explosions shook the sky. The city's defensive barrier instantly lit up with a dazzling light. This light could probably be seen by the entire Nether City from millions of li away. The entire defensive barrier shook violently under the attacks of more than 1,000 experts. The unfinished buildings in the city also started to crumble. The entire Phoenix Cloud Mountain range started to shake continuously. Damn it! Everyone go to the west of the city and kill. Lei Jin was enraged. The light of the defensive barrier had dimmed a little after being smashed by the experts. If this went on, the defensive barrier would soon be destroyed. This was a few trillion divine stones. That wasn't important. What was important was that once the defensive barrier was broken, the city would definitely be destroyed. Lei Jin and Empress Yu had racked their brains and spent months to design the city. If it were to be reduced to ruins, not only would Lei Jin's heart be filled with rage, he would also not be able to raise his head in front of Lei Quang. Of course he was prepared to risk his life. Lei Jin did not wait for himself to recover and took the lead to rush over. The Rain Empress and the Yi family's army quickly followed. The Lei family's people also followed. Their killing intent soared as they rushed towards the west of the city. All disciples of the god race, transform and smash this bird city for this daddy. The remnant emperor and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Lei Jin and his people rushing towards the west of the city, their lips curled into a cruel smile. The two golden bull heads on his head suddenly enlarged and thickened. His aura shook violently as he turned into a primordial beast, Kuei Ox, and charged towards Flame Dragon City. The survivors of the Golden Horn God race roared towards the sky as they transformed and charged towards the city's defensive barrier. Many experts of the Golden Horn God race knew their purpose for coming here. It wasn't for Sealed God Valley, but to kill that young God King in the city plaza. That young God King had a divine sword. Although it was only a high-grade divine sword, it was the key to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As long as they could obtain that divine sword, they would obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure. Everything would be worth it. Boom, boom, boom. Countless heaven-shaking explosions rang out, and the green barrier around Flame Dragon City flashed continuously. The green light grew dimmer and dimmer, as if it would shatter at any moment, and the entire Flame Dragon City would be reduced to rubble in the next moment. It's over. The bitterness in Yi Qinghan's mouth was very obvious. He looked around with nostalgia, as if he was trying to memorize the image of Flame Dragon City in his heart. Flame Dragon City couldn't be saved. Although only 1 trillion divine stones were destroyed, it was still a heavy slap to Yi Qinghan's face. It was a deep stab to Yi Qinghan's heart. This slap, this stab, it was very painful. It was a burning pain. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with a strong conviction. He wanted to become an expert, a supreme expert, a supremacy, a 9th-grade unrivaled war god. If he was a supremacy, a 9th-grade unrivaled war god, would these trash dare to attack his city? Would they dare to be so unscrupulous? Would they dare to trample on his dignity? Everyone outside, remember this. Yi Qinghan will definitely repay this debt in the future. I guarantee that your clan's name will be erased from the divine realm. Uncle Lei Jin, come back. Yi Qinghan stood proudly in the city. He looked at the supreme experts outside the city and shouted coldly. Under the control of the 5 formation masters, his voice was amplified dozens of times. It reverberated in the ears of countless people outside the city, echoing in the boundless plains outside the city. This also caused the experts attacking the city to shiver. This young god king was too awesome. He actually dared to say such words. Wasn't this clearly showing that he had publicly formed an undying hatred with more than 10 prefectures? Chapter 830. Lei Jin's lips curled into a helpless smile. It seemed the city could not be saved. The enemy had more warriors than them. There were more than 27th-grade war gods. They could not hold them back. It was impossible for them to separate and fight for the sake of a single city. Even a 7th-grade war god could fall if they were to do so. They had to give up Fiery Dragon City and enter the Apotheosis Valley. Send a message to Little Yi. Open the shield. It's fine if the city is broken, but the shield must be maintained. Lei Jin saw that the shield had already lost 1/3 of its energy. If they attacked it for a while longer, the shield would definitely break. He transmitted a message to Empress Yu. At the same time he sped up. He decided to kill a few more people before entering the Apotheosis Valley to calm his anger. Wait, maybe things will change. Look to the south. Empress Yu did not slow down, but she did not send a message to Yi Qinghan. Instead, she looked to the south in astonishment. Ayo! Roars of beasts resounded, making all the warriors outside Fiery Dragon City shudder. It was an ordinary sound. It was the cry of a flying beast, a Luan. But the appearance of a Luan at this time was not ordinary, and there were so many of them. Which sect's expert had arrived? Young Master Yi, Young Master Xiaohei, Zhao Yu is here. Who dares to destroy my young master's city? I will destroy you until your mother can't recognize you. Before the Luan could get close, a stalwart man in black armor with a face as black as charcoal flew out of the Luan and carried a huge black battle axe in his hand. He stepped through the void and approached the Luan. Who else could it be but the second city lord of the Soul Devourer Manor, Emperor Yu? Countless experts followed behind him, all of them exuding a baleful aura. They also carried a huge black battle axe in their hands. Everyone's axe was exactly the same, with strange patterns engraved on it. Their armor also had strange patterns on it, as if they were a group of Asuras from the Nine Hells demon realm. Those who provoke my young master will be killed without mercy. Massive roars rang out from behind Emperor Yu. All of the crying phoenixes opened their gates at the same time, and groups of experts emerged. Many of them wore black battle armor and wielded black axes. They covered the southern sky, and a boundless baleful aura caused the southern sky to darken. The madman from the Soul Devourer Manor is here. I wonder if that woman from the Soul Devourer Manor is here? What's the point of fighting now that they're here? The Soul Devouring Manor is close to the Wandering Sea and frequently engages in battles with the god bandits in the sea. All of them are battle-hardened and full of baleful auras. They truly live up to their reputation. God damn it, this battle is going to be hard. The attackers all stopped attacking the barrier and quickly gathered together to think of a countermeasure. It was true that they had many 7th grade war gods on their side, but the other side had many 7th grade war gods at the peak of their level. The Lei family had 2 peak 7s, and now the Soul Devourer Manor had another 2 peak 7s. There were still 2 soul cultivators left, so it was more or less a draw. Their side originally had more 5th and 6th grade experts, but with the arrival of the Soul Devouring Manor's experts, it was almost the same. Moreover, the experts of the Soul Devourer Manor were famous in the divine world for their formidable battle prowess. Fight. So many people had died and so many people had been offended. If they didn't take down this city, their losses would be huge. We have so many 7th grade war gods, what's there to be afraid of? Kill. The broken emperor gritted his teeth, and the golden horn on his head shone brightly. Then he took the lead and rushed towards the Soul Devourer Manor. Today the Golden Horn clan had lost so many people. If they couldn't get Yi Qinghan's divine sword, it would be a huge loss. Moreover, they would have to bear the pressure from Lord Devour and Master Li Quan when they returned. Today many people had died. So more people had to die. It would be best if they could alarm the Misty Realm Lord. Then Evil Moon Master would have to show up. As long as Evil Moon Master and the Misty Realm Lord showed up, they wouldn't be afraid of Lord Devour and Master Li Quan anymore. Kill. Xiang Di, Sunlight Emperor, Evil Fury Master, and the leaders of the other mansions also gritted their teeth and rushed towards the experts of the Soul Devourer Manor. They had the same idea as the Broken Emperor. Since the battle had reached this stage, they could only continue. With Evil Moon Master on their side, it would be easier for them to negotiate with the Misty Realm Lord. On the other side, the Blood Moon War Immortal and the others also gave up attacking the city and rushed towards Leizhen. The city was easy to break. As long as they killed all the people in front of them, the city would collapse by itself. Kill first. Emperor Yu snorted with a disdainful smile. He paused in the air and shouted angrily, "Soul Devourer Blood Guards, get into formation." Following Emperor Yu's loud shout, the 1,000 or so black-armored warriors behind him quickly moved in the air and stood in a specific position behind the Rain Emperor. Facing the dozen or so war gods charging at them, they did not panic in the slightest. Instead, a cold smile appeared on their faces. If one looked from 10,000 miles up in the sky or from the ground, they could easily see that these nearly 1,000 black-armored martial artists had formed a pentagram. Moreover, they were all wearing black battle armor and wielding black axes. As for Emperor Yu, he proudly stood in front of this pentagram. Wrath of the Butterfly Dance. Break the void. Emperor Yu shouted angrily. His body glowed with black light. Nearly 1,000 experts behind him also glowed with black light. All of the black light condensed into a flow of air, rushing towards Emperor Yu. At the same time, Emperor Yu threw his black battle axe forward. The experts behind him also swung their black battle axes forward. Surrounded by the black flow of air, the 1,000 battle axes condensed into a huge black battle axe several hundred meters long. The aura emitted from it made the charging war gods feel suffocated. A supreme divine artifact? Its power is still at its peak? This is Venerable Butterfly Dance's Wrath of the Butterfly Dance. Damn it! How dare you use it on your subordinates? Run! Without hesitation, the crippled Emperor Yu, who was at the front, had already started to run to the side before the black battle axe could condense. A supreme divine artifact could only be used by venerables. This Emperor Yu had combined the power of 1,000 5th and 6th grade war gods to increase his battle prowess to a fake 8th grade. At the same time, he was controlling a supreme divine artifact. Who could stop him? Who dared to use their own flesh to test its power? Bang! Under Emperor Yu's control, the huge black battle axe heavily smashed toward the charging experts. The 7th grade war gods ran fast, but the 6th and 5th grade experts behind them did not react fast enough, nor did they run fast enough. Sizzling sounds rang out. More than 200 warriors who did not dodge fast enough were directly chopped into pieces by the huge black battle axe. Not even a divine crystal was left behind. Bang! The huge black battle axe smashed into the flat ground, creating a bottomless pit several thousand meters wide. The entire ground shook at this moment. Even the flame dragon city in the distance trembled. Play your sister. Evil fury, if the hidden venerable doesn't show up, I will leave immediately. I don't want to play anymore. The crippled emperor's heart chilled. Looking at Emperor Yu controlling the huge black battle axe to hover in the air once again and emit a destructive aura, he was afraid. If this thing hit him, he would definitely end up like the previous warriors. Not even a divine crystal would be left behind. The other supreme experts were also afraid. This was not a battle of the same level. What was the point of playing like this? Even the experts who were fighting with Lei Zhen and the others retreated. If no venerable appeared on their side, they would not be able to fight this battle. 1. The front of the huge black battle axe suddenly trembled. A snow-white figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. He stood calmly under the huge black battle axe, as if he was not afraid of the huge black battle axe chopping down and turning his tiny body into dust. For Jianghu's sake, all of you retreat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being heartless. I will definitely take down this sealed god valley. The white figure was a white-haired, white-bearded martial artist. Even his eyebrows were white, but his skin was like a baby's. It was smooth and snow-white, and his youthful appearance was very eye-catching. White-browed venerable. Emperor Yu's expression changed and turned solemn. This was a hidden venerable of the Misty Continent, but many experts had heard of his name. This was a supreme expert who had become a venerable 5 million years ago. Lei Zhen, Li He, and the others' expressions also changed. Even Yi Qinghan, who was inside, had an urge to immediately rush into Sealed God Valley. Only a venerable could teleport here. The venerable on their side did not come, but the enemy side sent a venerable. And it seemed like it was an incomparably powerful venerable. Chapter 831. The Broken Emperor, Emperor Yang Di, and the Bloody Moon War God were all shocked. Who would have thought that the evil Wrath War Immortal and young Master Wuxia would actually be able to invite a venerable? Furthermore, they even managed to invite such a powerful venerable. Although the gap between a peak 7th grade war god and a venerable was only one level, this gap was like the gap between a mortal and a deity. The further a martial artist cultivated, the more difficult it would be to take a step forward. Every important step they took, their combat strength would increase exponentially, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. 8th grade origin, 9th grade will. An 8th grade war god would be bestowed with the purest source energy and the ability to teleport. The 9th stage could even be bestowed with an invincible will. A rank 8 venerable being able to easily kill several peak rank 7 venerables was not a joke. Once the origin was unleashed, who could contend against it? No one could resist his will. Theoretically, a peak rank 7 exalted would be able to kill a rank 8 exalted. However, this had to be a sneak attack. Moreover, it had to be a sneak attack by several rank 7 martial artists at the same time. This was because venerables could teleport and possessed the power of origin. They were the most sensitive to the fluctuations of heaven and earth. If they sensed that something was amiss, they would immediately teleport. A venerable's instantaneous movement was different from Yi Qinghan's. It looked like he had disappeared, but his body was still in the immortal world. Their teleportation would cause them to disappear from the divine world in an instant, so their attacks could only hit the air. It looks like we're going to succeed today. With the white-browed venerable here, even if Venerable Li Quan comes, we won't have to be afraid. Venerable Butterfly Dance wasn't in the Misty Continent right now, so she probably didn't know what was happening here. I must obtain the treasures inside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, I must. The crippled emperor heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like there was no more suspense today. The white-browed venerable had become a venerable 5 million years ago, and his name had shaken the entire continent. He had probably reached the end of his lifespan by coming here, So he had come to the Sealed God Valley to search for a fated chance to see if he could break through to the 9th stage and obtain eternal life. This kind of super expert who was nearing the end of his lifespan was the craziest. He wouldn't care about anyone. Unless the Misty Sovereign came to suppress him, no one would be able to stop him today. White-browed Venerable, if you leave today, I'll definitely report this to my mansion master, and remember this favor. This Sealed God Valley belongs to my young master. My manor lord dotes on the 2 young masters the most. Emperor, you also understood the severity of the matter. If this white-browed Venerable wanted to fight head-on, then even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for him. In the end he killed them all, and Lord Devour still couldn't contact him. Left with no choice, he could only try to persuade the white-browed Venerable. Favor? Ah. The white-browed Venerable's sword-like eyebrows twitched, and his eyes shone with a blade-like light. He coldly swept his gaze over Emperor Yu and laughed. The powerful pressure nearly caused Emperor Yu to lose his balance, and the grand array behind him was nearly destroyed. After laughing, his face was filled with disdain and mockery. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it? Do you think that just because your manor head killed a trash Venerable, he's an invincible god of war? How many years had Jianghu cultivated? I don't even know if she was even born when I was fighting in the god world. For a Venerable like her who had just stepped into the 8th grade, I can suppress her with just a wave of my hand. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to scram or not? Hua! The white-browed Venerable's words not only shocked the evil Fury War God's side, but also the experts on Lei Zhen's side. Emperor Yu and the experts of the soul-devouring manor were so angry that their bodies trembled. There was no doubt that Jianghu was powerful. During the Manor Head Challenge competition, she killed a Venerable and became famous in the god world. Furthermore, she had a close relationship with the Misty Monarch. Her subordinate had exterminated a small family in Dancing Phoenix City, but the Misty Monarch did not punish her at all. Instead, he gave her the title of Venerable and even the Monarch Order. Even though Jianghu was a 7th grade war god 100 years ago. This caused everyone to be extremely confused, but there was no doubt about her tyrannical strength. Now, the white-browed Venerable was saying that he could suppress her with just a wave of his hand? This was like a heavy slap to Lord Devour's face, and a slap to the experts of the soul-devouring manor. The atmosphere instantly became extremely heavy. Lei Zhen, Li He, and the others looked at Emperor Yu with worry, afraid that he would do something impulsive. Old dog, you're seeking death. Jianghu's wrath. Kill. Emperor Yu was clearly impulsive. Without any hesitation, his body glowed with black light. The 999 experts behind him also glowed with black light. The transcendent grade black axe in the sky released a murderous aura and heavily chopped down at the white-browed Venerable. Without a doubt, the experts of the soul-devouring manor were all proud. The previous manor head, the Soul Emperor, was the #1 god emperor in the god world. The current manor head's tyrannical strength made the experts of the soul-devouring manor feel such humiliation. Such humiliation could only be washed away with blood. If it wasn't the white-browed Venerable, it would be them. Chi! The sound of cloth being torn rang out, and at the same time, the black giant axe turned into a series of afterimages as it suddenly chopped down, unexpectedly cutting a huge crack in the space. Within the black crack, space turbulence that looked like knives could be clearly seen. The broken Emperor and the others sighed and broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like Emperor Yu hadn't used his full strength. If he had, many 7th grade war gods wouldn't have been able to dodge his attack. A transcendent grade divine artifact is good stuff, but it's not enough for you to use. I'll accept this axe. Facing such a terrifying black axe, the white-browed Venerable's expression didn't change. Instead, he laughed disdainfully. Then he did something that almost broke the balls of the male experts and almost made the female experts orgasm. He actually reached out a hand that was as smooth as a baby's skin and grabbed the axe. Even though his beautiful hand instantly became huge, even though his hand emitted a white light, even though his hand was surrounded by white cotton-like air currents, he really used his hand to grab the blade of the black axe. He really used his hand to grab the blade of the black axe. He really used his hand to grab the most powerful transcendent grade divine artifact. Lunatic, this lunatic. Is that white air current the power of the origin? But even if it's the power of the origin, how can it resist the full power of a Venerable using a transcendent grade divine artifact? This white-browed Venerable's lifespan is coming to an end. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to the feng shui of this place? Supreme Divine Emperor, I'm not seeing things, am I? Everyone looked at the white-browed Venerable in disbelief. They didn't even dare to blink as they looked forward to the next scene. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan stood alone on the plaza of the fiery dragon city and stared blankly at the white air current revolving around the giant hand of the white-browed venerable. Why does this thing look so familiar? All the warriors in the plaza didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They stared at the giant hand in a daze as the axe heavily struck the giant hand. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The scenery around them disappeared, and the fiery dragon city also disappeared. All that was left was the giant hand and the black axe in the sky. Buzz. The giant hand trembled slightly, and the surrounding space vibrated layer by layer. Like a ripple, it was visible to the naked eye as it radiated in all directions. A giant space crack appeared near the giant hand, and the space turbulence inside seemed to want to break through the space barrier. A huge shock wave radiated in all directions. Emperor Yu, who was closest to the giant hand, and the experts of the soul-devouring manner behind him were the first to bear the brunt of the shock wave. All of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Chapter 832. This is a supreme divine weapon. Without the power source, it is impossible to unleash its full power. It's such a waste to let you use Jianghu. White-browed Venerable's face was still red. He did not reveal any aura, but his sword-like white eyebrows were even straighter. The light in his eyes was even more intense. The huge hand retracted easily. The huge axe that was hundreds of meters long shrunk rapidly, becoming a toy that white-browed Venerable played with. Gulp, gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. Everyone was very agitated and shocked. They could not express it with words, nor did they dare to make a sound. They could only express their complicated feelings through the sound of swallowing saliva. That was a supreme divine weapon. Emperor Yu gathered 1,000 powerhouses to increase his divine power to the 8th grade realm. His full-powered attack was caught by white-browed Venerable with one hand. Was a human's physical body something that could be destroyed? Everyone once again felt the difference between a Venerable and a 7th grade. Although it was only one level, it was like heaven and earth. Legend had it that a peak 7th grade could kill a Venerable with a sneak attack. It seemed like it was all bullsh*t. Bullsh*t. At this moment, everyone felt that this white-browed, white-haired little old man was so undefeatable. It was as if there was a huge mountain in front of them that they could never surpass and destroy. Lei Jin, Li He Yu Pia Piao, and the others felt a sense of helplessness. White-browed Venerable did not even attack the peak 7th grade Emperor Yu. Just the shockwaves from the battle had heavily injured him. How could they fight this battle? How could they play with this egg? Why hasn't the Venerable appeared yet? If this goes on, someone will die. Li He groaned in his heart. If Venerable Li Quan still did not appear, he could only remain neutral. Otherwise he would be killed for nothing. That would not be fun. Yu Pia Piao thought so too. If there was no other way, he could only remain neutral. Otherwise it was fine if he died, but if he implicated the little princess, it would be a huge crime. What should we do? What should we do? Lei Jin's eyes were filled with anxiety. He looked at white-browed Venerable's knife-like gaze that swept across everyone. At this moment, forget about protecting the city, they did not even know if they could keep their lives. Even if Yi Qinghan activated the protective barrier, they wouldn't be able to escape into the sealed God Valley so quickly. The others could teleport. People of the Li family and the Rain Butterfly family, scram. People of Flame Dragon City and Soul Eater City, I'll give you 2 choices. Submit to me and offer up your soul fires. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Apparently, white-browed Venerable had taken action today. As he had offended Lord Devour, he didn't want to let go of these people. It would not be a bad idea to take them back and put them in the White Brow Island as guards. Following his words, the black giant axe in his hand began to grow larger, and a white misty airflow flickered, emitting an eerie chill that could freeze one's blood and bones. Silence. Silence. The whole place was silent. No one dared to say no, and no one offered their soul fire. Those who dared to say no might be turned into dust in the next second. Not even a divinity crystal would be left behind. None of them were fools. If they offered up their soul fires, they would become soul slaves for the rest of their lives. Since White Brow had such a vile personality, he would rather die than live. As for the Demon the Arch and Wind the Arch, they wanted to offer them, but unfortunately their soul fires were with Yi Qinghan. Cough cough. At this moment, a soft cough suddenly rang out. To cough at such a critical moment, he was either scared out of his wits, or he had a death wish. Obviously, the evil Fury Emperor and the others thought that he was scared out of his wits. This was because they had heard this voice before. This person had just threatened them, saying that he would definitely erase their families from the divine realm in the future. The owner of this voice was Yiqinghan. The peak rank, 7 powerhouses present did not dare to speak, and a young divine king dared to cough at this moment. If he was not scared out of his wits, what else could it be? However, in the next second, everyone completely overturned this thought. This young divine king was not stupid, he was crazy. Buzz. With a slight fluctuation, Fiery Dragon City's shield was actually opened. That crazy young divine king actually looked at white-browed Venerable and said leisurely, "Mongrel old man, you're very arrogant. Mongrel old fogey, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? This young master hates people acting arrogantly in front of me the most. I'll give you 2 choices. Offer up your soul flame and become my soul slave, or die." His voice was very calm, very natural, without a trace of trembling, as if he was not facing a venerable who could tear the void, but a young divine general. His tone was exactly the same as white-browed Venerable, without a hint of provocation. If an ordinary martial artist heard this, they would really think that he was a supreme powerhouse. If it was said that white-browed Venerable single-handedly taking on a full blow from a transcendent-grade divine weapon had shattered the balls of the male powerhouses present, Yiqinghan's words had caused a burning pain in their buttholes. The Rain Empress and Piao almost vomited. A venerable. Perhaps the people present did not understand what a venerable represented before, but today they had completely woken up. Even the hot-tempered peak rank 7 Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu did not speak. What was a young divine king like him doing? Was this something that he could participate in? Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress's faces instantly turned pale. Li He and Yu Piao's expressions were very interesting. The Beast the Arch and Wind the Arch revealed an excited expression. Lord Jiao, who was in the Phoenix, could no longer be elegant. Emperor Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a long guandao appeared in his hand. He shouted angrily, "Protect young Master Han, young Master Xiao He." Countless soul-devouring manor powerhouses struggled and surged toward Yiqinghan in the city. The powerhouses of the Yi family army behind Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress also flew toward Yiqinghan. Everyone's eyes were locked onto Yiqinghan, who was in the city plaza. Regardless of whether Yiqinghan was a fool or a madman, many powerhouses felt that this person was definitely going to die. White-browed Venerable did not speak. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. However, those who saw this smile felt that it was more like a cruel smile. White-browed Venerable's figure instantly disappeared in the sky. In the next second, he reappeared next to Yiqinghan. He extended one hand and gently grabbed Yiqinghan's head. It seemed that he wanted to see what Yiqinghan's brain was made of. He dared to be so daring. Of course, Yiqinghan's brain wasn't damaged. Even though his soul had mutated twice, there was a reason why he dared to be so arrogant. Up until now, Venerable Li Quan, Lord Devour, and the Rain Butterfly clan's king hadn't appeared. He didn't dare to gamble anymore. If Lei Zhen and the others were killed by white-browed Venerable in the next second, it wouldn't be fun anymore. How could he explain to Little Firework, Li Shui, Yin Ling and the others? He dared to be so arrogant. Of course, he didn't want to die. He had this confidence. Although he wasn't sure about this confidence, he could only gamble in this situation. He used his life to gamble on one thing, to gamble on whether the restriction of Sealed God Valley could subdue white-browed Venerable. Battle Emperor's information said that this restriction could subdue experts below the 9th level. He chose to believe in Battle Emperor. Old dog, don't you want to get this Sealed God Valley? This lord will bring you down to play. Facing that gentle hand, Yiqinghan didn't show any fear. He just smiled mockingly. He used the black stone on his body to activate all the restrictions of Sealed God Valley. Instantly, a powerful suction force acted on the black hole below Yiqinghan and white-browed Venerable. Yiqinghan disappeared into the black hole instantly. White-browed Venerable hesitated because the suction force was too sudden and fierce. He couldn't react in time and was sucked into the black hole as well. The sudden change in the situation almost made countless people's eyes pop out. Lei Zhen and the Rain Empress looked at each other, their faces revealing an expression of ecstasy. Chapter 833. Although they weren't sure if Sealed God Valley's restrictions could suppress white-browed Venerable, the Rain Empress and Lei Zhen were excited. Evil Fury and the rest looked at each other. They obviously knew that the hole was the entrance to Sealed God Valley, but white-browed Venerable was sucked in just like that. And from young Master Ye's words, he was the one controlling Sealed God Valley's restrictions? No one dared to move. Evil Fury and the rest didn't know what was going on, so they didn't dare to enter Sealed God Valley. Lei Zhen and the rest only gathered with the Soul Devourer Manor's experts. Both sides floated above Flame Dragon City, looking into Sealed God Valley. One side was waiting for White-Browed Venerable to come out, and the other side was waiting for White-Browed Venerable to be suppressed. Lei Jin didn't dare to bring his men in. If he and the others went in, Flame Dragon City might be destroyed by the people outside. Even the experts from the attacking side might rush in. With so many experts, he wasn't sure if Sealed God Valley's restrictions would be able to suppress them. They could only face each other outside. When he returned to the Sealed God Valley, the scenery of the Sealed God Valley was even more beautiful. With such dense essence energy, the flowers and trees inside became lush, and waves of vitality came from inside. Yi Qinghan did not have time to admire the scenery inside. The moment he landed in the Sealed God Valley, he quickly started to control all the restrictions of the Sealed God Valley. He immediately teleported the countless Yi family soldiers to a corner. Then he turned the gravity restrictions to the maximum and used all of them on White-Browed Venerable. White-Browed Venerable's sword-like eyebrows straightened even more, and his expression was extremely solemn. This place made him feel danger, even though he had always wanted to enter and obtain this place. He ignored Yi Qinghan, who was not far away on his left. His body was surrounded by white mist, and the black axe, Fury of the Butterfly Dance, was in his hand. His divine sense spread out in all directions and he was extremely nervous. He had come to an unfamiliar place and it was a place that made him feel danger. He instinctively chose to defend. Yi Qinghan smiled and brushed his hand upwards. A strong gravitational force instantly acted on the White-Browed Venerable's body, and his face changed. His body swayed and the space around him shook. He wanted to teleport, but before he could do so, his body was already pressed heavily onto the ground. A deep pit was formed in the Conferred God Valley, and all the trees nearby were smashed into pieces. Crush, crush, crush this old dog to death. Yi Qinghan kept waving his hands, and a pressure that was as heavy as 10,005 Emperor's Mountains kept crashing down on the White-Browed Venerable. At the same time, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his divine sense and countless dark clouds began to gather above his head. Lightning began to flash on the surface and countless electric snakes and sparks gathered together, transforming into a huge silver dragon within the dark clouds. Buzz. Suddenly Yi Qinghan's expression changed, and he was slightly startled. Then he sneered and said mockingly, "Old dog, in this Conferred God Valley, not only do you know how to teleport, I also know how to do so." Scram. As the space around Yi Qinghan fluctuated, a huge black battle axe appeared in the air, and the furious White-Browed Venerable appeared at the same time. However, before the Fury of the Butterfly Dance could touch Yi Qinghan, there was no longer anyone in the space in front of him. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's words came from above where White-Browed Venerable was standing. Then, an extremely strong gravitational force came from the White-Browed Venerable's body again, and his body was smashed down again. Bang! 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 The White-Browed Venerable teleported again and again, but he was smashed down again and again. The entire Conferred God Valley was under Yi Qinghan's control. Once the White-Browed Venerable moved, Yi Qinghan immediately knew and immediately teleported. The White-Browed Venerable couldn't get close to Yi Qinghan at all. Battle Emperor really didn't lie to me. Now let's see if this divine lightning can kill this old dog. Smash. The furious lightning in the sky was almost completely condensed. Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and a huge bolt of lightning that looked like an ancient dragon descended violently. Its speed was even faster than teleportation, and it directly smashed onto the White-Browed Venerable, who had been pressed down by Yi Qinghan and couldn't teleport in time. Rumble, the Yi family army that had been teleported to a corner of the Conferred God Valley by Yi Qinghan once again witnessed the furious lightning that was comparable to the apocalyptic lightning. A huge sound rang out, and the entire Conferred God Valley trembled. 100-meter deep pit appeared where the White-Browed Venerable was, and it was a shocking sight. Motherf *Ker, this old dog is actually so strong? He's still not dead? He looks so miserable. I wonder how many more times I can smash him to death? There were no divine crystals or spatial rings floating out of the deep pit, so Yi Qinghan naturally didn't need to look to clearly see the situation of the White-Browed Venerable with the restrictions of the Conferred God Valley. The White-Browed Venerable was smashed to the ground, and all his clothes had been reduced to ashes. His snow-white hair, beard, eyebrows and skin were all charred black. It was clear that he had been injured by the furious lightning. "Tooey little bastard, this old man will cut you into 1,000 pieces." The White-Browed Venerable actually wasn't injured. He had relied on his origin energy to forcefully resist the furious lightning. However, the terrifying temperature of the furious lightning had reduced him to such a miserable state. How many years had it been? Ever since he broke through to the supremacy realm 5 million years ago, he hadn't been injured in the slightest. However, he was now being played by an ant-like little divine king. Now his entire body was exposed. How could he not be angry? Yi Qinghan didn't say anything else. Rather than scolding the white-browed venerable, he might as well seize the time to condense divine lightning and smash this old dog to death. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless as he stared at the figure of the white-browed venerable. This was a supremacy. If he wasn't careful and let the white-browed venerable get close, he would be instantly killed. Bang! As he roared hysterically, the white-browed venerable was smashed down by the conferred God Valley's gravity restrictions again and again. He was very strong. He could casually squash Yi Qinghan to death with a single finger. However, every single attack of his landed on the air. He hadn't mastered the art of hitting cows through the air yet, so he could only return empty-handed every time. Rumble. Another bolt of divine lightning struck down, and the robe that the venerable white-browed venerable had just put on not long ago turned into ashes again. His body, which had just turned snow-white, turned black again. Some parts of his body, such as between his legs, were even emitting black smoke. No, it couldn't go on like this. The white-browed venerable finally realized a fact. In the conferred God Valley, he, an 8th grade venerable, a supreme expert who could easily kill countless peak 7th grade war gods, was no match for this young divine king. Moreover, he was very clear that he couldn't continue this stalemate. Because even though the divine thunder was resisted by his origin energy every time, some of his origin energy was also consumed. What was origin energy? It was the capital of a supremacy. If he used it up here, would he still be a supremacy? Moreover, if he used up all his origin energy, he definitely wasn't confident that he could withstand the shocking divine lightning. I can only escape first and think of a way to kill this little bastard in the future. The white-browed venerable spat out a mouthful of saliva, and his eyes instantly lit up. As an old monster of the misty continent who had experienced hundreds of thousands of battles, his battle wisdom was naturally self-explanatory. His body disappeared again, but this time he didn't teleport toward Yi Qinghan. Instead, he teleported directly toward the entrance of the conferred God Valley. Humph, old dog, do you think you can escape? Yi Qinghan sneered. The higher he flew in the sky of the conferred God Valley, the greater the pressure. At the entrance, the gravity reached the maximum that Yi Qinghan had just displayed. If he didn't remove the restriction, Yi Qinghan believed that the white-browed venerable definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Since he could suppress him just now, then the white-browed venerable definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the gravity at the entrance. However, Yi Qinghan was wrong, and perhaps the Battle Emperor was also wrong. The white misty air around the white-browed venerable's body instantly ignited. He actually burned his origin energy to resist the shocking pressure and forcefully flew out of the entrance. The temperature of the divine lightning in the conferred God Valley was very high, but the temperature of the origin energy was even higher. What the white-browed venerable didn't expect was that when he flew out of the entrance and appeared in the sky above Flame Dragon City, his robes turned into ashes again and his body was also charred black. Black smoke rose from his lower body again, and a strange thing that looked like a burnt ham fell in midair. It swayed with the wind and looked very beautiful. Just now Yi Qinghan was the only one who saw it. Now the sky above Flame Dragon City was filled with thousands of people on both the north and south sides. The white-browed venerable blinked his eyes, and the white corneas on his pitch-black face were extremely eye-catching. He looked at the thousands of experts on both the north and south sides in a daze. Then he suddenly came to his senses and with a loud shout, he directly disappeared into the sky. The thousands of supreme experts all looked at each other. Why did this bold and unrestrained expert feel like he was the white-browed venerable? Chapter 834. Swoosh. Just when everyone was puzzled, Yi Qinghan appeared from the dark cave. When Yi Qinghan saw that Lei Zhen and the others were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. When Emperor Lei Zhenyu and the rest saw that Yi Qinghan was fine, their faces revealed an expression of ecstasy. On the other hand, the wicked fury war god and the others' faces were as black as charcoal. Uncle Lei Zhen, all of you fly to the top of the cave. Everything is fine for now. Yi Qinghan and Lei Zhen shouted. Then they looked at the experts on the wicked fury war god's side with a gentle smile. Who else wants to play in the conferred God Valley? Bring it on. It's fine. If the white-browed old mongrel can come out, you guys can too. Swoosh, swoosh. The warriors on the wicked fury war god's side all retreated several thousand meters away from the fiery dragon city. Their faces were full of disbelief. The person who was roasted, the unrestrained expert, was really the white-browed venerable. The white-browed venerable was roasted? This young Master Yi was fine? This. The attackers looked at Yi Qinghan as though they were looking at a monster. They wanted to see if Yi Qinghan had 3 heads and 6 arms. However, no matter how they looked at him, no matter how they scanned him with their divine senses, Yi Qinghan was just a minor god king. Alright, even if he was a peak god king realm soul cultivator, even if he was a god emperor realm soul cultivator. But who was the white-browed venerable? He was a venerable. A peerless expert who could single-handedly take a full blow from a transcendent-grade divine artifact. No. Many people came to a realization. Just now, Yi Qinghan controlled the opening of the conferred God Valley alone. Then, the white-browed venerable was sucked into the cave under his control. Moreover, the one who auctioned the fruits was Yi Qinghan. Many people immediately understood that this young Master Yi had complete control over the conferred God Valley. When they thought about the fact that even 7th-grade war gods couldn't come out of the conferred God Valley, as well as the strange restrictions inside, many people instantly understood. Yi Qinghan obtained the sealed God Valley and used it to defeat the white-browed supremacy. This deduction was very reasonable. Not only did it let countless experts know about nascent soul, but it also made them even more passionate about sealed God Valley. A restriction that could make an incomparably tyrannical venerable so dejected was definitely a top-notch item. Furthermore, a single restriction was already so powerful. What about the treasures inside? But, who would be able to take down the conferred God Valley? Who would dare to go near that hole? They didn't dare, but that didn't mean others didn't dare. All of a sudden, space fluctuated and 2 figures appeared out of thin air in front of the evil wrath battle god and the others. A snow-white figure with an extremely gloomy expression appeared. Who else could it be other than the white-browed venerable? The other was a man dressed in a purple battle robe, with a silver mask on his face and 2 round earrings hanging from his ears. He exuded a demonic aura. Unsurprisingly, the masked man was a venerable as well. Moreover, this person's identity was not ordinary, because the martial artist expert behind him had begun to kneel on one knee. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Venerable Evil Moon. The second venerable under the Misty Monarch. Venerable Evil Moon had appeared. Venerable Evil Moon had no choice but to show himself. In fact, he was well aware of the little tricks his 2 disciples were playing. The Misty Monarch didn't care about anything, and the Great Venerable was in seclusion all year round. In reality, the Evil Moon Venerable was the manager of the entire Misty Continent. How could he not know about Xianu and Tuxia's little tricks? He was very fond of Tuxia because Tuxia's temperament was exactly the same as his when he was young. Their talents were equally outstanding, and they both cultivated the law of time. Actually, rather than saying that this matter was led by Tuxia, it would be more accurate to say that he had secretly deduced the situation today. Without him, would Tuxia have such comprehensive information? Without him, would the Evil Fury War God have joined in so easily? Without him, how could Evil Fury invite Whitebrow? He always felt that young people needed to gain experience to experience big scenes, to experience trials of blood and fire. Only then would they understand more and make great progress. This attack on the city was a good experience for him, and he had a hidden motive behind all this, to suppress Venerable Butterfly Dance. He had managed the Misty Continent for many years, and there had never been anyone who challenged the Misty City. But Butterfly Dance did it. And she did it in an extremely arrogant manner, not giving him any face at all. Yet, the Misty Monarch had spoken up about this matter. This made Evil Moon feel very uncomfortable and aggrieved. A small character who was only a 7th-grade war god 100 years ago dared to challenge his dignity? This was something he could not tolerate. Originally, he had not planned to make a move today. After all, his disciples had made a move, and there would be a chance to redeem themselves in the future. However, the Valley of the Gods had blasted him out. Venerable Evil Moon was very curious about the restriction that could make Whitebrow so embarrassed. After Whitebrow's transmission, he became even more curious. Since Butterfly Dance was not here, he would take it and play with it. Perhaps there would be a great opportunity. If Butterfly Dance came back in the future, she would probably not go against him to snatch it away. After all, he represented the will of the Misty Monarch. Therefore, Venerable Evil Moon spoke leisurely, Yi Qinghan, right? This Valley of the Gods is very popular. It is not realistic for a little divine king like you to monopolize it. It will bring you and your family a lot of trouble. If this matter spreads, countless supremacies in the entire divine realm will come here. Can you protect it? How about this? Give up the Valley of the Gods. I will make the decision. You can choose any city in the Misty Prefecture and challenge them directly. I will be the city lord for you and guarantee that no one will challenge you for 1,000,000 years. I will guarantee your safety for 1,000,000 years. What do you think? Venerable Evil Moon's words were very peaceful, giving people an indescribable sense of intimacy. However, there was an invisible aura that made people believe his words. This was a kind of pressure that came from being in a high position for many years, a domineering aura that could decide the life and death of countless people with a wave of his hand. Venerable Evil Moon's appearance and his gentle words made Yi Qinghan's people a little uncomfortable. Venerable Evil Moon's reputation was much greater than White Brow Venerable's. After all, he was a supreme expert who had managed the Misty Continent for 1,000,000 years. This title itself represented a kind of power and a kind of will. Lei Zhen and Lei Kuang were silent. Reign Empress and Li He and Yu Piapiao were silent. Emperor Yu and his wife, Eminent Elder Jiao Shanshan, as well as another rank 7 Eminent Elder of Soul-Devouring City were also silent. Even Yi Qinghan was silent. Yi Qinghan did not care about the city and promised that Venerable Evil Moon gave him. Even if he went anywhere, he could easily take down a small city. However, the content of Venerable Evil Moon's words made Yi Qinghan hesitate. That's right. The Valley of the Gods was such a popular piece of land. Although the biggest benefits were already taken by him, just the reputation of the second most dangerous place in the divine realm and the restrictions of the strange fruits would definitely attract countless supremacies. Could he protect it? He definitely could not protect it, but could Venerable Li Quan, the Rain Butterfly Clan's king and Lord Devourer, protect it? If he could not protect it, what was the point of persisting? Chapter 835. Perseverance. This word suddenly came to his mind. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the time when he was still the 7th child of the Yi family, the persistence of not yielding to his fate. He remembered the countless times he had attacked his meridians. He remembered the lonely persistence in the god-slaying mountain. He remembered the persistence of being tortured by those eyes for a month in the carefree pavilion in order to find a chance. He remembered the persistence of a man carrying a saber and creating the divine realm alone, never giving up. There are many things in life that need to be persevered, and there are many principles that need to be adhered to. If you compromise once, you will compromise a second time. When your heart is no longer strong, how can you make the world tremble because of you? The invincible god of war will never yield. He seemed to recall the roars of the warriors of the House of Ares in Song City when the Golden Horn tribe came to the Fire Dragon continent. These voices echoed in Yi Qinghan's heart, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. The blood in his body seemed to be boiling. Never yield. Yes, if I yield, will I still be Yi Qinghan? If I yield, without the heart of a strong warrior, will I still be able to set foot on the peak? If I yield, what's the meaning of my life? No. Never yield, never yield. If this is the destiny given to me by the heavens, then this young master will break this heavens. Yi Qinghan looked up at the vast sky and murmured softly. Then his voice became louder and louder and his aura became stronger and stronger. Then he laughed out loud. His laughter was extremely relaxed and natural. His entire temperament had changed as well. There was a feeling that he could be strong no matter how strong he was, a cool breeze caressing the hills. He could be tyrannical no matter how fierce he was. He could be tyrannical no matter what the situation was. He could be calm and unyielding. Finally, he smiled brightly, stretched out a finger to Evil Moon and gently waved it, saying, "Sorry, I refuse. I refuse." These 3 words were like a heavy slap to Venerable Evil Moon's face, as well as the faces of the people behind him. Who was Evil Moon? Who did he represent? It was fine if Venerable Evil Moon didn't come forward, but once he did, how many people present would dare to reject him? Even the arrogant Lei Zhen, the hot-tempered Lei Kuang, and Emperor Yu were all silent. After all, Master Evil Moon had given orders on behalf of the Misty Monarch for millions of years. Everyone was used to accepting his orders and obeying his will. But today there was a calf that made a different voice and resisted his will. Many people were enraged and wanted to strangle Yi Qinghan to death. However, many people were also silent because of what Yi Qinghan had just said. His expression was very complicated. There was bitterness, reminiscence, confusion, and struggle. Xiang Di, who was wearing a golden armor and looked extremely handsome, became silent. Yang Di, who was incomparably domineering, also became silent. Even the thunder, the river, and the rain, all looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze as if they were thinking about something. If I give in and don't have the heart of an expert, will I still be able to reach the peak? Yi Qinghan's words deeply touched them. The heart of an expert. They all had it, or it should be said that they all had it and they all had it now. But obviously it was not firm enough. Without the heart of an expert, it was impossible for them to cultivate to such a realm. It was impossible for them to reach such a height. They recalled the time when they were young. The same unyielding, the same desire to set foot on the peak, the same unremitting efforts, only hoping to eventually reach the peak and look down on all the heroes. However, at this moment they began to recall that it seemed that as time went by, as their strength increased, and as their power increased, their heart of an expert began to slowly fade. They became mercenary, sacrificing the essentials to pursue trifles. They forgot their own cultivation and wholeheartedly pursued external things. Thus, they were getting further and further away from the great way and the peak. I was wrong. I took a detour for hundreds of thousands of years. The heart of an expert, the heart of an expert. Without the heart of an expert, how can I become an expert? Haha, I finally understand why I was stuck at the peak of rank 7 for hundreds of thousands of years. A savage voice resounded, completely destroying the oppressive atmosphere. Emperor Xiang's eyes were filled with passion, and his body was trembling slightly. His handsome face was blurred with tears. He suddenly did something that shocked everyone present. He knelt down on one knee towards Yi Qinghan and cupped his fists with utmost sincerity. Young Master Yi, if you don't die today, I Xiang Yong will owe you a huge favor. Soldiers of Beacon Smoke Manor, follow me back to Beacon Smoke Manor. We will not participate in Seal of God Valley anymore. Let's go. Swish. He cupped his fists towards Emperor Xiang and Venerable Evil Moon. Then he flew away without a care. The martial artists of Beacon Smoke Manor were confused. After bowing to Venerable Evil Moon, they followed Emperor Xiang and disappeared into the north. Yi Qinghan was also confused. Behind him, Lei Jin sighed faintly. I reckon that it won't be long before another venerable is born in the Misty Continent. Little Yi, you might also have another venerable. The Yi family army behind him was shocked and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. A single sentence could make a peak 7th grade martial artist break through the bottleneck. Their commander was indeed not an ordinary person. What he said just now also made their blood boil. At this moment, even if Yi Qinghan pointed his blade at Venerable Evil Moon, these people would not hesitate at all. Yi Qinghan didn't have the time to care about what the expert behind him was thinking. His expression turned serious, even though his heart was firmer than ever. His heart was firmer than ever, but looking down on the enemy didn't mean looking down on the enemy tactically. Any enemy had to be taken seriously, not to mention there were two venerables. His two souls began to operate at high speed, calculating how to use Seal of God Valley and the martial artists behind him to suppress the two venerables and thousands of martial artists. Not bad, not bad. Young Master Yi, you are indeed more outstanding than my disciple. At such a young age, you have already understood the true meaning of the heart of a martial artist. Your future is limitless. However, Seal of God Valley is a treasured land without an owner. According to the Iron Law, it should belong to Floating City. Do you plan to fight against the whole Floating City alone? I admire you and I hope you and the people behind you don't do stupid things. The power of Floating City is not something you can bully. Venerable Evil Moon's eyes under the silver mask didn't change because of Yi Qinghan's refusal. His eyes didn't move a bit when Xiang Di left. His eyes were very beautiful, very gentle, very approachable and very convincing. Shameless, Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. This Venerable Evil Moon was better at talking nonsense than himself. He was shameless to the extreme, but Yi Qinghan couldn't refute him. The Iron Law was in their hands. If they said black, it was black. If they said white, it was white. Of course, Yi Qinghan wouldn't talk to him about the Iron Law, but he was secretly distressed. The enemy had two venerables who could teleport. If they went down to Seal of God Valley, it would be very difficult to suppress them. They can't fight against them. I wonder if we can? Just as Yi Qinghan, Lei Zhen, and the others were secretly complaining, a familiar voice sounded in the air, causing Yi Qinghan, Li He, and Yu Piapiao to be overjoyed. Venerable Evil Moon's eyes couldn't be gentle anymore. At the same time, he and white-browed Venerable's eyes shot out a few rays of light, sweeping above Yi Qinghan and the others. In the sky above Flame Dragon City, the space fluctuated, and two figures appeared out of nowhere. One was Venerable Li Quan, who had a kind face like an uncle next door. The other was a woman. She wore a colorful raincoat, and her figure was abnormally hot. Her pretty face was full of charm, and her beauty was unparalleled. Chapter 836. Greetings, Venerable. Greetings, King. Before anyone could react, Li He and Yu Piapiao had already flown into the sky and knelt down on one knee, greeting the two respectfully. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and transmitted his voice. Everyone behind him bowed and shouted, "Greetings, venerable lords." Two venerables came together. Although Yi Qinghan didn't know why it was such a coincidence, they were already here. Moreover, they directly asked to help him fight against Venerable Evil Moon. Yi Qinghan was very confident. With two venerables here, he was completely sure to crush Evil Moon and White Brow in Sealed God Valley. "Li Quan Yu Pia Piao, what's the meaning of this?" Venerable Evil Moon's voice was no longer calm and amiable. The two clearly stated their stand against him. This not only made the situation more complicated, it was also a challenge to his authority. "Nothing. Evil Moon, this Sealed God Valley is my son-in-law's. If someone wants to snatch it, how can I just watch?" Li Quan's face was very ordinary and he didn't have any imposing manner. However, his calm words gave people a strong sense of confidence. Not only did he directly call Evil Moon, but he also pointed out that they were here to snatch it. "I really admire this young Master Yi. Can Lord Evil Moon give Pia Piao some face and leave?" Yu Pia Piao's voice was very pleasant. It was soft like a young girl. When she spoke, there was a faint smile on her face. "Oh." Yi Qinghan felt Lei Jin's ambiguous gaze and smiled awkwardly. However, he felt very excited. Why were all the people from the Rain Butterfly clan more beautiful than the other? Yin Linger's mother's figure was as hot as hers. Her appearance was exactly the same. Her temperament was comparable to the beauty in the Illusion Valley. She was definitely a man's nemesis. "Haha, Li Quan, are you out of your mind? What proof do you have that Sealed God Valley belongs to your son-in-law? Does Misty City have a record? As the manager of Misty City, how could I not know? As for you, Pia Piao, although your Rain Butterfly Island is close to Misty Continent, strictly speaking, you belong to Star Sea and are managed by Star Sovereign. This is the internal affairs of the Misty Continent, and you don't have the qualifications to interfere. If you don't retreat, then I can only act according to the law." Venerable Evil Moon said coldly. Since the two of them were prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with him, he had no scruples. His words not only reminded the two of them not to forget his identity. Furthermore, everything he said was ironclad. Every word he said was related to Floating Mist City. He was clearly using Floating Mist City to suppress the two of them. His meaning was very clear. If they dared to make a move, they would be violating the iron laws of the immortal realm. They would be opposing Misty City and the Misty Continent's Misty Sovereign. His words were extremely sharp. It was true that the iron law of the God realm was a piece of papyrus, and it was also true that the rules of the game were set by the supreme experts. Even though, not to mention venerable level powerhouses, even the Manor Lord had done many heinous things in secret that violated the iron law. In the God world it was true that the strong were respected. However, on the surface the stronger one was, the more they would not openly violate the iron rules of the God world. Even if they wanted to do something, they would not leave behind any evidence. The Misty Sovereign was high up and did not care about worldly affairs. However, you slapped him in the face and did not respect him. After all, this continent was called the Misty Continent. The Sovereign's will could not be challenged. Those who dared to challenge him were already dead, however. Today, Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei seemed to want to resist to the end. Venerable Evil Moon's words did not make the two of them afraid at all. Instead they laughed. "F***ck your mother's fart." Venerable Li Quan made a very inelegant move. He tilted his head and stretched out his hand to pick his ear. Then, he looked at Venerable Evil Moon with an incomparably disdainful expression. He curled his lips and said a few words that made all the martial artists present break out in cold sweat. Before the crowd could react, Venerable Li Quan's eyes flashed fiercely. His brows furrowed, and he immediately changed from a kind person to a fiend. He pointed at Venerable Evil Moon's nose and scolded, "Motherf***, I haven't shown my might for the past 1,000,000 years. Do you think I'm a sick cat? Do you think you can pinch me just because you want to? When I roamed the Star Sea, you were still drinking milk in your mother's arms, right? You want to talk to me about the iron law of the divine world? Do you think that just because you managed the continent on behalf of the sovereign for hundreds of thousands of years, you are the sovereign? This Sealed God Valley has existed for millions of years. Why didn't you come to collect it? The Sealed God Valley's restriction was broken by Yi Qinghan, and you ran over like a dog that saw a bone? Do you have any shame? If you want to snatch it, just say it. Let's see who's the strongest in the divine world. You are strong, no one will say anything if you snatch it. Don't do such dirty things. Otherwise, I will look down on you." Drip, drip, drip. Outside the Flame Dragon City, everyone was sweating profusely. How was this the words of a venerable? It was no different from a hoodlum in the marketplace. This Venerable Li Quan was not only strong, but his scolding skills were also top-notch. However, Yi Qinghan recalled what Honorable Li Quan had said during Li Shuer's coming-of-age ceremony. Honorable Li Quan had said that he was unrestrained when he was young. He was very impulsive and had done many wrong and foolish things. It seemed like he was right. He had cultivated himself for hundreds of thousands of years, yet he was still so hot-tempered. This was too unrestrained. Chi. A soft sound could be heard. 2 holes appeared on Yu Duanfei's raincoat. Then a pair of 5-colored wings that were twice the size of Yu Piapiao's appeared on her back. A long whip appeared in her hand. White energy flowed around the whip. It was obvious that she was ready for battle. She smiled lightly and said, "Evil Moon, it's not that I want to scold you. Even Venerable Fei Wu has to give me face when he sees me, but you don't. I'm very angry. You're in trouble today." Many people knew about Venerable Fei Wu. He was the #1 venerable after the Misty Sovereign. He was a Supreme Being expert that was infinitely close to a 9th-grade Supreme Being. Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Yu Duanfei clearly wanted to fight with Venerable Evil Moon to the end. But why? This was the question that Yi Qinghan was thinking about at this moment. He knew that he didn't have the face to do so. Although Venerable Li Quan mistakenly thought that he was his son-in-law, he was clear that Venerable Li Quan wouldn't bet the entire Li family just for this. One had to know that if the Misty Monarch was angered, the entire Li family would be annihilated. As for Yu Duanfei, Yi Qinghan was even more confused. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have any relationship with Yin Ling'er, even if he did screw Yin Ling'er, Yu Duanfei wouldn't be so impulsive, right? Since all of you are so stubborn, I will just do things according to the law. In the future, I will definitely report this matter to the monarch. All of you will definitely regret your impulsiveness today. Although Venerable Evil Moon was wearing a mask, his expression was definitely not good. It could be seen from his furious eyes and agitated voice. It could also be seen from the way he slammed his hand down. As Venerable Evil Moon lowered his hand, a figure suddenly appeared. She was wearing a purple robe and had a young and devilish face. Who else could it be but Venerable Piapiao? White-browed Venerable waved the fury of the butterfly dance in his hand. A violent aura burst out from his body. He raised his head and laughed. "We have 3 venerables and you have 2 venerables. I want to see what gives you the right to be so arrogant with us? It seems like there are going to be venerables falling outside Sealed God Valley today. Little bastard, if I don't kill you today, I, white-browed venerable, am not a human." Chapter 837. Some supremacies are going to die today. There is no doubt about that. White-browed Supremacy was enraged and ready to attack at any time. Supremacy Evil Moon and Supremacy Piaomiao were gathering their auras. Venerable Li Quan and Venerable Yu Duanfei retracted their auras. Yu Piapiao even kept her beautiful wings and whip. She smiled faintly and turned back into a nice person and a mature queen. It seemed like she wasn't going to make a move. And Yi Qinghan was about to send a voice transmission to everyone to enter Apotheosis Valley. He wanted Supremacy Li Quan and Supremacy Yu Piaomiao to drag out 2 supremacies while he suppressed 1 supremacy. However, when he saw their actions, he quickly stopped and blinked in confusion. Swish. At this moment, a person flew down from the circling phoenix in the southern sky. This surprised Yi Qinghan even more. Why did Lord Jiu fly out at this moment? Why did a minor divine general like him get involved in such a dangerous situation? Then he felt Emperor Yu's body tremble behind him. His face revealed an ecstatic expression. He quickly turned around but didn't see anything. Lei Zhen and the rest looked at Emperor Yu in confusion. Emperor Yu's face was as black as charcoal. They didn't know why he was acting up at such a critical moment. "Haha, it's fine. Everyone is safe." Emperor Yu grinned. The contrast between his snow-white teeth and his pitch-black face was incomparably striking. He nodded to his wife, Jiao Shanshan, and smiled at Yi Qinghan. "My eldest sister is here." "Big sister?" "Lord Devour." Everyone was shocked, and they swept their eyes in all directions, but they didn't find anything. Yi Qinghan was confused again. Was Lord Devour really so strong? Otherwise, why would Supremacy Li Quan and Emperor Yu act like this? Everyone listen up. Take down this group of traitors. If they dare to resist, kill without mercy. Although Supremacy Evil Moon found it strange that Supremacy Li Quan and the rest were behaving like this, he had no choice but to release the arrow. A violent aura burst out from his body. The god-slaying sword appeared in his hand. White-browed Supremacy had already charged into the sky after Supremacy Evil Moon gave the order. The wrath of the butterfly dance in his hand suddenly enlarged. Origin power revolved around it. He was ready to chop the entire fiery dragon city into pieces. Buzz, all of a sudden, the space above Flame Dragon City trembled, and the aura of divinity in a radius of several hundred kilometers began to rapidly gather above Flame Dragon City. The heaven and earth yuan qi in the air above Flame Dragon City instantly reached a terrifying level, and a giant face quietly condensed above Flame Dragon City. The space within a radius of 100 kilometers of Flame Dragon City suddenly froze. The surging transcendent grade god artifact, the fury of the dancing butterfly, stopped in midair. The origin energy around it also stopped flowing. The white-browed Venerable maintained his posture of slashing forward. Venerable Evil Moon and Venerable Fragrance were still in midair, and the thousands of experts behind them were preparing to charge forward. Apart from Venerable Li Quan, Reign Duan 9 and Emperor Yu, everyone else was shocked. At this moment the white-browed Venerable's balls completely shattered. Many of them did not recognize this face, but that did not stop them from knowing what this face represented. The space in the immortal realm was incomparably stable. The only thing that could make use of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to condense a virtual face and render an 8th grade Venerable immobile in an instant was willpower. This face was the representation of will. Once the origin was unleashed, who could contend against it? With willpower, no one could contend against it. Willpower was an incomparably powerful ability that heaven and earth bestowed upon a martial artist. It could use the space power of the immortal realm to oppress all living beings. Every overlord of a material plane would be bestowed with willpower, and they could use the space power of the entire plane. For example, Divine Master Butcher could use his willpower to kill all heavenly god experts. He could capture the entire Flame Dragon plane and slaughter as he pleased. How big was a material plane? How big was the immortal realm? How strong was the space power of the entire immortal realm? How strong was the willpower of the experts who stood at the peak of martial artists? Everyone did not know, but they all knew that having willpower was the symbol of invincibility. It was an existence that could not be contended against. Although Venerable Evil Moon could not move, his divine consciousness and soul could still move. At this moment, he was incomparably bitter in his heart. He finally knew why Lord Devour dared to challenge his dignity, why Lord Devour dared to openly kill people in Dancing Phoenix City, and why the Misty Monarch was so polite to him. Yi Qinghan's divine consciousness scanned the giant face in the sky, and he understood many things. Why did Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei try their best to help him? Why did Lord Zhou dare to walk out of the Phoenix of Crying? Why did Emperor Yu say that it was safe? This giant face had condensed in the Flame Dragon continent. The giant handprint under the sacred mountain was still extremely shocking. He did not expect that this face could also condense in the immortal realm. Lord Devour was actually an invincible 9th grade war god? Venerable Whitebrow's body did not tremble, but his soul was constantly shaking. He could not figure out how a martial artist who was above 7th grade 100 years ago could become an invincible 9th grade existence in 100 years. He also knew that he did not have time to think about this. He was a little unwilling. Although his lifespan was about to end, it was not over yet. It seemed like he was going to be buried here today. Lord Devour did not speak. Or perhaps he was too lazy to speak. The giant face began to transform and finally, it turned into a beautiful hand that gently and slowly flew toward Venerable Whitebrowed. The speed was very slow and everyone's divine consciousness could see it easily. This giant hand lightly grasped Venerable Whitebrowed and then gently squeezed, crack. Actually, there was no sound at all, but everyone seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking in their hearts. Divine consciousness could see that after the giant hand let go, Venerable Whitebrowed turned into a pile of dust that floated up and down in the air. The 7-colored divine crystal, the fury of butterfly dance, and a spatial ring were also floating in the air, extremely eye-catching. An easy strike. Venerable Whitebrowed, who had been in the 8th grade for 5 million years, was instantly killed. Countless people thought of Venerable Whitebrowed's bold words not long ago, saying that he could suppress Venerable Butterfly Dance with a raise of his hand. Thinking back to it now, it was so ironic as if it was the funniest joke in the world. Buzz. The giant face gradually disappeared and gradually became blurry. Finally, it turned into a woman wearing a red robe. The pressure of the space also disappeared in an instant, and everyone regained control of their bodies. The suffocating pressure from before also disappeared. However, no one dared to make any special movements and no one dared to speak. Everyone only turned their bodies slightly, and looked at the woman with a calm temperament in the sky. Devour Butterfly Dance. Greetings, Lord. Except for the dumbfounded Yi Qinghan, no one hesitated at this moment. No matter if they were friends or foes, they all knelt down on one knee, and performed the most respectful greeting to Lord Devour. This had nothing to do with hatred, and it had nothing to do with friend or foe. This was a martial artist's way of expressing his highest respect to a supreme martial artist who stood at the pinnacle. The woman smiled. Her smile was faint, but it was like the most noble flower in the world blooming. At this moment, this smile was so beautiful and warm in everyone's eyes. She didn't care about anyone else and only looked at the dumbfounded Yi Qinghan, saying calmly, "Little Han, long time no see." Chapter 838. Looking at this beautiful, calm face, Yi Qinghan had mixed feelings. The king of the Fire Dragon continent had now become a peak expert in the divine realm, an invincible existence that could kill venerables in seconds, an existence that could look down on all heroes. He was Xiao Hei's aunt, and Xiao Hei was his brother, so he was also his aunt. But now Yi Qinghan didn't want to acknowledge this relative at all. He even had the urge to turn around and leave. If Yi Qinghan still didn't understand something, he would be a fool. An invincible level 9 existence had made him come to the divine realm alone, carrying the burden of billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent, and travel alone. Perhaps when he had just arrived in the divine realm, Yi Qinghan might have thought that it was difficult to become a lord of a material plane. But now Shi Yan could defeat him with just a wave of his hand, let alone Lord Devour. He clearly remembered that after he killed Divine Master Tu, Lord Devour used young Master Tu Xia to scare the God Realm experts in the Fire Dragon plane. At that time, not to mention him, all the God Realm experts in the Fire Dragon plane were living in fear. They were afraid that one day the Divine Realm's law enforcement team would come and destroy the Fire Dragon continent. Now it seems so ridiculous. To Lord Devour, not to mention young Master Tu Xia, even young Master Tu Xia's master Evil Moon was trash. Wasn't he still kneeling there now? What did it mean? It meant that Lord Devour had fooled him and all the God Realm experts in the Fire Dragon continent. Like a monkey he had fooled him. He had watched him dance on the tip of a blade, stroll on a volcano, appear at the most dangerous time when he was about to die and act as the savior. In the Eveline stream, he had almost fallen into bedevilment several times. In the Sealed God Valley he had almost died several times, but Lord Devour hadn't appeared. In the past Yi Qinghan would have thought that Lord Devour didn't have this ability, but now it seemed like a joke. Level 9. He could go in and out of the Sealed God Valley as he pleased, but he saw him kissing the Grim Reaper. Was it fun? Was not fun. Yi Qinghan thought that if Lord Devour didn't give him a reasonable explanation, he would never forgive her. It didn't matter if he suffered a little and was a little tired. Even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, Yu Qingqing and the others had suffered along with them. That son of hers that she had never met before had also suffered along with them. This was something that she could not forgive. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't that dumb to turn hostile on the spot. Thus, he politely clasped his hands at Lord Devour, then said faintly, "Greetings, Lord." Swish swish swish. Yi Qinghan bowed very reluctantly, but it caused countless people to be astonished. This young Master Yi was amazing. Not only did he not kneel, but he even bowed so casually. It seemed that he was a little dissatisfied. "Where's Xiao Hei? Let him come out. I haven't seen him for a long time and I miss him a little." Lord Devour smiled faintly as if he didn't mind it. He waved his hand at the others. "Rise." "All right." Yi Qinghan responded faintly, then waved his hand. Xiao Hei emerged from the beast fighting space. As soon as Xiao Hei appeared, she jumped on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Her bright eyes moved around, then she looked at Lord Devour, calling, "Auntie." As Yi Qinghan was upset, Xiao Hei and his soul were connected. Of course she knew what he was thinking. Shi Yan didn't have deep feelings for Lord Devour. Although he knew that Lord Devour had saved Yi Qinghan and everybody else, he was still affected by Yi Qinghan, so he didn't show his affection to Lord Devour. Lord Devour beamed a faint smile. He knew why Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei hated him that much. Lord Devour didn't say anything, just looking at Xiao Hei lovingly. His eyes sparkled as he recalled something. He stood still, not saying a word. Lord Devour kept silent. Of course, the others didn't dare to interrupt him. However, the mood of the people on both sides was different. One side was as excited as fire, while the other side was as cold as ice. Lei Jin, the Wind Empress, and the Archdemonic the Archie family army were shocked once again. They knew that Yi Qinghan had a strong background, but they didn't expect it to be so strong that they could only admire him. The Wind Emperor, the Beast Sovereign, and the other soul slaves didn't think that it was shameful to be the soul slaves of such a character. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei exchanged looks, smiling faintly. Of course they knew how strong Lord Devour was. During the Palace Master's challenge, they happened to pass by and saw Lord Devour's giant face with their own eyes. Thus, after receiving Yi Qinghan's call for help, they didn't hesitate to rush over. Of course, the reason why Venerable Li Quan called for a meeting of the patriarchs and the timing of their arrival was that they wanted to maximize the favor and make Yi Qinghan feel grateful. In fact, they had arrived earlier. When white-browed Venerable appeared, they were ready to take action. However, Lord Devour sent them a message, so they didn't take action. What should we do? What should we do? Send a message to the sovereign? Venerable Evil Moon's face couldn't be seen, but people could see the fear in his eyes. As soon as Lord Devour took action, white-browed Venerable was turned into ashes. If he was careless, he could be turned into ashes as well. He was aware of his status, but it was not worth mentioning to a 9th-grade war god. Even if Lord Devour killed him, the Misty Sovereign wouldn't say anything. After all, even a fool could tell the difference between a war god and a venerable. Qin Emperor, Yang Emperor, and the others were also frightened. If Lord Devour wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing chickens. The iron law of the immortal realm might be a little stressful for 8th-grade venerables, but it was nothing for 9th-grade venerables. To them, the iron law was no different from toilet paper because the people who made the iron law were a group of 9th-grade invincible war gods. Especially the crippled emperor. He remembered that when the Golden Horn Holy Clan descended on the Fire Dragon continent, only 4 peak god generals managed to escape. They brought back a message from Lord Devour, saying that if he wasn't convinced, he could come and find her. Given the current situation, Lord Devour would definitely think that he wasn't convinced. Russell. Venerable Evil Moon considered it over and over again and decided to lower his head. Otherwise, even if he went to beg the Misty Sovereign might kill him to entice Lord Devour. Now, he could only hope that Lord Devour would spare his life for the sake of the Sovereign. Russell. As soon as Venerable Evil Moon knelt down, the people behind him didn't dare to stand still. They all knelt down not on one knee but on both knees. They bowed, saying nothing as if they were begging for forgiveness. We're reckless. Greed blinded our hearts. Please punish us, Lord. After waiting for a while, Lord Devour didn't say anything. Evil Moon sighed begrudgingly as he knew that Lord Devour was waiting for them to open their mouths and slap their faces. Although Evil Moon knew that he was so aggrieved, what could he do? We're reckless. Greed blinded our hearts. Please punish us, Lord. Reverend Fragrance and the experts behind her also sighed begrudgingly. They followed Evil Moon and said in unison. They were so anxious as if they were criminals waiting for the judgment. Lord Devour finally opened his mouth. His voice was still calm and emotionless. However, the domineering aura in his words was unquestionable. Crippled Emperor, I've told you not to provoke me, but you didn't believe me. So, kill yourself. Chapter 839. The crippled Emperor started to shiver. The 2 golden horns on his head sparkled with gold light. The result of the trial had come. It was so direct that there was no room for negotiation. He knew that Lord Devour had shown mercy. He didn't ask the experts of his clan to explode themselves. Otherwise, the Golden Horn God clan would be exterminated. The crippled Emperor didn't hesitate for a long time. He knew that if he dared to beg for mercy, the Golden Horn God clan would be erased from the divine world. He quickly sent a message to the experts of his clan. Then he stood up, clasping his hands towards Lord Devour. Under the watchful eyes of many people, he didn't say a word but just grabbed his belly. Sizzle. Blood gushed out and the god chi surged. The crippled Emperor grinned fiendishly, raising his blood-stained hand. Then he slowly opened his hand. A 7-colored divine crystal emitted dazzling light. Patriarch. Many members of the Golden Horn God clan screamed in grief, but they didn't dare to move. They could only watch the crippled Emperor fall from the sky, landing on the flat ground outside the fiery dragon city, raising a cloud of dust. Sunlight Emperor, Blood Moon War God, Emperor Lien, all of you kill yourselves. I will spare your clan. Lord Devour's voice arose one by one. Except for the people of the floating city, he didn't miss any leader of the other forces. Most of the experts who had shaken the entire divine world were supreme experts of their respective mansions. Although they were all pale, no one dared to say no. They finally understood why Lord Devour didn't kill them all. Now it seemed that he didn't care about them. Apparently he wanted them to kill themselves. Moreover, they didn't dare to disobey him. If they didn't kill themselves now, their entire clan would be exterminated. At this moment, they were so envious of Emperor Xiang who had just escaped. Not only did he escape, but he also had a chance to enter the venerable realm. Patriarch, Mansion Master, Emperor. In the sorrowful cries of thousands of experts, more than a dozen supreme experts at level 7 or at the peak of level 7 committed suicide one after another. They turned into kites with a broken string and suddenly floated downwards. At last, like the crippled emperor, they smashed on the flat ground outside Fiery Dragon City with unwilling faces. He looked at the 7-colored divine crystals hovering in the air, at the space rings that also hovered up and down, and at the corpses that gradually turned cold below. Everyone was silent as they looked at the fiery red figure in the sky. Their emotions and expressions were complicated to the extreme. There was an ancient saying that when the emperor was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. Today, more than 10 supreme experts committed suicide, witnessing the supreme might of the invincible god of war. Under his will, no one could resist it. No one dared to resist it. Yi Qinghan's feelings were also incomparably complicated. This was the demeanor of a pinnacle powerhouse. If you were told to die, you wouldn't dare to live. Yi Qinghan didn't feel sorry for the death of those experts. Today's situation was so dangerous. If Venerable Li Quan, Lord Yu Duanfei, and Lord Devour didn't come, he and the entire Fiery Dragon City would be the ones who would die. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was even more certain of his own heart. He would continue to grow stronger, and eventually reach the pinnacle. His own fate, his own body, was no longer under anyone's control. He would use his own strength to protect the people he wanted to protect. The panic in Venerable Evil Fury's eyes was even thicker. If Lord Devour asked him to commit suicide, would he be doing it for his own good? If the ethereal monarch didn't know what had happened here, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. However, if the monarch didn't show up, it was obvious that Lord Devour had vented his anger. Evil Moon. When Lord Devour shouted these 2 words, Venerable Evil Moon's body almost went soft and he fell directly. Venerable Fragrance and Evil Fury War God behind him heaved a sigh of relief. According to the situation just now, Lord Devour wanted to punish the mastermind. They were probably safe now. Yes. Venerable Evil Moon heard Lord Devour call him without saying anything else. He quickly lifted his head and looked at Lord Devour with a frightened face, replying respectfully. You are Jida's subordinate, so I won't punish you. You should apologize to Jida yourself. Lord Devour's words surprised all the warriors present. Jida? Who was Jida? When did Evil Moon become Jida's subordinate? Of course, Venerable Evil Moon knew who Jida was. However, Lord Devour's words made him suspicious. Apologize to him? Did he come? Buzz. The wind rose above the Flame Dragon City again. Heaven's essence chi gathered in the sky. Under people's wide-opened eyes, another giant face appeared. Gulp, 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 gulp. The giant face was a little blurry and people couldn't see it clearly. However, they could tell that it was a man's face. Since he could use heaven and earth's essence chi to create a giant virtual face, he was undoubtedly an invincible god of war. The Misty Continent only had one invincible god of war. Now, including Lord Devour, there were 2. So, the identity of this face was obvious. Greetings, monarch. Except for Lord Devour, everybody got down on one knee, greeting him with respect. Even Yi Qinghan was forced to kneel by Lei Zhen. This was the king of the Misty Continent. If this silly kid offended the monarch, it wouldn't be fun anymore. Stand up. The ethereal monarch's voice was like his face, a little blurry. Just like Lord Devour, he didn't show any emotion. However, these 3 words were like sharp needles stabbing into people's hearts. Yi Qinghan felt like he couldn't breathe and his entire body was shivering. The ethereal monarch's face didn't change. He said coldly, warriors cultivate to go against the heaven and change their destiny. They comprehend the principle of heaven and earth, and they cultivate themselves. This is the king's way. Blindly pursuing treasures and opportunities is the wrong path. What are opportunities? What could be forced was a fortuitous encounter. Evil Moon, I asked you to manage the Misty Continent to train your heart. But, you've disappointed me. From today onwards, you are no longer my disciple. Go. Every word of the ethereal monarch hit everyone's heart like thunderbolts on a clear day. These few words seemed to explain the true meaning of the way of heaven. After Evil Moon heard it, he was in a trance. His eyes were filled with despair. In the end, he didn't say anything more. He bowed to the ethereal monarch, turned around and flew away. His speed was very slow, and his figure was extremely bleak and lonely. Master. Evil Rage War God gritted his teeth and called out in a low voice. However, he didn't follow. He knew that if he took this step, he would be leaving the Misty Continent. Piao Xiang's bewitching face was also depressed. After all, she had been with Evil Moon for tens of thousands of years. It would be a lie if she didn't have feelings for him. "Master, please let your disciple serve you." At this time a white figure flew from afar. His handsome face was resolute, and his sword-like spine was still upright. If it wasn't young Master Wuxia, who else could it be? Evil Moon's lonely figure shook, but he didn't say anything. He continued to fly away. Wuxia turned around and looked at Yi Qinghan deeply. Then he resolutely followed. Chapter 840. The Investiture Valley has been here for 1,000,000 years. You didn't come here to seek the good fortune. Instead, someone broke the restriction and you all came here? You bully the weak and fear the strong, abandoning justice to pursue benefits. Is this the heart of an expert like you? If this spreads out, I, Jita, will lose my face because of you. From today onward, all of you should go back and cultivate in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. Since Yi Qinghan broke the Investiture Valley's restriction, it belongs to Yi Qinghan. If anyone dares to come here again, don't blame me for being merciless. After the ethereal monarch had spoken, the massive face disappeared. The sky above the flame dragon city resumed its tranquil state. A gentle breeze blew, but people's hearts were stirred up. They had survived. Although 1,000,000 years was a long time, it was better than losing their lives. Moreover, the ethereal monarch's words today had stirred many of them. It was a good chance for them to cultivate in seclusion. Several thousand experts bowed to Lord Devour. Some of them picked up the corpses of their palace masters and divine crystals, then turned around and left. However, at the moment they turned around, they glanced at Yi Qinghan as if they wanted to remember him. They all knew that Yi Qinghan's name would soon spread through the entire Misty Continent and even the entire divine world. The meaning of the ethereal monarch's last words was clear. Yi Qinghan was under his protection. If anyone dared to touch him, he would turn his back on them. In fact, even if the ethereal monarch hadn't said those words, no one would dare to trouble Yi Qinghan anymore. Today more than 10 supreme experts and white-browed venerable had died, which told people one fact. They couldn't provoke Yi Qinghan. They couldn't. 2 unrivaled experts of the Misty Continent were protecting one person. Who dared to provoke him? Who could provoke him? Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei looked at Yi Qinghan with gentleness. Lei Jin, Yu Ho, and Emperor Yu were smiling. The Yi family's army looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a monster. Yi Qinghan was also very agitated. It would be a lie if he didn't feel agitated at this moment. With a word from the Misty Monarch, the Flame Dragon City would be absolutely safe. He would also be absolutely safe on the Misty Continent. His family and the billions of people on the Flame Dragon Continent would finally have their own roots in the God Realm. However, the thousands of experts who remained had a very deep question in their hearts. Why did Lord Piaomiao want to show up and help Yi Qinghan's people? Even the last sentence had the obvious meaning of selling Yi Qinghan a favor. Of course, everybody knew that it wasn't a favor to Yi Qinghan, but to Lord Devour, who supported Yi Qinghan. But why? Why did the ethereal monarch want to do Lord Devour a favor? Both of them were at level 9, and the ethereal monarch had reached level 9 thousands of years ago. Lord Devour's reputation had just risen within 100 years. What he had done wasn't right. Did he need help from Lord Devour? Or did they have something going on, or something? They didn't dare to think further. It was better not to ask too much about the big shot's affairs. Little Han, you've built your new city. Aren't you going to invite me in? A faint voice broke people's thoughts. Looking at the faint smile on Lord Devour's face, they remembered one thing. The Flame Dragon City was saved. They won. They won. Smiles bloomed on everybody's face. Yi Qinghan also got it. Although he wasn't happy with Lord Devour, he didn't care about Devour. Although he wasn't happy with Lord Devour, he still said excitedly, "My lord, please rest in the City Lord Palace. Venerables, please come in. Uncle Lei Zhen, please entertain the Lei family's patriarch and the soul-devouring palace's guests. Wind Emperor, go to the Sealed God Valley and bring the people here. Beast Emperor, clean up the battlefield." Under Yi Qinghan's orders, the thousands of people behind him got busy. Yi Qinghan hurried to transport Li Shui, Yin Linger, and Yu Qingqing out of the War Imperial Palace. Otherwise, if Venerable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei said that he had kidnapped their daughters, it wouldn't be good. "Father, I knew you would come. Father loves me the most." As soon as Li Shui, appeared, she found that the enemies were gone. Then she saw Venerable Li Quan, Yu Duanfei, and Lord Devour, whose strength she couldn't detect. Knowing that they had won today, she hurried to fly to Venerable Li Quan and said coquettishly, "Ling come to Empress Mother. Ah, the young man you like isn't bad." Yu Duanfei waved at Yin Linger and looked at Yi Qinghan with a smile, like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. I like him. Yinling smiled disdainfully. Her eyes fell on little firework and Yu Qingqing as she muttered, I like his woman. Let's go. We should visit young Master Ye's new city. Young Master Yi, if you have time, you should take me to the Sealed God Valley. I've been longing for the second most dangerous place in the continent for a long time. Yu Duanfei didn't wait for Yinling to finish. She glared at her and interrupted. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. The two of them hurried to bring their people to the city master mansion. Nightfall. Under Lei Zhen's arrangements, a banquet was held in the plaza of Floating City to celebrate the new birth of Fiery Dragon City and to welcome the guests from afar. Although Lei Zhen still didn't give Lei Kuang a good look, Lei Kuang had come to him with warm intentions, so basic etiquette was still necessary. After leaving the Lei family to Empress Reign to entertain the guests, Lei Zhen and Emperor Yu began to compete in drinking. Both of them were straightforward people with fiery tempers. Both of them were at the peak of 7th grade, so they chatted happily. The experts of the Yi family army and the experts of the Lei family in Soul Eater City began to chat, drink, and chat. The entire Fiery Dragon City was filled with joy and laughter. The city master mansion was also filled with laughter. Yu Qingqing, Lady Li Shui, Little Firework, Yinling and the others sat around Honorable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei. Xiaohei also joined them. It was obvious that Honorable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei had put down their arrogance. The atmosphere on the 5th floor of the city master mansion was very harmonious. The entire Fiery Dragon City was in a good mood, but the rooftop of the city master mansion wasn't so good. Lord Devour clasped his hands behind his back, standing on the edge of the rooftop. He looked at the stars in the sky, not saying anything. Yi Qinghan stood behind her, his face complicated. Yi Qinghan greeted the others and toasted them several times. Then he found that Lord Devour wasn't on the 5th floor anymore. Instead, he was on the rooftop. Apparently, he wanted to talk to him and he also had a lot of questions to ask Lord Devour. However, when he walked to the rooftop and looked at the graceful figure, he couldn't ask anything. Little Han, don't you have a lot of questions to ask me? I'll tell you everything I can tell you today. Lord Devour suddenly turned around, gazing at Yi Qinghan. His face wasn't indifferent anymore. Instead, it was filled with kindness, gratification, and pride. Why? Yi Qinghan kept silent for a long time. Finally, he asked 3 random words. Why? Lord Devour's smile became thicker. He contemplated for a while, then said leisurely, You want to ask me why I wanted to make you fall into the Fallen God Mountain? Why did I want the Golden Horn God clan to descend to the Fiery Dragon Plain? Why did I guide the Divine Master Butcher to hunt you? Why did I force you to come to the Divine World? Why did you fall into the Yin Evil Stream? Or why didn't I go to the Sealed God Valley to save you? You guessed it right. Many of those things were arranged by me. Your life was actually guided by me in the dark, or rather, arranged by me. Chapter 841. Boom. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his head. All the questions that had been lingering in his heart had been solved at this moment. Everything became clear in an instant. Yao Xie had ambushed the Luotian mountain when the Dragon City's teleportation formation had been destroyed. At that time, Yi Tianlong's group had been puzzled. Now, it seemed that it was Lord Devour who had done it. Lord Devour had sent someone to inform Yao Xie of their schedule. The Golden Horn God tribe was in the Divine World, so how did they know that the 12th Divine Sword of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had been born? Not long after that, they had arrived. Apparently, Lord Devour had something to do with this. At that time, Lord Devour had coincidentally gone to the Divine World, so Divine Master 2 had taken action immediately. However, Lord Devour hadn't arranged anything. He had only given Xiaohei a necklace. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan had guessed that he had been forced to come to the Divine World. What Yi Qinghan hadn't expected was that Lord Devour had arranged for him to be trapped in the Yin Fiend stream. No wonder the human-faced beast heart spider, which was almost extinct in the Divine World, had coincidentally appeared outside the Firework tribe. No wonder God Emperor Mo Xiaoxiao was in that Yin Fiend stream. Needless to say, the Sealed God Valley, the rank 8 Venerable Whitebrow, could burn his origin power to get out. Apparently, it wasn't a problem for Lord Devour. But why? Why did Lord Devour want to do that? Yi Qinghan couldn't understand. She was a peak expert standing in the clouds. Why would she be interested in an ordinary person like him? Was she so bored that her balls hurt? Did she want to watch him jump up and down for fun? The problem was that she didn't have balls. Yi Qinghan couldn't figure it out, but he didn't want to ask. He just looked at Lord Devour, his face full of doubts, waiting for her answer. You don't remember? Do you remember what I said to you on the rooftop of the dark castle? I really want to kill you. Because you got something that you shouldn't have. You got Xiaohei by chance and you didn't want to give him up. So, you had to bear the things that Xiaohei had to bear. For example, you had to help Xiaohei take revenge for his father's death. So, you had to become stronger. If you want to be strong, you have to go through hardships. So, I've arranged some things to make your life more difficult. Lord Devour faintly looked at Yi Qinghan. It was the first time he had a gleam of regret in his eyes. She knew that Yi Qinghan was suffering, but she had asked Yi Qinghan before. Yi Qinghan had chosen to stay by Xiaohei's side, so he could only continue down this path. He would either succeed or die. Yi Qinghan kept silent. It was true that Lord Devour had wanted to separate Xiaohei from him, but Yi Qinghan had chosen to keep Xiaohei. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. If he had chosen to separate from Xiaohei at that time, his life might have been completely different. But, could he bear to separate from Xiaohei? His entire life had changed because of a tiny soul-devouring beast. From the seventh son of the Yi clan, he became the seventh young master of the Yi clan. The seventh grandpa became the lord of the Flame Dragon clan, the current lord of the Flame Dragon city, the number one young master of the Floating Mist continent. Without Xiaohei he was nothing. Perhaps he would still be the seventh master of the Yi family, living a quiet and ordinary life with Yi Qingyu in a small city. To become a strong warrior, first of all, he must have the innate endowment. Second, he must have the perseverance and indomitable character. Third, he must have the chance and luck. Finally, he must have the heart of a strong warrior. After the Soul Ring's transformation, your innate endowment doesn't lose to any genius in the God world. It's good that you can bear the pain of your meridians exploding. You can summon Xiaohei. It's your chance. After going through so many trials, you didn't die. It's your luck. Today you've rejected Evil Moon the Venerable. You have the heart of a strong warrior. So, from today on your training is over. That's why I'm here. Lord Devour talked faintly one more time. He analyzed for Yi Qinghan little by little, helping him clear the clouds and see the clear sky. Seeing Yi Qinghan still frowning, he continued, "You should know that your character has a flaw. You're too comfortable and you're satisfied with your current situation. If I don't push you to the extreme, you won't burst out. You don't have the heart to become stronger. If I don't push you, you will be addicted to love, drowning in the land of tenderness. That's why you, a good unpolished jade, will be wasted. You've experienced so many things. You should understand the cruelty of this world. If you don't become stronger, one day you will be eaten. You will die and your family will die." Yi Qinghan became more silent. Lord Devour was right. His heart wasn't strong enough. Every time the crisis was over, he would think that he could finally live a comfortable life. He had never thought about becoming stronger. Today, besides his hard work and luck, the reason why he could stand here today was that Lord Devour's arrangement had played a big role. Without Lord Devour's arrangement, he could have just broken through to the God realm. Perhaps he would still be in the Fire Dragon continent, living a comfortable life under the pressure of the Divine Master Butcher. His life had changed because of Xiaohei, so it was reasonable to take revenge for Xiaohei. Lord Devour was right. However, Yi Qinghan still felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. It was normal. No matter who it was, if they knew that their life was controlled by someone else, no one would feel comfortable. Although the person they controlled did it for his own good. Be stronger. Be stronger. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart was firmer. If he wanted to control his fate, he had to be stronger. He had to be stronger than the one who controlled his fate. Looking at the passion in Yi Qinghan's eyes, Lord Devour's smile became wider. She had achieved her goal. She had woken up a sleeping dragon. However, whether this dragon would soar to the sky or sink into the sea, it wasn't something she could control. Let bygones be bygones. I hope that you won't arrange things in the dark anymore. Of course, Yi Qinghan appreciates everything you've done for me." Yi Qinghan opened his mouth, but his voice was naturally arrogant and domineering. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Although he wasn't satisfied with Lord Devour, he still had to be grateful. Of course. Lord Devour smiled leisurely. "What realm do I need to reach?" Yi Qinghan asked again. If Lord Devour had arranged so many things to take revenge for Xiaohei's father, he should determine what realm he needed to reach. Level 9. Lord Devour's answer made Yi Qinghan's heart heavy. However, it made his fighting will rise. Level 9 was the peak of the warriors. He had to reach the peak. Yi Qinghan's soul had been baptized today. Breaking through to level 9 was his life goal. For this goal, he would constantly improve himself. Perhaps, it would be a tough road and he would die on the way. However, at this moment Yi Qinghan didn't care. His heart had never been as strong as it was at this moment. He slowly turned around and slightly raised his head. Gazing at the distant sky full of stars, he smiled. He recalled a saying, "My journey is this sea of stars." After a long time he slowly turned around. His expression had already become incomparably calm. Finally he asked a question, "Where is my son?" Chapter 842. Lord Devour looked to the west, pointed and said, "Star Sea, Peach Blossom Island." Did something special happen? Yi Qinghan exhaled in relief. As long as he knew the exact location, it would be easy to find it. However, Yi Qinghan was still suspicious. If Lord Devour went there, why didn't he bring it back? "It's not that I didn't want to bring it back, it's your son who didn't want to come back." Lord Devour forced a smile, looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Your son is like you, an affectionate person. He has fallen in love with the little princess of Peach Blossom Island. 1 year from now, the little princess will be looking for a husband. He was afraid that if he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Since they have been separated for so many years, 1 year is not a big deal. He said that after he marries the little princess, he will come back to apologize to you. Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui are also fine. I left someone to watch over them, so you don't need to worry about their safety." Oh. Yi Qinghan's face became hot. According to the customs of the God realm, he was not even 100 years old, so he was still a teenager. But no matter what, he was a man with a son, and his son was going to bring his wife back soon. In the future he would have to curb his flirtatious personality. Although it had always been women who came to provoke him, it would take more than one hand to clap. "All right, after everything here is done, I will go find him." Yi Qinghan nodded. Although the Flame Dragon City's matters were almost done, there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. At the very least, the construction of the city should be completed. No matter what, they should hold a grand ceremony to let the Misty Continent know that the Flame Dragon City was officially established. Although, the name Flame Dragon City would be famous in the continent soon. Lord Devour waved his hand, his face becoming serious. "Hurry up and deal with the matters here. With your speed, it will take at least half a year to reach the Peach Blossom Island. Moreover, after 5 years, you should go to the Soul Emperor Island in the Star Sea. The Soul Emperor Pavilion is there. After 5 years, the Soul Emperor Pavilion will open again. It happens once every 10,000 years, so it will be a pity if you miss it. With the Soul Ring, you might have a chance to get the treasure inside." Why does it take so long to get to the Peach Blossom Island? Also, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's most precious treasure, can't you just take it out yourself? Didn't the Soul Emperor leave the supreme treasure to Xiaohe? Yi Qinghan asked in astonishment. Even if he teleported from the Dripping Spring Manor to the Soul-Devouring Manor, it would only take him a few blinks of an eye. Why would it take him half a year? Then, hearing Lord Devour mention the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Shi Yin recalled the Divine Sword and the Slaughter God Blade he had obtained in the God-Slaying Mountain, as well as the Misty Pavilion. The small God-Slaying Mountain had so many treasures. Needless to say, the Soul Emperor Pavilion definitely had some great treasures. But why didn't Lord Devour take it himself? Why did he want to join the treasure hunt? Did he want to train himself again? The Star Sea is different from the 6 continents. The space in the Star Sea is very unstable and spatial tears can be seen everywhere. Powerful demons frequently descend and god bandits roam the land. It is the most chaotic place in the divine realm, but it also has the most treasures. It is also the most lively place in the divine realm. You'll know when you get there. There are basically no teleportation arrays on the islands in the Star Sea. That's because it's very easy to fall into the spatial turbulence if you teleport there. So, you have to take a flying tool. Half a year is very fast. Lord Devour glanced at Yi Qinghan indifferently as if he could see through his mind. His eyes carried a hint of blame as if he wasn't happy that Yi Qinghan doubted him. He continued, "I've said that after your training is over, you won't play any tricks in the dark. As for the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the Soul Emperor was a strange man. He did things independently. Before he died, he sealed the Soul Emperor Pavilion and many of his treasures. I can go in. Not only me but even a level 7 expert can go in. However, once you enter, the Soul Emperor Pavilion will explode. No one can get anything in there. Only level 5 and below warriors can enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. It's the lucky chance that the Soul Emperor left for the low-level warriors." Lord Devour smiled while talking. His eyes were full of nostalgia. He paused for a while and then continued, "As for why the Soul Emperor didn't leave his treasures to Xiaohe, in his words, I was poor when I was born. I relied on my efforts and heaven-defying luck to become the #1 God Emperor in the God world. I have the wealth and treasures that even the venerables admire. My life is full of opportunities that make many people jealous. If heaven treats me well, I should send these treasures and wealth back to heaven, letting the predestined ones have them. With heaven-defying luck, I can get these treasures and wealth. As for my son, I've left him a prefecture. What else do you want? If he wants more, he has to work hard. I have the right to decide how to use the things I've worked hard for. Awesome. Yi Qinghan recalled the time when he was in the God-slaying mountain, where he had come up with fantastic ideas and strange tests. Shi Yin thought that the Soul Emperor was a strange man indeed. He had good things, but he didn't leave them to his son. He remembered some rich people in his previous life. Before they died, they would rather donate most of their wealth to charity organizations than leave it for their sons to use. This sentiment, this boldness, it was truly admirable. As for the Star Sea, Yi Qinghan didn't care about it. The Flame Dragon City wouldn't be in trouble anymore. If he brought a team of experts to the Star Sea, it wouldn't be a problem, would it? Lord Devour didn't mind Yi Qinghan. He faced the sky, recalling that strange man. His voice was full of loneliness and nostalgia. The Soul Emperor was the man I admired the most in my life. He was a legend. Within 100 years he had reached level 7. From then on he didn't cultivate anymore. He focused on blacksmithing, traveling around the divine world, befriending heroes in the world. He conquered 6 continents and his name shook the Star Sea. Less than 10,000 years later, he had created the Illusory Palace, becoming the second blacksmith in the divine world. His wealth could buy 1/10 of the islands in the Star Sea. His treasure and his woman had caused countless supreme experts in the divine realm to be envious of him. With his strength at the peak of Stage 7, he had managed to fight against a peak Stage 8 venerable with just a treasure. He lived his entire life in glory, but in the end he died. He was also a fool, an extremely foolish fool. As Lord Devour was talking, 2 drops of tears rolled down from his eyes like 2 meteors. At this moment he looked old and haggard. Yi Qinghan was speechless. He knew that the Soul Emperor was awesome, but he didn't expect him to be that awesome. Breaking through to level 7 within 100 years? Becoming a blacksmith in 10,000 years? His wealth could rival a country? A level 7 could resist a level 8? It was unbelievable. No wonder he could be the first in the God Emperor realm. However, Yi Qinghan had so many doubts. He pondered for a while and then asked, how did the Soul Emperor die? How did he die? He died because of his stupidity. He could have run away, but he didn't. He died to save me. He didn't love me and I didn't like him. I didn't love him, but he was willing to die for me. Don't you think he was a fool? Isn't he a big idiot? Chatting with Yi Qinghan seemed to have touched Lord Devour's silent heart. Perhaps Yi Qinghan had a similar aura to the Soul Emperor. Lord Devour started to lose his composure. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and her body was trembling slightly. The words she shouted were also hysterical. Yi Qinghan was a little bewildered. He looked at Lord Devour as if he wasn't looking at an expert at the peak, but a wounded woman who had lost her lover. I can't go to the Star Sea often. There are many things that I can't explain to you now. When you reach level 8, I will tell you everything. This is a messaging jade talisman. If you need anything, send me a message. These 2 rings are for Xiaohei. Take good care of him. He's a pitiful kid. When Lord Devour's voice came one more time, she had disappeared from the rooftop, leaving only a messaging jade talisman and 2 rings. Of course, she also left the bleak wind on the rooftop. Chapter 843. Yi Qinghan was disappointed, thinking that although Lord Devour had reached the peak of cultivation, her life wasn't very happy. Perhaps there were gains and losses. Right, little Han, I forgot to tell you something. The ancestors of your 5 families seem to have settled on Flaming Dragon Island in the Star Sea. Flaming Dragon Island isn't far from Soul Emperor Island. You can ask around there and you should know. As for Soul Emperor Island, it's very famous in the Star Sea. You can buy a map and you'll know. Don't forget to go to Soul Emperor Island in 5 years. As Yi Qinghan was about to leave the rooftop, Lord Devour sent him another message which shook Yi Qinghan up. The ancestors of the 5 families? Weren't the ancestors of the 5 families the Wind Lord, Flower Emperor, Snow General, Moon Queen and Night Emperor? Yi Qinghan had heard the legends of the 5 families' ancestors since he was young. Of course he had a deep impression of them. Not only him, but all the descendants of the 5 great clans first learned the glorious deeds of their respective founding ancestors in their clans since they were young. Every family held a memorial service. The first to be worshipped was the Night Emperor. Yi Qinghan still remembered clearly that if it weren't for the Night Emperor's 7 moves in the Luotian Mountain, he wouldn't have been able to come out alive. Thousands of years had passed and they were still alive? but then again it was normal. The 5 ancestors had ascended to the divine world for only 3,000 years, which was about 1,000 years in the divine world. Any heavenly god could live for 100,000 years, so it was normal for them to be alive. Knight Emperor ancestors. Yi Qinghan was a little excited. If he told Yi Qingyou and Yi Tianlong about this, they would be thrilled too. No matter what, they were their ancestors' legendary heroes. As expected. After Yi Qinghan walked down to the 5th floor, he told Yi Qinghan about this matter. Yi Qinghan's eyes bulged and he almost went berserk. He immediately went out to look for the old ancestor. Yi Qingwu was also very excited. She grew up listening to the story of her ancestor. Now that she knew her ancestor was still alive, how could she not be excited? Yi Qingyu smiled faintly. She did not have the bloodline of the Yi family, and she and Yi Qinghan depended on each other since they were young, so she did not care much about this. Even Saber Emperor and Hidden Island's Island Master were looking forward to meeting the ancestors of the 5 great clans. When the 5 ancestors ascended, there were also several tens of deity-level experts from the Fire Dragon continent. At that time, they knew they weren't a match for Master Divine Butcher. That was why they chose to go to the Divine World. Later, Master Divine Butcher realized something was wrong. He was afraid that more and more Fire Dragon continent's heavenly gods would go to the Divine World. If a peerless genius were to appear and make a name for himself, it would be a huge blow to the Netherworld race. That was why he paid a huge price to replace the last divine beast on Purple Island with a super powerful divine beast, sealing off the Fire Dragon continent. Saber Emperor and Hidden Island's Island Master really wanted to know what expression the 5 ancestors and the Fire Dragon continent's ancestors would have when they heard that the floating continent had built a Fire Dragon city, and that the Fire Dragon city was under the protection of 2 9th-grade invincible war gods, and no one dared to provoke it. However, they heard that Yi Qinghan was preparing a grand ceremony for the completion of the new city before he could go to the Star Sea. Yi Qingwu and the other 2 felt a wave of disappointment and helplessness. However, after knowing that Little Sihan was fine, they were relieved. When Li Shui, Little Smoke and Yin Ling, heard that Yi Qinghan was going to bring people to the Star Sea, their eyes lit up at the same time. Li Shui, and Yin Ling, immediately said that they wanted to go and play with them. Honorable Li Quan and Duan Feiyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the following time, everyone in the Fire Dragon City started to get busy and started building the city at full speed. In just 3 days, the Floating Mist City's city building order arrived. Along with the Floating Mist City's envoy were countless master builders. These people had received the Floating Mist Monarch's order to help Yi Qinghan build the city and improve the Fire Dragon City's protective shield. Moreover, they started to build teleportation formations, and the cities that they teleported to were all prefecture main cities. After the crowd sighed again, they could not help but be more curious about the relationship between the Floating Mist Monarch and Lord Devour. If he did not have a relationship, would he treat the Fire Dragon City so well? Who would believe that? The Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range was located at the border of Longyang Prefecture and Beacon Smoke Prefecture. Even if it was built, it would be a small city. Now, because of the Floating Mist Monarch, it became a prefecture main city. However, it only had one city under its jurisdiction, Fire Dragon City. This was very strange. It could be said that Fire Dragon City was the strangest city in the history of the Floating Mist continent. A prefecture main city was not like a prefecture main city, and a small city was not like a small city. Moreover, it was not under the management of Longyang Prefecture and Beacon Smoke Prefecture. It was directly under the command of the Floating Mist Monarch. Its status was very special and respected. Venerable Li Quan had also ordered for tens of thousands of warriors to come over, as well as countless construction materials. Yi Qinghan took the opportunity to ask Venerable Li Quan to help build the city, just like Dripping Spring City. Dripping Spring City was the most beautiful city that Yi Qinghan had ever seen. The scenery was pleasant, and the heaven and earth essence energy was dense. It was very comfortable to live in. Emperor Yu had also mobilized more than 100,000 people. Although he was very curious as to why the 2 young masters did not return to the soul-devouring manor and instead chose to build a small city here, Emperor Yu did not say anything. Since Lord Devour did not say anything, he did not say anything. In any case, they were still his young masters no matter where they lived. What made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry was, Lei Kuang had directly mobilized more than 100,000 people to shamelessly help Fire Dragon City build the city. Lei Jun had asked the people of Dragon Sun City to leave, but he had asked them to repair the scenery outside Fire Dragon City. He had moved countless scenic trees and stones. He had even mobilized people to dig a canal from the Dragon Sun River, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away. The scenery outside Fire Dragon City had become like a fairyland. Lei Kuang did not advise Lei Jin to go back. He just tried to get close to Little Firework. Little Firework had a soft personality, and it was not easy to reject him. No matter what, she was their ancestor. However, under Lei Kuang's series of actions and treasures, Little Firework became very intimate with him. Lei Jin was so angry that he kept cursing. This is the Sealed God Valley, the second most dangerous place in the continent. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Naturally, there were people to help with the matters of Fire Dragon City. Yi Qinghan had nothing to do. He brought Yu Qingqing, Li Shui, Yin Linger, and the others with Venerable Li Quan. They flew in the rain and entered the Sealed God Valley to enjoy the scenery. The restrictions of the Sealed God Valley were very magical. The yellow sand and soil underneath could actually move. Not long ago, when Yi Qinghan killed the white-browed Venerable, he had blasted the entire Sealed God Valley into deep pits. After a few days, the valley had returned to its original state. Lush ancient trees and beautiful flowers and grass grew again according to a set pattern. The origin energy inside was several times denser than outside. The scenery was beautiful, and it could definitely compare to an ancient fairyland. Little Han, I want to build a huge palace inside. The scenery here is too beautiful. If I live here, I can live to 100 years old. Yi Qingwu was intoxicated by the beautiful scenery inside. She spread her arms in bliss and ran a few steps inside. Her personality had not changed at all. Okay, but you won't live to 100 years old. I will let you live to 100 years old. Looking at Yi Qingwu, who spoke carelessly, Yi Qinghan smiled. Then he looked at the blissful Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Yaorao. Yi Qinghan felt gratified. As long as he could make the women he loved happy, it would be worth it no matter how much he had to pay. Behind him, the eyes of Little Smoke and the Rain Empress also lit up. Even Yin Linger's eyes flashed with an indescribable emotion. Meanwhile, Li Shu grabbed Xiao Hei's ear and cursed in a low voice, "You damned soul-devouring beast, hurry up and cultivate into a human. When you become an adult, I want you to build a huge palace for me. Otherwise, I will definitely not marry you." Xiao Hei rolled his eyes and jumped up. He said angrily, "I am poor. If you want to marry me, then marry me. If you don't want to marry me, then forget it. Why don't you ask your father to build one for us?" Chapter 844. Honorable Li Quan obviously knew about Li Shu'er and Xiao Hei. Although it was a pity, Xiao Hei's identity was definitely worthy of Li Shu'er. Most importantly, Li Shu'er and Xiao Hei loved each other, so he didn't say anything. Honorable Li Quan and Yu Duanfei were going to return to the city after the ceremony. However, when they heard that Yi Qinghan had set the ceremony to be a month later, the two of them decided to stay here and prepare to return after the ceremony. The city was built very quickly. How could it be slow with hundreds of thousands of God Realm martial artists? Thousands of master builders also came. Longyang Manor, Dripping Spring Manor, and Soul Devourer Manor brought countless construction materials. Originally, the East and West City districts were not planned to be built. Whoever wanted to stay in Flame Dragon City would have to pay for the construction themselves. But now, with a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan built neatly arranged pavilions. They were all made of blue and white stone, extremely beautiful and elegant. A month later, the entire Flame Dragon City had changed. 4 main roads that were 10,000 meters wide and a huge plaza divided the city into 4 districts. Each district was several times the size of Phoenix Dance City. There were close to 10 million houses and pavilions in the city, and tens of thousands of small roads. Famous azure spirit trees were planted on both sides of each road. Flowers and grass could be seen everywhere. Not only was the city grand, but the scenery was also comparable to Dripping Spring City. Outside the city was even more exaggerated. There was a huge plaza outside the city's south gate, and a beautiful lake in the north. There were lush trees and tall mountains all around, showing off the majesty of Flame Dragon City. Longyang Manor congratulates Flame Dragon City on its establishment, and wishes that Flame Dragon City can last for hundreds of millions of years. Lotus Pond Manor congratulates Flame Dragon City on its establishment and wishes, Guiyang Manor, Blue Mountain Manor, My City Manor. Yi Qinghan only sent out a few invitations out of courtesy, but he didn't expect that on the day of the city's establishment, countless experts would come through the teleportation formations. The 108 teleportation formations all lit up, and the 108 prefectures of the Misty Continent all sent representatives to congratulate them, bringing with them countless gifts. Apart from the prefecture that had attacked the city last time, all the other prefectures had sent their prefecture lords over personally. Even Floating City had sent their third venerable to congratulate them. How could they not come? If he didn't come, he would be disrespecting the two supreme being experts. If he didn't come, he wouldn't be able to survive in the misty continent. The square, which was even bigger than Floating City, was filled with people. Yi Qinghan was grinning so much that his mouth was cramping up. Even the manor head had personally come out to greet them, so he couldn't possibly not show up to greet them, right? Fortunately, these people just casually looked around and left. If they stayed for dinner, Yi Qinghan really didn't know what to do. After a busy day, most of the guests had left. Reverend Li Quan brought Li Shui, and Duanyu brought Yin Ling away. Only then did Yi Qinghan gather all the Yi family soldiers in the plaza and announce a decision that he had been considering for a few days. All Yi family soldiers, listen up. The godly emperor blood oath you swore is now invalid. You're free. Of course, you can decide whether you want to stay or leave. If you want to leave, I will give you a certain amount of divine stones. If you want to stay, you can join the new Yi family army. I will give you the most generous treatment. You can treat Flame Dragon City as your home. As long as you don't violate the laws of the city, I won't care about anything else. Wow. The entire Flame Dragon City was in an uproar. Because of Lei Jin's reorganization and the godly emperor blood oath, no one dared to betray the Yi family army. They originally thought that their 200,000 years of freedom was gone. They didn't expect that they would regain their freedom so quickly. Moreover, they were even given divine stones to go home happily before they left. Countless people started crying and shouting in excitement. After being trapped in Sealed God Valley for so many years, they were finally free. This happiness came so suddenly that they were caught unprepared. However, there were still countless people who fell silent. Flame Dragon City was built under their hands and grew under their protection. It would be a lie to say that they didn't have any feelings for Flame Dragon City. Moreover, Flame Dragon City's background and the mutant fruits in Sealed God Valley were destined to be extraordinary. Most importantly, after interacting with Yi Qinghan for so long, they realized that this young godly king, who wasn't very strong but had a powerful background and always wore a faint smile on his face, was really charming. Perhaps it wouldn't be a bad idea to choose Flame Dragon City as their home. The 100 soul slaves also received Yi Qinghan's voice transmission. Their enslavement time was changed from 1 million years to 500,000 years. If they made special contributions, their enslavement time would be reduced. This gave all the soul slaves hope. If this went on, this young master might be in a good mood and directly return their soul fire. Some people wanted to leave, but many chose to stay. Even if they wanted to go back, they had to sign up first. When the time came, they could just bring their family members over. If they didn't occupy a piece of land in Flame Dragon City now, they would have to pay a huge price if they wanted to enter Flame Dragon City in the future. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless excited people and revealed a gratified smile. Flame Dragon City's safety was guaranteed in the future. There was no point in leaving so many guards. Instead of keeping a large group of people, it was better to keep some people who belonged to Flame Dragon City. After handing these trivial matters to Lei Jin, Feng Qi and a few other doyens to handle, he brought the Wind Emperor, the Monster the Arch and the ladies back to the City Lord residence to prepare for the trip to the Galaxy Sea. Master, bring me there. Master, bring me there. After the Wind Emperor and the Monster the Arch received Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, they were especially excited. When they heard that Yi Qinghan was only bringing one person, they fought to be the first to speak. If they made a few contributions on this trip, Yi Qinghan would be in a good mood. Then, he would reduce a few 100,000 years or something. That would be great. How about this? The Wind Emperor will come with me. The Monster the Arch will send 50 peak rank 6 monsters to me. If the monsters make a contribution, it will be on your head. You will stay in the city and be in charge of intelligence work. This time Yi Qinghan was only going to pick up people, go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to look for treasures, and meet the Night Emperor and the others. He planned to keep a low profile on this trip. However, Yi Qinghan heard from Lord Devour that the Galaxy Sea was very chaotic. Of course he couldn't go alone with the ladies. Although there should be no problem with the War Imperial Palace, it was better to bring some people. Then he chose 50 of the most powerful martial artists among his soul slaves to advance together with them. With such strength, they could even delay a venerable for a while and escape into the War Imperial Palace. After everything was arranged, Yi Qinghan decided to leave in 3 days. He would teleport to the Thousand Water Palace, which was the closest to the Peach Blossom Island, and then go to the Galaxy Sea. Little man, come to my room for a while. After everything was arranged, Yi Qinghan suddenly received a rumor from the Rain Empress. He felt a little guilty in his heart. These days he had been busy accompanying Yu Qingqing and the others and neglected the Rain Empress. After letting the ladies return to their rooms, Yi Qinghan sneaked into the Rain Empress room and closed the protective barrier. Yi Qinghan had designed the rooms of the City Lord Mansion to look like dripping spring city. There was a big window in the room and one could see the beautiful scenery outside, but the scenery inside could not be seen from the outside. Blue Rain, I'm sorry. I've been too busy recently. I will make time to accompany you in these 3 days. Walking into the room, Yi Qinghan saw the Rain Empress quietly looking out of the window. Her slim figure was very lonely. He hurriedly walked over and hugged her from behind. He smelled the fragrance of her hair and said softly, "It's okay. You and your wife have been separated for a long time. Accompanying them is something I should do. Blue Rain doesn't blame you." The Rain Empress turned her face and looked at Yi Qinghan with an incomparably complicated expression. Her tender red lips looked even more enchanting under the beautiful moonlight. After a moment of silence, she faintly sighed, "Tomorrow I've decided to return to the southern mountain continent. Little man, will you miss me in the future?" Yi Qinghan's body trembled. He knew that the Rain Empress would leave, but he didn't think it would be so early. He then sighed, "You've decided?" "Yes." The Rain Empress also trembled, but she gritted her teeth and said with difficulty. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He took out a few items from his spatial ring and threw them to the Rain Empress. He said seriously, "Blue Rain, take this. This communication jade talisman is the highest grade. You can communicate with the entire God realm. If you need anything, send a message to me. This is a Godstone crystal card. There are also some top-grade mutant fruits here. Bring them back to Uncle and Auntie. Blue Rain. I don't know how you feel about me, but I know that I already like you. Although these words are shameless, I still have to say them. If you don't have a good time there, then come back. Fire Dragon City will always be your home. Shoo, don't say any more. I won't be able to bear to leave if you keep talking." A hand covered Yi Qinghan's mouth. The hand was very smooth but somewhat cold. The Rain Empress' eyes sparkled with tears, but she smiled at Yi Qinghan and said, "I'm leaving tomorrow. Tonight, leave me a beautiful memory. Little man, when you first saw me, didn't you fantasize that I would blow you? I will satisfy you." After saying that, the Rain Empress began to kiss Yi Qinghan madly. Her 2 hands forcefully tore Yi Qinghan's clothes, kissing all the way down. Finally, under the gaze of Yi Qinghan's round eyes, twisting her plump buttocks, she squatted on the ground and stared at Yi Qinghan with her big eyes. She stuck out her little tongue and grabbed Yi Qinghan's divine artifact with one hand. Woo! Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly reddened. It was as if the slaughter god's blade's killing intent had rushed to his brain. His entire body began to tremble. He let out a beast-like roar and shouted loudly in his heart, "Daddy Yama Soda-yike." The wonderful night passed in madness. The moment the sky brightened, Blue Rain gently sat up and gazed at the sleeping Yi Qinghan. She smiled and shed 2 lines of clear tears. She silently put on her clothes, quietly walked out of the room, and flew towards the transportation array. Her flying speed was very fast and her figure was very resolute. She directly rushed into the transportation array, not daring to look back. But the moment the transportation array lit up, she couldn't help but turn around to look at the room on the 5th floor. She saw a cyan figure waving at her. Chapter 845. The Myriad Water Manor didn't have 10,000 rivers. It was named that way because the manor lord's name was Myriad Water. Yi Qinghan didn't teleport to the Myriad Water Manor directly. He threw everyone into the Carefree Pavilion. He wore the War God robe and teleported many times between the Longyang Manor and the Dripping Spring Manor before teleporting to the Heaven's Equal Manor next to the Myriad Water Manor. Finally, he teleported to the Myriad Water Manor. Furthermore, when Yi Qinghan appeared in Wanshui City, he had already changed his appearance. He was wearing a flowery robe, a brown conical bamboo hat, and his chin was covered with a veil. He held a long saber in his hand and looked like a standard wandering warrior. Yi Qinghan had to be careful. Yi Qinghan was absolutely safe on the Misty Continent. However, once he left the Star Sea, he wouldn't be under the Misty Lord's control anymore. Lord Devour also said that it wasn't convenient for her to enter the Star Sea often. Although he had a group of very powerful guards with him, they could resist the Venerable for a while and escape into the War Imperial Palace. However, he had too many enemies on the Misty Continent. It was easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. It was better to be careful and keep a low profile. When he arrived at the Myriad Water City, Yi Qinghan was at a loss. He didn't know where to go. In the end, he had no choice but to enter the City Lord's manor. He wanted to understand the Star Sea situation and hire a guide. The city lord's manor was very lively. Countless warriors and war immortals walked in and out. There were countless shops inside. Yi Qinghan didn't go to the War God Pavilion. Although the War God Pavilion had more items, wearing the War God robe could easily expose his identity. He walked around the shops on the first floor and finally entered a shop called Star Sea's Goods Monopoly. The shop wasn't big. There were only some brochures on the top, indicating the categories of various goods. The shop owner was a middle-aged fatty with a kind appearance. As soon as Yi Qinghan walked in, the shop owner immediately came up and bowed politely. "Young master, please have a seat. Flowery serve tea. What kind of items do you need, young master? Our shop is quite famous in Myriad Water City, and should be able to satisfy your needs." Yi Qinghan faintly smiled, thinking that this shop owner really knew how to do business. A small door at the back of the store flashed, and a strange-looking woman attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. This woman's appearance couldn't be considered top-notch, but her ears were very sharp and long. Her chin was also very sharp and her eyes were green. This made Yi Qinghan extremely surprised. "Young master, this is a special race of the Starry Sea, the Cat Lady tribe. If young master likes them, we can sell them as well." The shop owner chuckled and whispered to Yi Qinghan. "How many?" Yi Qinghan asked subconsciously. Then he smiled embarrassedly and thought to himself that he had said he would change his mind. It seemed that he couldn't change his manly nature in such a short time. The fat shop owner seemed to be extremely reluctant. He gritted his teeth and said, "This cat lady is very skillful in bed and she is naturally seductive. She is one of the famous specialties of the Starry Sea. If young master really wants her, I will reluctantly part with her. 10 million divine stones." "Ah, I was just asking." Yi Qinghan waved his hand indifferently, then asked curiously, "A specialty of the Starry Sea? I heard that there are many treasures in the Starry Sea. I wonder if the shop owner can explain to me exactly what it is?" "Ah, young master, you have asked the right question. To be honest, although I am not very strong, I used to wander the Starry Sea when I was young," the fat shop owner said, straightening his back slightly as if he was somewhat proud. Yi Qinghan used his spiritual sense to scan the shop owner. Based on the aura that the shop owner had just released, it was easy to determine that the shop owner was now a peak divine king. The shop owner sensed Yi Qinghan's spiritual sense and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Young master must be joking. Actually, if the young disciples of the prefectures by the Starry Sea don't travel in the Starry Sea, they can't be considered real brave. Only those who can travel in the Starry Sea and survive can be considered real brave. This is the custom of the prefectures by the sea. Ah. Speaking of the treasures and specialties of the Starry Sea, it is the best in the divine realm. There are 50 types of peerless women on the continent, top-notch spiritual fruits, cave abodes left behind by supreme experts, demonic cores of strange demonic beasts in the sea." The shop owner talked to Yi Qinghan for almost an hour, and Yi Qinghan listened with great interest. He would not have known if he had not come, but he was shocked when he came. The Starry Sea was indeed extraordinary. According to the shop owner, the Starry Sea was the most wonderful, most fun, most exciting, and also the most dangerous place in the divine realm. The space in the Starry Sea was extremely unstable. Many spatial cracks could be seen everywhere, and high-level demons often came to the Starry Sea through the weak parts of the space. Moreover, the essence chi in the Starry Sea was also very strange. Some places were very thin while some places were terrifyingly thick. The thick essence chi made it easy to produce all sorts of strange spiritual fruits. The Starry Sea was sealed off by the Sovereign of Stars, who was also the Island Lord of Supreme Island, millions of years ago and did not care about the affairs of the Starry Sea. This also caused the Starry Sea to run amok and killings were common. That was why the Starry Sea became the most exciting, most fun and most dangerous place in the divine realm. It seems like this trip to the Starry Sea will be very interesting. Yi Qinghan thought silently. No wonder the prefectures by the sea would send their young disciples to the Starry Sea to train. Training in such a place was very easy to create batches of elite disciples. Only after experiencing the test of blood and fire would they grow. It was also the easiest to break through between life and death. There were many treasures, and the cave abodes of supreme experts before they died were also easy to encounter great opportunities. Alright, thank you for answering my questions. Please prepare 3 sets of items that I need for the Starry Sea. We have more than 100 people. Do as you see fit. Yi Qinghan said to the shop owner directly after he had more or less understood the situation. 3 sets. More than 100 people. When the plump shop owner heard this, A smile blossomed on his face. Indeed, this hour was not wasted. Sure enough, he was a generous customer. He quickly ran to another table and fiddled with it for a while. Then he took out a list and handed it to Yi Qinghan. "Young master, this is a list of items and their prices. Take a look and see if there are any problems." Yi Qinghan took the list and scanned it. He frowned slightly. The first item that the shop owner wanted was a strange item. Dragon boat? And he suggested to buy the largest one, 100 of them? And each one was priced at 10 million god stones? Although Yi Qinghan had a lot of god stones, he did not want to be taken for a fool. He quickly pointed at the list and looked at the shop owner, waiting for his explanation. The plump shop owner quickly explained, "Young master, please don't misunderstand. I know that you must have a flying tool, but I suggest that you don't use it. You have more than 100 people, so it's best to use this kind of dragon boat. This dragon boat is driven by divine power. The stronger one is, the faster it is. If you have a 5th grade war god warrior, it can be even faster than the phoenix. Moreover, this thing is common in the Starry Sea and is not easy to attack. The higher you fly in the sky of the Starry Sea, the more space cracks there are. You can easily find out this common knowledge. I would never dare to deceive you." "I see." Yi Qinghan thought it made sense. He transmitted his voice to the warriors in the carefree pavilion. After asking, he found that 2 of them had been to the Starry Sea. The shop owner did not deceive them. After a few glances, Yi Qinghan estimated that it was about a few billion god stones. He did not pursue the matter further. He waved his hand and took out a god stone crystal card, slapped it on the table and said, "Prepare the items." The shop owner's body trembled and he blinked his eyes. He didn't expect that this rich man would really buy all of them without haggling. He thought that this young master would only want 1/3 of the items and would bargain for a long time. He quickly nodded and bowed. His face was crooked from smiling. Good. Young master, just wait for a while. Please take a seat. Flowery, hurry up and serve the young master." Chapter 846. After the shop owner walked through the small door, he came out in less than an hour. He handed a spatial ring to Yi Qinghan and said respectfully, "Young master, please check it. Is the number of items correct?" Yi Qinghan took it. The spatial ring was ownerless. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was basically the same as the one in the book. He did not check it carefully and put it away. He stood up and asked, "I want to go to Peach Blossom Island. Which city is the closest to the sea?" Peach Blossom Island is a large island in the southern part of the Starry Sea. Young master can directly teleport to the southernmost divine martial city. It is the closest to the sea from there. There is a map of the Starry Sea in the item just now. Young master can refer to it in detail. Of course, young master can also go to the shops nearby or go to Divine Martial City to find a guide. The shop owner pondered for a moment and said immediately. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at the door behind Yi Qinghan. He smiled again. Yi Qinghan smiled. Since the matter was settled, he did not want to delay the shop owner's business. He turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw a cultivator walking in and was stunned. Although Yi Qinghan was wearing a bamboo hat and his chin was covered, when he raised his head slightly, his eyes could still be seen. The cultivator who walked in saw Yi Qinghan staring at him and subconsciously looked over. When he saw Yi Qinghan's eyes, a trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Then he suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "You are the Han Yi war god? Shikong Luo, don't shout. I will wait for you at the plaza's teleportation array. For now, pretend you don't know me." Yi Qinghan was startled and hurriedly transmitted his voice over. Then he swept his gaze around. Fortunately, the warriors outside didn't seem to care much about this name. Obviously, his name hadn't spread among these low-level warriors yet. He coldly swept his gaze over the shop owner and didn't find anything strange. He hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, you've got the wrong person." Kong Luo was not a fool. Yi Qinghan had fallen into the sealed God Valley decades ago, but now he appeared in the Myriad Water Mansion. There must be some story behind it. Kong Luo hurriedly scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I saw wrongly." Yi Qinghan nodded and left calmly. Kong Luo also quickly bought some items, walked around the city lord's mansion and walked straight to the plaza. Xiaohua, look after the shop. As soon as Kong Luo walked out of the city lord's mansion, the plump shop owner's eyes suddenly lit up. After instructing the maidservant, Zhang Xian gave chase like a leopard. When he saw Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo talking for a short while in the plaza, then walking into the teleportation formation of the divine martial city, his eyes lit up with excitement. He snorted and laughed. Martial Immortal Han Yi, young Master Yi, Fire Dragon City Lord, no wonder you are so generous. Yi, let's go to the Peach Blossom Island. This time they had profited greatly. This information can be sold for 100 billion God stones, right? Yi Qinghan didn't know that his whereabouts had been exposed by Kong Luo's unintentional roar. At this moment he was immersed in the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Kong Luo's step in front of the Beehive Mountain had won his friendship. In the Dripping Spring City, Yi Qinghan had also asked Li Bai about Kong Luo and Gu Yang's whereabouts. In the end he was told that they weren't used to a stable life. After Li Bai gave him some God stones, the two bid farewell and left. They didn't expect to meet again in the Myriad Water City. My lord, didn't you fall there? As soon as they sat down in the private room of the small tea house and waited for Yi Qinghan to release his God domain, Kong Luo hurriedly asked in surprise. I'm out. Kong Luo, why are you in the Myriad Water Mansion? Isn't Gu Yang with you? Why don't I see him? Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He was happy for Kong Luo when he discovered that he had broken through to the Divine King realm. Gu Yang is dead. Kong Luo's face was filled with disappointment, but he didn't look angry. Yi Qinghan was astonished and asked, how did he die? He died in the Star Sea. After we left the Dripping Spring City, Li Bai gave us a sum of God stones. We had the travel expenses and decided to come to the Star Sea to train. More than 30 years ago we encountered God bandits. He was unlucky and didn't manage to escape. Eventually he was killed. Sigh. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and didn't feel too sad. It was normal for Divine World martial artists to die. Since they chose to come to the Divine World, they were prepared to die. After remaining silent for a moment, he asked, are you going to the Star Sea to train now, or are you looking for a place to cultivate in peace? If it's the latter, I will help you arrange it. Kong Luo knew that Yi Qinghan's status wasn't ordinary and didn't think that he was boasting. Kong Luo's eyes revealed a blazing battle intent and his spine straightened as he said, of course I want to continue training in the Star Sea. My lord, you don't know that although the Star Sea is filled with danger, it is a paradise for martial artists who like to live a hot-blooded life. Martial artists who live a comfortable life in the continent definitely don't know how exciting and carefree life in the Star Sea is. I will continue to wander in the Star Sea for the rest of my life. I will either become an absolute expert or die. Yi Qinghan was shocked. He was touched by Kong Luo's words. He was also a martial artist and naturally liked to live a wonderful and exciting life. He was also touched by Kong Luo's spirit and quickly asked, do you know how to get to Peach Blossom Island? My lord also knows about Peach Blossom Island? Of course I know how to get there. Kong Luo looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise and then said with some disappointment, but I can't enter with my identity. The island lord of Peach Blossom Island is a supremacy. Without a certain level of strength or without high potential, martial artists can't enter. Supremacy? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and thought, why didn't Lord Devour tell me clearly? Little princess? Could it be that my son has fallen in love with the supremacy's daughter? He immediately tensed up and hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. He quickly stood up and said to Kong Luo, let's go to Peach Blossom Island. We are going the same way, you lead the way. This. Kong Luo also stood up and blinked his eyes. He thought that this Yi Qinghan was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He didn't bring any guards and didn't plan to form a team. He dared to step into the Star Sea alone. This young master of a big family was really an idiot when it came to the details of life. Kong Luo quickly pulled Yi Qinghan and said, don't worry, don't worry. Later we will go to the War God Pavilion and accept a mission to the southern island. Let's form a team with other adventurers. The two of us can't go to Peach Blossom Island because we don't have any navigational tools. Moreover, if it's just the two of us, we will definitely be killed halfway. You don't have to worry about this. Take a look and see if the items inside are enough. If not, I will go and buy more. As for the guards, you don't have to worry about them. You will know when the time comes. Yi Qinghan was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So, Kong Luo was worried about this. It was not surprising. Kong Luo was just a small divine king, so he shouldn't have any assets. Kong Luo took a look and his eyes suddenly widened. He knew that Yi Qinghan's status was not ordinary, but he didn't expect that there were so many good things in this spatial ring. Moreover, he had only seen them and never touched them. How many divine stones were there? Enough, enough. This thing is enough for us to use for 100 years. Kong Luo swallowed his saliva and nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything more. He put on his bamboo hat, threw a few divine stones and flew out. Kong Luo quickly followed him. Chapter 847. After leaving the city and flying for a short distance, Yi Qinghan saw a red sea. There were many dragon boats similar to the ones in his ring on the sea surface, but most of them were much smaller. He was secretly amazed that the sea water of the Star Sea was actually red. However, he didn't hesitate and flew directly to the sea surface. With a wave of his hand, a huge dragon boat appeared on the sea surface. This dragon boat's shape was very peculiar. It looked like a huge dragon and was completely made of dark golden metal. There was a door on the side. Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo nodded and walked towards the door. The appearance of the huge dragon boat attracted the attention of countless warriors in the vicinity. When they saw only two young divine kings walking in, they were secretly envious. They were obviously the young masters of big families. This dragon boat is indeed the largest and most luxurious type. When Kong Luo came in, he looked around and opened his mouth wide. He was incomparably shocked. He had sat on a dragon boat before, but he had never entered such a big dragon boat. Yi Qinghan also looked around and was very curious. The inside of this dragon boat was similar to the inside of the mountain-piercing armor, but it was much bigger. There was a very big hall and there were small rooms on the left and right. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 rooms. Moreover, this was the middle hall. There was a front hall in front and a door at the back. The decoration inside was very luxurious, and there were many leisure and entertainment tools. It was simply a small palace. Kong Luo, how do you drive the dragon boat? Yi Qinghan looked around and didn't pay much attention to it. There is a driving crystal core at the back. As long as you input divine power, you can control this dragon boat to move in any direction. The higher the strength, the faster the speed. The entire dragon boat's barrier is controlled in the front hall. You can control the dragon boat to see the scenery outside. Yi Qinghan brought Kong Luo to the front hall. The front hall was more luxurious than the middle hall, but there were fewer rooms. There were only a few dozen rooms. It was obviously for distinguished guests to stay in. There were a few control mechanisms on the wall. Kong Luo emitted divine power from his hand and lightly tapped on one of the mechanisms. The walls around the entire dragon boat became transparent. Even the seawater below could be seen clearly. It was very magical. Let's go. Take my men to familiarize themselves with how to control the dragon boat. Prepare to set off. Yi Qinghan smiled and walked towards the central hall. Kong Luo, on the other hand, was baffled. He looked outside, wanting to see where Yi Qinghan's men were. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and a huge golden door appeared within the dragon boat. Then, under Kong Luo's dumbfounded gaze, the first 5 beautiful women to walk out were Yu Qingqing, Yi Yaorao, and Little Firework, who had been pestering him to come along. The people who walked out next made Kong Luo's entire body tremble. In particular, the trace of aura that the Wind Emperor exuded made Kong Luo's legs almost turn to jelly. Greetings, Night Emperor. After the Wind Emperor and the others came out, they glanced around indifferently, then bowed respectfully to Yi Qinghan at the same time. 52 people. 52 experts who are at least 5th grade war gods and 1 7th grade war god? Kong Luo swallowed a few times. This was the first time he had seen so many experts, and it was the first time he was so close to a 7th grade war god. Then he saw an unbelievable scene and his brain could not process it. Night Emperor? What Night Emperor? Shouldn't he be called Young Master? What was the identity of this war god Han Yi? Each of you choose a room. The 50 of you will take turns to drive the dragon boat. The rest of you can rest at will. Yi Qinghan waved his hand indifferently, dismissing the crowd. Then he looked at the numb Kong Luo and said, Kong Luo, I did not mean to hide it from you. Have you heard of Flame Dragon City? I am now the City Lord of Flame Dragon City. Flame Dragon City? You are the City Lord of Flame Dragon City. Kong Luo's lips trembled. Of course he had heard of Flame Dragon City. Not only him, but almost the entire Misty Continent and half of the Star Sea were talking about Flame Dragon City. The battle outside Flame Dragon City was too shocking. More than a dozen palace lords died and even a venerable was killed. Most importantly, that battle confirmed the Misty Continent had an invincible 9th grade war god. How could such a big event not spread quickly? But he did not expect that the young god general he befriended years ago was the instigator of this shocking battle, and the person under the protection of 2 invincible war gods at the same time? Some things still have a long way to go. I will tell you in detail later. Take my people to familiarize themselves with how to control the dragon boat. Let's go first. Yi Qinghan smiled indifferently. He did not care too much about Kong Luo's expression. Now that his status was different, his state of mind had also changed greatly. He signaled Wu Shan to arrange for people to follow Kong Luo to learn. Wu Shan was not very strong, but Yi Qinghan brought him along this time. Wu Shan was very good at conducting himself. He was the most suitable person to be the chief steward. Under Kong Luo's control, the dragon boat began to shoot towards the south. It was indeed very fast. Then Kong Luo controlled the dragon boat to dive into the sea. Although the seawater of the Star Sea looked red from the outside, it was very clear when one dived into it. One could clearly see the scenery at the bottom of the sea. Wow, so beautiful. These fish are so beautiful. What kind of creature is that? It's so magical. It was the first time that Yi Qinghan and his wives dived into the sea like this. It was incomparably magical. Little fireworks and Yi Qingwu stuck to the wall and cried out in joy. The dragon boat only dived into the sea for a while before returning to the surface. It was obvious that Kong Luo was just demonstrating how to operate it. Then the dragon boat began to move forward at full speed on the sea. It turned into a sharp sword like a real dragon breaking through the waves. Not long after, the dragon boat paused for a moment. Then its speed suddenly increased. It was 3 to 4 times faster than before, much faster than the phoenix. It was obvious that a 6th-grade war god under Yi Qinghan had taken over the dragon boat. Yi Qinghan and the women returned to the front hall. He took out a map and carefully studied it. At this time, Wu Shan also came in with Kong Luo. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said to Kong Luo, "At this speed, how long will it take to reach Peach Blossom Island?" Kong Luo was still immersed in excitement. She rubbed her hands and said, "Very fast, very fast. If there are no accidents along the way, we should be able to reach in half a year. My lord, if it were an ordinary person in a dragon boat, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Accidents? What kind of accidents do they usually encounter?" Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and asked worriedly. "This is hard to say. Usually, god bandits will intercept us, or we will encounter a thunderstorm in the Star Sea, or powerful demonic beasts. However, my lord has 7th-grade war gods and so many 6th-grade war gods. I believe no god bandits will dare to intercept us. We should not encounter any big trouble." "Oh? Is that so?" Yi Qinghan also suddenly narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He stood up and turned to look into the distance. He said, "We have just set sail and trouble has already come. Look in front." Wu Shan, Kong Luo, and the women were startled and looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan was looking. On the sea surface to their left, 7 or 8 dragon boats were charging toward them at high speed. It was obvious that their target was their dragon boat. Since they were coming for him, Yi Qinghan did not intend to avoid them. He calmly waved at Wu Shan and said, "Wu Shan, send a voice transmission to ask the dragon boat to stop. I want to see who has the guts to take advantage of me." Chapter 848. The dragon boat suddenly stopped and floated quietly in the sea, waiting for the dragon boat in front to come closer. The formidable martial artists in the dragon boat also rushed out of their rooms, ready to go out to battle. The Wind Thearch's face was flushed red. His chance to earn some merit had come. However, everyone had retracted their auras under Yi Qinghan's instructions. If they scared off these guests, it would not be fun. "My lord, they might be god bandits. I think when we were out at sea, someone saw that we did not bring any guards and thought that we were a big fish and sent a message to the god bandits. There are many spies at the dock." Not only was Kong Luo not worried, but he was also very excited. In the past, when he was drifting in the Star Sea, he would tremble at the sight of god bandits. Now he could finally hold his head high. "We have only set sail for a short while, and god bandits have already appeared. Are the prefectural army of the 10,000 water residents not going to do anything?" Yi Qinghan asked curiously. What's more, Yi Sahanliu's arrival in the Star Sea was also related to the god bandits. Lord Jiao said that it was the god bandits who had ransacked the small cities and tribes on the mainland. These god bandits were too bold. "Kiki, my lord, there is something you do not know." Kong Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery as he smiled and said, "Actually, many god bandits in the Star Sea are related to the great family clans of the continent. Anyway, there are many god bandits in the Star Sea. Many powerful martial artists from the great family clans of the continent would lead their disciples to cover their faces and become god bandits. This way they could obtain a lot of wealth and also train their disciples." "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Qinghan nodded. This was similar to the secret bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain range. Anyway, no one in the Star Sea cared about them. It would be a waste to kill them. As they spoke, the 8 dragon boats had already surrounded Yi Qinghan's dragon boat. The shield above the dragon boat opened up, and countless black-armored martial artists started to rise into the sky. There were close to 1,000 of them, and their aura was overwhelming. Ordinary small martial artists would definitely be scared out of their wits. The Wind Emperor had already extended his divine consciousness out a long time ago. After quietly probing for a while, he immediately reported the situation. There are more than 10 rank SIXS and close to 100 rank 5s. The rest are trash. When Yi Qinghan heard that there were only a dozen or so 6th grade warriors, he completely relaxed. The 50 warriors he brought were all 6th grade, and there were 20 at the pinnacle of 6th grade. The Carefree Pavilion even had 50 pinnacle of 6th grade demonic beasts, not to mention the Wind Emperor, a 7th grade war god. Cultivators in the dragon boat, listen up. You've been surrounded. If you don't want to die, get out. A muffled sound rang out. It was clearly altered by divine power. Although the dragon boat's shield blocked out all sounds from the outside, the sound of divine power could still be heard clearly. All of you go out. Remember, capture those leaders. Don't let them escape. Rob them for me. I'll take half of the treasures and godstones. You can split the rest. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and transmitted his voice to the 50 soul slaves in the middle hall. Divine power emerged from his hands and he directly slapped the mechanism in the small hall. The protective shield of the dragon boat instantly opened, and the metal of the middle hall of the dragon boat also split apart, revealing a large hole. Swish! The 50 war gods all released their divine power and soared into the sky. A shining superior-grade divine artifact instantly appeared in each of their hands. Like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, they locked onto the dozen or so 6th grade formidable martial artists outside and shot forward. 50 ferocious, red-eyed, formidable martial artists with surging divine power appeared. Close to 1,000 god bandits were dumbfounded. Especially when they sensed that among these 50 people, there were more than 10 to 20 pinnacle of 6th grade formidable martial artists. Everyone was in despair. Many of them instinctively wanted to escape. However, after thinking about it, how could they possibly escape? Boom. The 56th grade formidable martial artists were frighteningly fast. Before anyone could react, they had already charged into the crowd. This group of god bandits only had slightly more than 10 6th grade formidable martial artists. Only the strongest leader was at the pinnacle of 6th grade. These dozen or so 6th grade formidable martial artists were instantly surrounded by more than 30 soul slaves. The remaining 10 or so soul slaves, however, were like ferocious demons, killing the surrounding low-level martial artists. Damn it, which bastard sent the message? I want to tear him apart. Boss, the situation is tense. Pull away. Pull away your mother. My lord, please spare our lives. We have eyes but fail to recognize you. We surrender. My lord, please spare our lives. Yes, we surrender. Don't kill us. In just a short period of time, close to 100 low-level martial artists were instantly killed. Although 5th grade and 6th grade were both god emperors, the difference between them was huge. As for the remaining 5th grade and lower martial artists, they were instantly annihilated with a single strike, as if they were chopping up cabbages. Looking at the close to 100 divine crystals floating in the air and the corpses floating on the blood-red sea below, everyone was terrified. One after another, they shouted that they were surrendering. The low-level martial artists even tried to escape in all directions, but they did not dare to run too far. They only followed their leader and shouted that they were surrendering. They did not have a dragon boat. Even if they tried to escape, they would still die. No matter how fast a martial artist was, he could not compare to a dragon boat unless he was a 7th grade war god. That's enough. Stop killing. Let them gather together. Seeing that Little Smoke and Yi Qingyu could not bear to watch, Yi Qinghan spoke calmly and sternly. Little Smoke, this is how the immortal realm is. If we were not strong enough today, we would be the ones dying. Don't be soft-hearted to your enemies. Otherwise, you will die without even knowing how you died. I understand, brother. Yi Qingyu nodded obediently, but she still had a weak expression on her face. It was obvious that if he asked her to kill, she would not have the heart to do so. I will listen to Big Brother Yi. Little Smoke nodded, a look of reminiscence in her eyes. She had not fought in the Lei clan for decades, and her heart had softened. Now that Yi Qinghan said this, she remembered the days in the Shady Fiend stream. At that time she killed without batting an eyelid. Wind the arch, protect them. Yi Qinghan instructed. Then he flew towards the central hall and out of the dragon boat. The Wind Thearch's face was full of bitterness, as if he was vexed that he did not have the chance to make a move. He did not even have the chance to gain merit. Yi Qinghan flew out, and Tianqin immediately brought 2 peak stage 6th grade martial artists to protect him. Yi Qinghan calmly flew in front of everyone. Hundreds of god bandits knelt in midair as they looked at Yi Qinghan, who was slowly flying towards them in fear. They knew that their leader was here. Whether they could survive depended on this person's words. Do you know the distribution of the god bandit groups in the Star Sea? How many groups like yours are there in the Star Sea? Of course, Yi Qinghan was not here to show off. He just wanted to clarify the situation to avoid trouble in the future. Young master, there are countless god bandits in the entire Star Sea. I only know the distribution of the god bandits in the South Sea Islands. That peak stage 6th grade god bandit heard this young master's first question and was overjoyed. He knew that if he answered well, he still had a chance to live. He answered respectfully. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod, he hurriedly continued, in the South Sea Islands the strongest god bandit groups have 10 armies. Each army has a 7th grade war god. The weakest one has a lower 7th grade god bandit and close to 30 peak stage 6th grade gods. The strongest one is the Poison Fang army. The 3 leaders are all 7th grade and the big leader, Poison Fang, is a peak stage 7th grade god bandit. They have 100 peak stage 6th grade gods. However, the top 10 god bandit armies usually do not appear in the shallow seas. Chapter 849. After listening to the god bandit chieftain's detailed explanation, Yi Qinghan felt slightly more at ease. The Star Sea was divided into 5 regions: North, South, East, West and Inner. Yi Qinghan was going to the South Sea Islands now. The South Sea was huge, almost as big as the ethereal continent. In such a huge region, there were only 10 god bandit legions with 7th grade war gods. Would he be so unlucky as to meet them? However, this chieftain's words made Yi Qinghan very vexed. There were actually thousands of groups with 6th grade war gods like them in the South Sea Islands. Their group was considered a middle grade god bandit group. Low grade god bandit groups were countless and could be seen everywhere. When they reached Peach Blossom Island, they would probably meet god bandits along the way. Wouldn't that be very vexing? Alright. Tian Qin, ask them to hand over their interspatial rings, weapons and armor, and then ask them to scram. If they dare to hide anything, kill them all. After asking enough questions, Yi Qinghan turned and flew back into the dragon boat, leaving behind all the god bandits who looked as if their fathers had died. He looked like a young master from a great family clan, but why did he do things the same as them god bandits? He was not particular. However, no one dared to hide anything. This young master had said that if they hid anything, they would all be killed. All the god bandits handed over their interspatial rings, weapons and armor, and finally escaped into the dragon boat. Tian Qin flew back with his men and started to organize the items in the interspatial rings. Finally, Wuxia came back to report. He said that they had seized billions of divine stones, treasures and divine artifacts. Altogether, they had seized a little more than 10 billion divine stones. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Why is it so little?" Kong Luo was already used to Yi Qinghan's wealth. It seemed like 10 billion divine stones was not enough for Yi Qinghan. Kong Luo immediately explained, "My lord, god bandits often kidnap other god bandits. All god bandits usually store most of their treasures and divine stones in their own cave abodes. The great god bandit groups in the Star Sea usually only rob divine stones and women. They do not kill people. Hence, every time they rob, they would store a large number of divine stones and treasures to avoid being robbed and killed by stronger god bandit groups. In that case, just give them all. I don't want my share." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and asked Wuxia to make the arrangements. He was not short of god stones, so he was not interested in this small amount. Just as he was about to send a voice transmission to Wuxia to get someone to set sail, the Wind Emperor frowned and looked behind him, saying, "Master, there are 2 dragon boats chasing after us." Strange things were common, but there were many of them today. Were there really so many people who were not afraid of death? Something's wrong. As Yi Qinghan spoke, his expression became serious. There were 2 dragon boats chasing after him. Furthermore, they were faster than his own dragon boat. This meant that there were 6th grade war gods on the dragon boats. The god bandit corpses were still floating outside, and yet these 2 dragon boats dared to chase after them. This meant that there were formidable martial artists on these 2 dragon boats. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He immediately went to the central hall and released all 50 demonic beasts in the carefree pavilion. He quickly returned to the front hall and prepared to take the ladies back to the War Imperial Palace if anything happened. The entire dragon boat was filled with anger because of the appearance of the 50 demonic beasts. Kong Luo, on the other hand, was trembling under the tyrannical aura of the 50 powerful demonic beasts. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Wind Emperor also became nervous because he felt that there were formidable martial artists with the same aura as him in the two dragon boats. Two 7th grade war gods? This was troublesome. Before long, before the two dragon boats got close, Yi Qinghan also smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and told the Wind Emperor not to be nervous. He then ran into the central hall and opened the teleportation door of the carefree pavilion. He let all the demonic beasts in. He then faced the puzzled ladies and the Wind Emperor and said, "It's Li Shu'er and Yin Ling." Yi Qinghan immediately sent a message to the battle beast, Xiaohei. "Your wife is looking for you. Do you want to see her or not?" "Boss, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Let's wait until the Peach Blossom Island. My current realm is low and I haven't transformed yet. I have to lower my head in front of that woman. I have to work hard to refine the spiritual fruits my aunt gave me. Just tell her that I'm cultivating in seclusion and you can't contact me." Lord Devour gave Xiaohei 2 rings. One ring contained a drop of blood and then disappeared. The other ring contained a large number of spiritual fruits. After refining them, the strength of the soul could be gradually increased. Of course, Xiaohei started to refine them immediately. Li Shu'er had transformed and he felt the pressure. He did not need Yi Qinghan to tell him to cultivate in seclusion on his own. "All right." Yi Qinghan smiled. It was good that Xiaohei wanted to cultivate on his own initiative. Deep down he admired Lord Devour more. He could find such fruits that could continuously increase the soul. It should be known that this kind of spiritual fruit was only effective for the first time. Although this kind of fruit grew slowly, it could be said that it was more valuable than top-grade spiritual fruits. However, Lord Devour had given him hundreds of them. Yi Qinghan took the women and flew out. The two dragon boats also approached. Li He took Li Shu'er, and Yu Piao took Yin Ling. "Brother Li He, Lord Yu, Lady Shu'er, Lady Ling, what a coincidence. Where are you going?" Li Shu'er looked mischievous. She flew over and pulled little fireworks' hand. Then she giggled and said, He, Brother Yi, it's not a coincidence. We're here to find you. I've begged my father for a long time and he finally agreed. I've wanted to come to the Star Sea to play for a long time. Thanks to you I finally got my wish." Li He and Yu Piao were begrudging. Yin Ling gazed at little firework and Yin Ling blinking her eyes constantly. It was obvious that she came here for the two women. Yu Piao looked at Yi Qinghan, who was frowning. She forced a smile and said, "Young Master Yi, let's go together. We can take care of each other. We don't have a destination. We'll go with you. I'm sure she won't cause any trouble. Alright, you guys follow behind us. I'm going to the sea for several years. When you've had enough fun we'll part ways." He understood that Li Shu'er and Yin Ling were masters who liked to make trouble. However, he owed the Li family and the Rain Butterfly Island a favor, so he couldn't refuse them. "No, I'll go with you guys on the dragon boat. It's safer to stay together." Just when Yi Qinghan was about to bring his people onto the dragon boat, Yin Ling spoke. Seeing Yi Qinghan raise his eyebrows and was about to refuse, she hurriedly said, "My dear young Master Yi, you owe me 3 requests. It's not too much for me to use one of them and stay with you guys, right? You have so many experts with you and I can't do anything by force. Okay, let's go. Come on in, I'm in a hurry." Yi Qinghan's refusal was at the tip of his tongue, but he forcefully suppressed it. He gave her a warning look, but in his heart he thought, "You don't even have a tool, what can you do by force?" Li He and Yu Piao had the same intention. Although they brought many experts, they weren't as generous as Yi Qinghan. The Rain Butterfly Island and the Dripping Spring Mansion needed experts to hold the fort. They only brought more than 26th grade war gods and some 5th grade war gods. With Yi Qinghan, everyone would be safer. Chapter 850. After entering the dragon boat, Yi Qinghan gestured for Wu Shan to arrange for people to sail the boat. Li He and Yu Piao also sent voice transmissions to their subordinates, asking them to follow this dragon boat. Yi Qinghan brought the group into the front hall and asked curiously, "How did you know our route?" Li Shu'er smiled embarrassedly, stuck out her tongue and said, He, Big Brother Yi, our Dream Demon Dragon Mount is famous for our tracking abilities in the divine domain. We have been with you for such a long time. Even if we met someone once, we have the confidence to track them within a 5 million kilometer radius. Formidable. Yi Qinghan gave a thumbs up. This ability was heaven-defying. It looked like those who offended Supremacy Li Quan had nowhere to hide. This Dream Demon Dragon Mount not only had an innate mystical ability, but it also had such heaven-defying abilities. There are many rooms here. You can choose any one. The dragon boat moved forward at full speed as Yu Qingqing brought Li Shui and Yin Ling to choose their rooms. Yu Qingqing did not mind Yin Ling gaze at all. She had an otherworldly aura and the demeanor of a matriarch. Li Shui's relationship with Xiao He was not ordinary. All the ladies treated her the most affectionately, but they were only polite to Yin Ling. Yi Qinghan and the Wind the Arch accompanied Li He and Yu Piapiao as they sat in the front hall and chatted. Li He and Yu Piapiao wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was grateful to the two of them, and the Wind the Arch was completely sensible as he kept flattering them. The four of them chatted happily. The dragon boat had 6th grade formidable martial artists taking turns to drive it, and its speed was frighteningly fast. In a few days they had traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers. Along the way they met a few groups of god bandits. It was just that the weaker god bandits immediately changed directions when they saw the dragon boat's speed. For the stronger god bandit groups, the Wind the Arch released his aura to make it easier for the horses to escape. Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to rob them, it was more important to hurry. Big Brother Li He, how are the 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade and 9th grade different? Is there any difference between it and the 1st, 2nd or 3rd stage of the God Emperor realm? In just a few months, Yi Qinghan did not wish to remain in closed-door cultivation. So, he allowed half of his soul to comprehend the laws while he started asking about the specifics of cultivation. He's still a pseudo-war god right now, so there are a lot of things he doesn't understand. Now that he has the time, of course he has to figure it out. This is actually very simple. Li He was also bored. Since Yi Qinghan sincerely wanted to ask, he naturally answered his doubts seriously. I believe you also know that above the God King realm is God Emperor. God Emperor is divided into 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, and Invincible God Emperor. Actually, an Invincible God Emperor is equivalent to a 9th grade Invincible Battle God. The Battle God Pavilion's ranking system is just a little more detailed. There are too many battle gods in the divine realm, so martial artists are used to using the Battle God Pavilion's ranking system to differentiate the strength of martial artists. Li He continued, God Emperor is a threshold, but there are also God Emperors who have fused 3 high-grade profound mysteries to break through, and there are also some who have comprehended some random low-grade profound mysteries to break through. Of course their strength is different. The Battle God Pavilion gives the title of 5th grade to martial artists who have fused 3 types of high-grade profound mysteries, as well as strong attack, defense, and speed. Only those who have comprehended 5 types of high-grade profound mysteries will be bestowed the title of 6th grade war god. Above 6th grade war gods are lower 6th grade, upper 6th grade and peak 6th grade. They correspond to 5, 6 and 7 types of high-grade profound mysteries. Once you comprehend 8 types of profound mysteries, you will become a 7th grade war god. 7th grade war gods are also divided into 3 levels, corresponding to 80 to 90 types of high-grade profound mysteries. But if you want to break through to 8th grade venerable, you have to comprehend 12 types of high-grade profound mysteries and reach the realm of small perfection. Only then will the laws of heaven and earth bestow upon you the power of origin. So complicated, the more Yi Qinghan listened, the more puzzled he became. He pondered for a moment and asked again, I feel that these high-grade profound mysteries are not too difficult to comprehend. As long as one has the ability to comprehend, the lifespan of a divine realm martial artist is already so long. Why are there so few 7th and 8th grade martial artists? Also, for example, the difference between lower 6th grade and upper 6th grade is only one high-grade profound mystery, but why do I feel that the difference in strength is so great? The moment Yi Qinghan's words left his mouth, the 3 war gods were stunned. They looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously, their hearts filled with doubt. As the young master of the Soul Devourer manner, Yi Qinghan did not even understand such a simple principle. Did the experts of the Soul Devourer manner not explain it to him? How did he train to reach the Divine King realm and Soul Cultivator realm? The Wind Emperor's expression turned awkward and he hurriedly explained, Master, the more profound mysteries one comprehends, the harder it is to comprehend. This is common knowledge in the divine realm. The stronger an expert is, the more difficult it is to make every step forward. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, experts will have power. Every time they comprehend a profound mystery, their power will increase, and they will oppress their enemies. Under this power, the enemy's power will be greatly reduced, and their strength will definitely be much stronger. Power? So magical. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Of course, no one had taught him these things. He even became a soul cultivator by accident. If it wasn't for his soul mutation, he would still be a little divine general right now. Then tell me about the 8th and 9th grade. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of losing face, and he excitedly looked at the three of them. Lord Devour did not tell him about these things, so he did not have time to ask the Wind Emperor and the others. 8th grade origin, 9th grade will. Yu Piapiao took over and said, once the origin is revealed, who can compete with it? No one can resist the will. 8th grade is the power bestowed by the law of heaven and earth after merging 12 high-grade profound mysteries to the small completion. The power of the origin is indestructible. Even a supreme divine tool can be destroyed by continuous attacks. It is the most original power of heaven and earth. The 9th grade is the fusion of an ultimate profound mystery, which is the invincible God Emperor. When 5 profound mysteries of a law are fused into one, it is the great completion. It is considered to have completely comprehended the origin of this law, so the law of heaven and earth will bestow will. The will can use space power to oppress the enemy directly. Within the will, it is invincible. Although a martial artist is strong, how can he resist the power of heaven and earth? I see. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. No wonder a rank 8 venerable was so strong. A peak rank 7 was no match for them, and a rank 9 was even more invincible. They could use the power of heaven and earth. How could you resist them? He groaned inwardly. Lord Devour said that he wanted him to reach rank 9. That meant he had to fuse an ultimate profound mystery. He had fused a high-grade profound mystery by accident, but how many rank 9 experts were there in the entire divine world? One could imagine the difficulty of fusing an ultimate profound mystery. It was the great completion of a law. How could it be easy? Something is not right. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered something. In his mind, that ball of cotton. It seemed to be the power of a venerable's origin? However, he could not use it now. If he could confirm it with the Wind Emperor. If it was really the power of the origin, then, wouldn't he be a venerable? The more he thought about it, the more it felt like it. It suddenly appeared after he was struck by the lightning. Moreover, there was such a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. It was obvious that the law of heaven and earth was showing its power. Most importantly, this lightning could actually enter the War Imperial Hall. The War Imperial Hall was in a parallel space. If this lightning was not the power of the origin bestowed by the law of heaven and earth, there was no other explanation. Yi Qinghan's heart started to burn. He thought to himself that he had to cultivate hard in the future. He was probably not strong enough now. When he was strong enough, he could use that ball of weird stuff. Then everything would be clear. If it was really the power of the origin, he would be rich. Chapter 851. In the following time, the dragon boat became peaceful. With 3 7th-grade war gods keeping watch, no god bandits came to rob them. The dragon boat sailed towards Peach Blossom Island at a flying speed. Yi Qinghan returned to his room. Yu Qingqing and the others were all gathered in the room and chatting. He did not join in the fun. After sitting in the room for a while, he started to worry for Xiaohe. He sent a voice transmission. Xiaohe, you can't keep hiding from Li Shui. Your comprehension of the nomological laws is so low. You will need hundreds of thousands of years to realize the God the Arch Realm and take human form. Xiaohe's voice transmission came not long after. There is no need. My aunt in Flame Dragon City sent me a voice transmission. She thought of a good idea for me. We soul-devouring beasts are spiritual beasts. As long as my soul reaches the God the Arch Realm, my aunt will have a way to help me take human form. Otherwise, I will not work so hard every day to refine the spirit fruits. Damn. This works too? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and sighed in disbelief. Lord Devour was really awesome. No wonder Xiaohe was so lazy and had not stopped refining recently. However, Yi Qinghan guessed that even if Xiaohe's soul reached the God the Arch Realm, Lord Devour would have to pay a huge price to take human form. However, to a pinnacle martial artist like Lord Devour, treasures and divine stones were no longer important. Xiaohe's marriage was the most important. Xiaohe, if your soul reaches the God the Arch Realm, what level of martial artist can we kill with our combined mystical ability, soul-devouring world? Suddenly Yi Qinghan thought of something and sent a voice transmission. Soul Chaos and Soul-Devouring World were based on the strength of their souls. The stronger their souls, the stronger the Soul Chaos and Soul-Devouring World. However, there was a difference between Soul Chaos and Soul-Devouring the World. Soul Chaos was released by Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's soul strength was the main one, and Xiaohe's soul strength was the main one. The Soul Devourer was released by Xiaohe. In fact, it was his innate mystique. This was based on the strength of Xiaohe's soul and Yi Qinghan's soul. During Li Shuer's coming-of-age ceremony, it was because Xiaohe's soul had suddenly broken through to the God King realm that he had swallowed Tu Xia's soul protection artifact. I'm not too sure. Probably a 5th grade war god or something like that could be instantly killed. As for grade 6, I'm not sure. The God Emperor's power is very powerful. Xiaohei was not sure either. He could only make a rough guess. Yes, you should cultivate well. Yi Qinghan did not continue to dwell on this issue. Xiaohei's soul would probably need a long time to reach the God Emperor realm. The spirit fruits he had were definitely not enough. He was also not sure if Lord Devour could provide more spirit fruits. Moreover, his current goal was even further. Cultivating himself was the way to go. Yi Qinghan began to organize his cultivation direction. At present, cultivating the soul was still the most important. At the very least, he had to leave his soul at the God Emperor realm and reach the 7th grade. However, the comprehension of the nomological laws was not as casual as before. He had to approach the high-level occult mysteries and the ultimate occult mysteries. If he wanted to become a peak warrior, he had to comprehend the high-level occult mysteries. This was a long and arduous cultivation path with a long way to go. Soul poison jade knife. Demonic voice. Illusory fog. Yi Qinghan flipped his hand, and 3 kinds of soul skills appeared in his hand. These were given to him by the Rain Empress, but he did not have time to cultivate them. He gave the cultivation method of soul annihilation to the Rain Empress, and the Rain Empress also gave the 3 most powerful soul skills to Yi Qinghan. The soul poison jade knife was silent. As long as one was hit, the soul would be invaded by the soul poison. The demonic voice could make the enemy fall into a trance, and the illusory fog could make the enemy misjudge and hallucinate. They were all first-class soul skills, comparable to soul annihilation. As for the soul poison jade knife, Yi Qinghan did not have time to buy the materials, so he could not refine the soul poison. Moreover, the materials were more difficult to buy, so Yi Qinghan could only put them aside for the time being. The illusory fog was more difficult to cultivate, so he began to cultivate the demonic voice. They had been traveling for more than half a month, and there were still more than 2 months left. Originally, Yi Qinghan did not plan to cultivate, but he found it boring to sit all day. With Yin Ling Little Firework and Li Shuai around, he did not have time to accompany the 4 girls, so he interrupted his closed-door cultivation for a period of time. The demonic voice was a good thing. It was similar to Yu Qingqing's divine sound law. It might not be as powerful as the divine sound law, but when it was released, it was more strange and one would be hit without knowing why. When experts fought, if one's soul suddenly fell into a trance, it would be a dead end. He immediately entered the soul silent state, and the 2 souls began to study the demonic voice. Under the soul silent state, his soul C began to grow slowly. With the addition of the soul jade above his soul C, the speed of growth was even faster. The speed of comprehending this kind of soul skill was even faster. With the 2 souls comprehending together, and then verifying with each other, Yi Qinghan's speed of comprehension was dozens of times faster than ordinary people. Lord Yu Piao, how long will it take to reach Peach Blossom Island? Yi Qinghan was cultivating in his room, and the girls had nothing to do. Instead, they began to pester Li He and Yu Piao, and they started to ask questions. Yi Qingwu was especially anxious. Every time she thought about the time when she ascended to the divine realm, Yi Sihan's pale face, that little face that wanted to cry, but resisted the urge to do so. Her heart ached. It's not too far away. Yu Piao smiled gently. The Rain Butterfly Island was in the east of the Star Sea, and she was very familiar with the terrain of the Star Sea. With a flip of her hand, a map appeared on the table, and the girls quickly gathered around. Yu Piao pointed at the map and said, "Look, we are almost here. In another 1.5 months, we will reach Flying Snow Island. This is one of the 3 big islands in the southern archipelago. The island lord of Flying Snow Island is also a venerable. In another half a month we will reach Peach Blossom Island." Li He smiled and continued, "We will rest on Flying Snow Island for 3 to 5 days. If we sit on the dragon boat for too long, our bodies will be tired. The 2 of us are fine, but you guys are probably not used to it, right? I will let you guys see the wonderful scenery of Flying Snow Island." Flying Snow Island? Is there snow in the divine realm? Little Smoke's watery eyes lit up. Snow was a common thing in many material planes, but she had never even seen rain in the immortal realm. She had read about it in some books, so of course she was excited when she heard it. "Hee hee, little firework, you don't know, but in our Fire Dragon continent, there is a floating snow city. It snows all year round and it is very beautiful. If you have time, let my brother bring you there to play." Yi Qingyu and Firework were the best friends, so she said with a sweet smile. When Yi Qingyu finished speaking, Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu were stunned. They both thought of the Fire Dragon continent. They hadn't been back for a long time, so they secretly thought that they should let Yi Qinghan bring them there when they have time. Saber Emperor and Yi Qingyu, who had not come out of the room, happened to come out at this time. When they heard Yi Qingyu talking about the Fire Dragon continent, they also felt a trace of longing and helplessness. Both of them had refined the divine crystal, so it was very difficult to improve their strength. The two of them looked at each other and decided to wait until they reached Fire Dragon Island to see the ancestors of the 5 major clans, and then return to the Fire Dragon continent. They were not used to the divine realm. Chapter 852. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yi Qinghan walked out of his room. He had already mastered the demonic voice a few days ago. He had also comprehended the illusory fog before he managed to make it out. He knew that he was about to reach the flying snow island. When he walked out of the room, he saw that everyone was gathered in the front hall. Furthermore, the dragon boat had actually dived underwater, and the scenery around them was very strange. There were actually countless huge reefs, and within the reefs there were countless black holes. Big brother Yi, come quickly. Let's see the wonders of the Star Sea. Little Smoke was standing in a position where she could see Yi Qinghan's room. She quickly waved at Yi Qinghan excitedly. Hee, what are you looking at? What is this? Yi Qinghan smiled at everyone and walked over. This is the wonders of the Star Sea, the myriad gods' cave. Li He explained to Yi Qinghan, the heaven-earth essence chi in the Star Sea is very strange. Some places have thin essence chi while others have frighteningly thick essence chi. The 3 main islands are the islands in the South Sea with the thickest heaven-earth essence chi. All of them are occupied by the 3 supremacies. Actually, if you exclude the spirit gathering array on the islands, the myriad gods' cave beneath the 3 main islands has the thickest heaven-earth essence chi. In ancient times, because no one studied restriction arrays, some supreme powerhouses did not choose to live on the islands. Instead, they dug cave abodes underwater. The deeper you go, the thicker the spirit chi. There are more cave abodes left behind by the ancient powerhouses. However, there are also more powerful demonic beasts. This is also the reason why there are so many treasures in the Star Sea. I see. Yi Qinghan nodded. Legend had it that there were countless powerhouses in ancient times. The 10 ancient gods had mysterious abilities and magical powers. They were much stronger than the warriors of today. Legend has it that in ancient times, even 9th grade war gods weren't truly invincible. The ancestor of the Lei family, the Thunder God, was one of the 10 ancient gods. However, no one knew why those powerful ancient gods fell one after another. Li He smiled again. His eyes lit up as he continued, actually brother Yi, it's not a big deal. Most of the supreme divine artifacts that the divine world powerhouses have come from ancient times. For example, Supremacy Evelmun's god-slaying sword. Of course, the wrath of the dancing butterfly might have been refined by the Soul Emperor. But even if the Soul Emperor didn't die, it was impossible for him to refine too many transcendent grade divine artifacts. At most, he would only be able to refine 1 or 2. This was because the materials needed to refine a transcendent grade divine artifact were far too rare. At most, there would be 1 supreme divine artifacts. That is why so many people come in the Star Sea to search for treasures. Yi Qinghan nodded faintly and didn't continue this topic. He didn't lack treasures. At this moment, he just wanted to cultivate his power, and he didn't have the mood to hunt for treasures. If Lord Devour didn't ask him to go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he wouldn't even want to go there. He said, yeah, when we have time we'll go there to hunt for treasures. The dragon boat began to float up slowly. Even though it was already below flying of the island, it took an hour to get close to the island. It was not hard to imagine how big the island was. There was a misty shield above flying of the island. Many places in the Star Sea were covered in mist. From afar, it was impossible to see that it was a big island. This is the Water Spirit Array. It uses the power of the water element to resist the enemy's attack. Brother Yi, don't underestimate the Water Spirit Array. Even if an 8th grade venerable were to attack it, it would take a long time to break it. Because it relies on the power of the nearby water element. This island is surrounded by seawater. Water element is endless. That is why it is so powerful. Of course, this array is not as powerful in the Misty Continent. Li Quan ignored Li Shui's objection and called Yi Qinghan the same way. Yi Qinghan did not mind. He smiled and said, how do we enter flying of the island? That is simple. Bring your guards into the interspatial ring. Leave 1 or 2 to watch the dragon boat. Open the shield. Let's go out. Yi Qinghan quickly opened the mechanism. Li He and Yu Piapiao went out first. When Yi Qinghan kept the soul slaves and flew out with everyone, Li He and Yu Piapiao had already packed up. Li He took the lead and flew out of the shield. Divine power revolved around his hands and attached to the shield. Not long after, a large door opened on the shield. A team of guards wearing snow-white armor flew out. Li He threw out a godstone crystal card without saying a word. That guard kept the card and pointed to the door. He said politely, "Welcome to Flying of the Island." Li He nodded in their direction and the group flew inside. Once they entered the door, the scenery suddenly changed. The temperature of the air dropped by tens of degrees. However, everyone was a deity-tier martial artist. They could still withstand this chill. Wow, is this snow? It is so beautiful. Brother, this place is even more beautiful than floating Snow City. Moreover, the snow has a faint purple glow. It is so beautiful. What flowers are these? Plum blossoms don't look like plum blossoms. However, they are even more beautiful than plum blossoms. Moreover, the fragrance is especially nice. The girls were attracted by the beautiful scenery the moment they entered. Yi Qinghan was slightly astonished too. The buildings on Flying of the Island were very unique. They were not tall and only had one floor. Moreover, they were all made of wood. There was not a single stone tile. There were strange trees all around. They had very few green leaves, but pink and purple flowers covered every branch. It was snowing heavily. The snow was white but shone with a purple glow. It was abnormally beautiful. Yu Piao Piao had been to the Flying Snow Island before, but she still took a deep breath of intoxication. She said, "This snow is actually an artifact that Island Master Flying Snow obtained in the Myriad God Cavern. This artifact doesn't have any offensive capabilities, but it has turned the Flying Snow Island into such a beautiful place. However, because of this artifact, Flying of the Island earns at least trillions of divine stones every year. The pavilions here are even sold at sky-high prices. Ching Ching, this flower is called the First Sight Flower. It was named by Island Lord Flying of the Island to commemorate the first time he met his wife." The group walked along the main road. The entire Flying of the Island was actually a huge city. With a glance, it was filled with wooden pavilions and smooth roads. But due to the good planning of the city, the buildings were arranged in clusters here and there. Moreover, they were all made of wood and had only one floor. As a result, the Flying of the Island did not have the hustle and bustle of a city. Instead, it had the tranquility of a countryside. In the end, everyone took a seat in an elegant little restaurant on the side of the main road. They drank scalding hot tea, looked at the First Sight Flower in the distance, and the purple snow that filled the sky, and felt a sense of peace and tranquility in their hearts. They were incomparably satisfied. Shio. Not long later, an ear-piercing sound broke the tranquil atmosphere. Several chariots flew over from afar. It was rare for chariots to fly. Yi Qinghan had never seen one before. The chariots were being pulled by two mutated beasts with snow-white dragon heads, horse bodies, and huge wings. The chariot was entirely constructed with white metal. It was imposing. Those mutated beasts were emitting a horrifying aura. Chapter 853. Dragon Horse Chariot, that's young Master Fei Li's mount. Where is young Master Fei Li heading to? Hehe, you guys don't know this, but Prince Fei Li is going to Peach Blossom Island to propose. How could Prince Fei Li miss out on the Moon Queen and the little princess of Peach Blossom Island? Let alone the young master, even the Feather Moon Island's young master Yubuki would definitely go. I heard that the young masters from the West Sea, East Sea, and North Sea are also coming. I'm preparing to go to the Peach Blossom Island in a few days to watch the fun. Hehe, the Peach Blossom Island master only has one little princess. Of course, he has to learn from that venerable Li Quan of the floating continent. If he doesn't choose, he will choose the best young master in the Starry Sea. This is going to be interesting. Sigh, what a pity. There is no God Emperor leading the way on Peach Blossom Island. I can't even enter the gate. I won't have the chance to see this grand occasion. These huge chariots alarmed the guests in the restaurant, as well as the guests in the restaurants next to them. These people all got up and walked out of the restaurant. Then they sighed in disgust. God damn it, she really is the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter. This is really troublesome. Yi Qinghan put on a bitter face. When Lord Devour mentioned the little princess, Yi Qinghan had a bad premonition. Now that he had confirmed it and heard that so many young masters from the big families were rushing over, he knew that there was going to be trouble this time. Yi Qinghan had very complicated feelings towards Yi Sihan. He desperately wanted to see Yi Sihan, but he was also afraid to see her. Perhaps this was how a first-time father felt. After Yi Sihan was born, Yi Qinghan hadn't seen him. He felt so guilty. Yi Sihan didn't come back with Lord Devour, and Yi Qinghan was worried that he hated him. In short, his mood was so complicated. This was Yi Qinghan's first time meeting Yi Sihan, so of course he wanted to leave a good impression. How could he leave such a good impression? The peach blossom little princess was a very good idea. Since he didn't come back because of this little princess, it meant that he really liked this little princess. If Yi Qinghan could go over and help Yi Sihan successfully marry the little princess, not only would he be able to make it up to Yi Sihan, but he would also be able to accept him as an incompetent father. But the island lords of Flying Snow Island and Feather Moon Island were all venerables. Moreover, all the famous young masters of the entire Star Sea would come. Basically all the large islands in the Star Sea were occupied by venerables. That meant there were close to 10 young masters from venerable clans. And how many years had Yi Sihan been cultivating? He hadn't even spent 30 years in the immortal world, so how could his cultivation be so high? Then, it would be much more difficult to find a husband. If he saw Yi Sihan for the first time and was heartbroken over this little princess, how could Yi Qinghan feel good? The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. Yi Qinghan stood up and decided to rush to the Peach Blossom Island. He wanted to find out the situation in advance so that his son could defeat these young masters and marry the little princess of the Peach Blossom Island. Everyone knew that Yi Qinghan came to the Star Sea because of his son. They could also guess some of Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Seeing Yi Qinghan's gloomy expression, they didn't ask too much. Everyone silently followed Yi Qinghan and flew outside. The customs of the divine realm and the material plane were different. Looking at the situation, Little Firework clearly didn't mind that Yi Qinghan had a wife and son. The lifespan of a God Realm martial artist was very long. Those who hadn't reached 100 years old were considered young. However, 100 years was not short either. Of course, there were many young masters who got married and had children. This was very normal. Therefore, in the divine realm, as long as the other party was not tens of thousands of years older than them, they wouldn't mind. There was no doubt that Little Firework had fallen in love with Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan pretended not to see it. He had too many love debts. He really didn't dare to provoke girls anymore. Everyone immediately boarded the dragon boat and rushed to the Peach Blossom Island at full speed. Big Brother Li He, Lord Yu Piapiao, how much do you know about the Peach Blossom Island, Lord? After entering, Yi Qinghan immediately asked Li He and Yu Piapiao to see if they had any good information that he could use. I have never been to the Peach Blossom Island. I don't know. Li He shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Yu Piapiao was silent for a while before she slowly said, I have heard some things about this Peach Blossom Island Lord. He is very prideful and loves treasures. He especially loves treasures. It is said that before he became a supremacy, he was the leader of the largest god bandit army in the Southern Sea. He once attacked the Southern Sea's Mausoleum Island for a treasure. If City Lord Yi can take out a priceless treasure, I reckon this matter will be easy to settle. Treasure? Yi Qinghan became silent. He had many treasures. Battle Imperial Hall, Sealed God Valley, Black Stone, Slaughter God Saber, Divine Sword, Soul Jade, Top-Notch Mutated Fruit and Soul-Destroying Secret Manuals were all rare treasures. However, the Black Stone, Battle Imperial Hall, and Sealed God Valley could not be given away. As for the Slaughter God Saber and Divine Sword, they could not be given away either. Soul Jade, Top-Notch Mutated Fruit, and Soul-Destroying Secret Manuals. Although these were considered rare treasures, it was obvious that with the Peach Blossom Island Lord status, he would not be interested in them. If there is no other way, I can only take out the Slaughter God Saber or Divine Sword. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and said. Although the Slaughter God Saber and Divine Sword were important, his son's happiness was more important. If he could compensate Yi Sihan properly and make his son happy, Yi Qinghan would not hesitate to do so. The dragon boat moved forward quickly. Along the way they encountered some small islands. These islands also had water spirit arrays. Li He's divine senses were the strongest. He had already instructed the experts controlling the dragon boats to take a detour and head straight for the Peach Blossom Island. On the 10th day of the dragon boat's journey, Li He once again detected a small island in front of them. He was prepared to ask them to take a detour. However, a strange change suddenly occurred. Countless dragon boats suddenly emerged from the sea and instantly surrounded the 3 dragon boats that Yi Qinghan and the others were on. Li He's expression turned serious as he used his divine senses to scan the area. He said worriedly, we might have encountered one of the top 10 god bandit legions in the South Sea. I reckon that the island in front is their nest. There is an illusionary spirit array nearby. We have entered their territory by mistake. Swish. Tens of dragon boats that were the same size as Yi Qinghan and the others flew out. There were close to 10,000 martial artists, and all of them had ferocious auras. Without saying a word, they directly sent energy attacks at the three dragon boats. Yi Qinghan's expression turned cold as he waved his hand and kept the female saber empresses, Yi Qingyo and Kongluo Wu Mountain into the combat emperor palace. He then sent a voice transmission to all the experts to prepare for battle. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, the three dragon boats instantly exploded. With the Wind Emperor protecting Yi Qinghan, he was naturally unharmed. The dozens of people on Yi Qinghan's side, as well as the experts from the Li clan's Rain Butterfly Island, could only float in the air. This is the Pirate King Legion, ranked 8th among the top 10 armies. Only 2 7th-grade war gods dare to rob us? They must be courting death. Everyone from the Li clan, kill them all. Li He used his divine senses to scan and immediately understood the other party's situation. He revealed a look of disdain as he shouted at the Li clan and took the lead to float out. Rain Butterfly Battle Team, follow me and kill. A pair of 5-colored wings appeared behind Yu Piapiao's back as she revealed an excited expression. The Rain Butterfly Island's martial artists also revealed pairs of 5-colored wings. They were as fast as lightning as they charged towards the god bandits. Boss. Yi Qinghan immediately opened the doors of the carefree pavilion. 50 peak stage 6th grade demonic beasts appeared, and their violent auras instantly enveloped the entire sea region. Yi Qinghan revealed a cold smile as he waved his hand and shouted angrily, Tianqin, the three of you protect me. Wind the Arch, you lead all the martial artists and demonic beasts and kill them. Destroy their nest as well. We are lacking treasures and someone actually delivered them to us today? Chapter 854. Although the Pirate King army was ranked 8th, they had 2 lower 7th grade war gods, more than 200 6th grade war gods, 23 peak stage 6th grade war gods, and close to 1,000 5th grade war gods. How could they underestimate the Pirate King army, which had been famous in the South Sea for so many years? Furthermore, it was said that the Pirate King army was ranked highly in the past and had dominated the South Sea for many years. However, these god bandits knew that they had met a tough opponent today. 3 7th grade war gods and 2 of them were upper 7th grade war gods. Most importantly, Li He's aura was clearly that of a peak 7th grade war god. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's 50 peak stage 6th grade demonic beasts were too powerful. Just their aura alone was not inferior to that of a 7th grade war god. Imperceptibly, the Pirate King army's morale began to weaken. First team attacked the enemy's leader. The rest of you, block the enemy's martial artists. Kill. Although the two leaders saw Li He and Emperor Yu Piapiao charging towards them, they had no choice but to shout at their subordinates. However, they had no choice but to roar at their subordinates. Behind them was their base and they couldn't retreat. If they lost the first clash, they would have to retreat to the island. Sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on with the protective shield. At that moment, more than 100 god bandits split up, and they were all 6th grade formidable martial artists. They worked together with the 2 god bandit leaders to attack Li He and company. The rest of the people surrounded the 50 soul slaves, the Li family's Udai race, and the 50 demonic beasts from all directions. If numbers were useful, absolute formidable martial artists would not be called absolute formidable martial artists. Li He smiled slightly and the disdain in his eyes was very obvious. His 10 fingers moved like he was playing the zither. His movements were very elegant, and there were no ripples in the air. However, the expressions of the 6th grade formidable martial artists and the 2 leaders changed. Their divine senses could detect that as Li He's fingers moved continuously, countless invisible soul ripples like poisonous snakes flew out in all directions. They were very clear that this was a type of soul skill. A peak stage 7th grade soul cultivator. The strength of soul cultivators was publicly acknowledged in the divine realm. A peak stage 7th grade soul cultivator was even more powerful. Now, this soul cultivator actually knew how to attack in groups. Run. The 2 leaders and more than 100 6th grade war gods did not hesitate. With this soul cultivator and the 2 7th grade war gods behind him, killing them would be as easy as chopping cabbages. They were not idiots. They immediately turned around and fled at full speed. Xiao. Yu Piapiao and the Wind Emperor, who were behind him, sped up at the same time. They followed the soul ripples and flew towards the experts. Li He's body flickered with light, and the soul fluctuations that flew out instantly sped up, sinking into the bodies of nearly 100 experts who were too slow to escape. The souls of nearly 100 experts trembled, and their bodies stopped in the air. Lord Li He, it's so comfortable to fight alongside you. The corner of the Wind Emperor's mouth curled up in a cruel smile. The halberd in his hand suddenly lengthened and slashed at the waists of dozens of experts in front of him. Yu Piapiao's eyes were also frighteningly bright. The long whip in her hand swept across the necks of the experts. Chi. Under the Wind Emperor's halberd, the experts' bodies were directly severed at the waists. Fresh blood spurted and severed limbs flew everywhere. With one slash, dozens of 6th-grade war gods lost their lives. Yu Piao was even more ferocious. Her speed was even faster than Li He's. The green long whip in her hand appeared and disappeared like a ghost. It was like a dark dragon from the netherworld. Every time it appeared, a human head would float up. The situation here was one-sided, and the situation on the other side was not optimistic either. The Pirate King's army had many people, but there were not many advanced martial artists. Moreover, the stronger ones were surrounding Li He and the others. The number of 6th-grade war gods on this side was pitiful. The 50 demonic beasts took the lead and fanned out as they charged forward. The soul slaves and the experts of the Li family's Udai clan followed behind the demonic beasts. All of them advanced at high speed and charged together. How strong was the defense of a 6th-grade demonic beast? At this moment, it was perfectly demonstrated. Dozens of demonic beasts were able to hold back a 7th-grade absolute expert. How could their defense be weak? The 50 demonic beasts completely ignored the god bandits' attacks. It was just that under Yi Qinghan's orders, the demonic beasts charged wherever there were more people. Their mountain-like bodies sent groups of god bandits flying. After that, the martial artists behind them also made their moves, hacking and slashing at the god bandits. Yes. The entire sea was in chaos. Li He, the Wind Arch, and Yu Piao chased after the two leaders. The 50 demonic beasts led the group and chased after thousands of god bandits. As long as someone dared to gather, they would immediately charge forward. If they could not gather, they would be like a plate of loose sand. How could they fight against a group of ferocious fiends? Big brother Li He, go and capture one of their leaders. Don't let them escape. Later, when we break into their lair, it will be a waste not to snatch these divine stones and treasures. Yi Qinghan saw that the god bandits were showing signs of escaping as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Li He. Li He originally did not have much interest in these divine stones and treasures. However, since Yi Qinghan had spoken and Yu Piao had also mentioned that the peach blossom supremacy liked treasures, then he would see what special treasures this famous god bandit group had. Yu Piao, Wind the Arch, go and capture that great leader together. Since he had already decided to capture them, Li He did not stand on ceremony anymore. His god power surged and his speed increased. Yu Piao's speed doubled as soon as she received the voice transmission. She instantly caught up to that great leader. Her whip surged with god power as it wrapped around the great leader, not letting go. The Wind Arch also did not chase after the other leader. Instead, he quickly flew over to help hold back that great leader. Li He snickered as he flew over quickly. His eyes suddenly turned gold. Then 2 beams of golden light shot out and entered the great leader's eyes at lightning speed. This was Li He's strongest soul skill, the Eye of the Golden Wheel. This soul skill was very powerful and had a strong impact on the soul spirit. The only weakness was that the attack range could not be too far. This was also a common problem for soul cultivators. Their soul skills were very strange and powerful, but once the distance was too far, it would not work. Also, because soul cultivators did not focus on realizing nomological laws, their speed was usually not fast. Of course, that pervert Yi Qinghan was an exception. He was attacked by the Eye of the Golden Wheel at such a close distance. This great leader was only a lower 7th-grade martial artist. Unsurprisingly, his soul spirit was instantly numbed. It did not last long, but it was enough for the Wind the Arch to chop off his legs, enough for Yu Piao to use her whip to wrap around his body, and enough for the 3 of them to seal his divine crystal. Everyone enter the island. The other leader finally knew that things were not looking good. In the blink of an eye, the great leader had been captured. There was no way they could fight this battle anymore. They hurriedly dove into the Star Sea and disappeared without a trace. Plop, plop. The god bandits under him had been waiting for this sentence. In an instant, everyone dove into the Star Sea and disappeared without a trace. Big brother Li He, why did they dive into the sea? Yi Qinghan flew over, a little confused, and asked curiously. Li He laughed and said, Kiki, of course they have to enter the island through the sea. Otherwise, if they open the protective shield and we kill our way in, their lair will not be safe. Then what should we do? Can we break this protective shield? Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed as he asked worriedly. Li He laughed and said, That's easy. Watch me. Chapter 855. Tian Qin led the team to collect the divine essences and spatial rings floating in the air. Yi Qinghan took a glance and found that 3 of his men and 1 demonic beast had died. Instead, 20 to 30 war gods from the Li family and Rain Butterfly Island had died. Seeing that Li He and Yu Piapiao didn't seem to care, Yi Qinghan wanted to say something but he didn't. He stood quietly to the side and watched Li He open the barrier. Li He sized up the captured 7th grade war god and asked coldly, "What is your name?" The 7th grade war god looked pained. His divine essences were sealed and he had no divine energy. The wound on his leg couldn't heal by itself and was still bleeding. He looked at Li He and said in fear, "My lord, my name is Su Longxiang. I beg my lord to show mercy. I am willing to pay a huge ransom for my freedom." "Shut up." The Li family member who took over Yu Piapiao's grip on Su Longxiang gave him a slap and said angrily, "What did my lord ask you? Does my lord look like someone who lacks divine stones?" There was no expression on Li He's face, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He seemed to be very satisfied with the cleverness of his subordinates. Smiling faintly, he said to Su Longxiang, "Do you believe that we can break through your barrier in a day?" "I believe it." Su Longxiang's name was domineering, but he looked feminine. His face was fair and clean and he didn't have a beard. His voice was also neutral. Although he said he believed it, his tone showed that he didn't believe it. I knew you wouldn't believe me." Li He didn't mind. He didn't intend to persuade Su Longxiang with his words. He smiled faintly and a black pearl appeared in his hand. The pearl was surrounded by white mist. As soon as the pearl appeared, Su Longxiang's face turned ashen. "Brother Li He, what is this?" Yi Qinghan asked curiously. He knew it must be a rare treasure. Yu Piapiao looked at the pearl enviously and said, "This is the spiritual water pearl. The Li family is really rich. The spiritual water pearl can absorb the water elements in the surroundings. Without the water elements to replenish the array, we can easily break it in one day. Without this pearl, it would take us at least a few months to break the array." Su Longxiang, do you believe me now?" Li He looked at Su Longxiang with a fiery gaze. His words also contained pressure, as though he wanted to completely break through the defenses in his heart. Believe. Sir, what do you want?" Su Longxiang nodded bitterly. Li He said indifferently, "Get your men to open the barrier, we will enter your treasury to take a look. Don't worry, we won't take everything away, we just want to see if there's anything we need. Otherwise, if we break through, we'll kill every single one of your men and take away all your treasures." "My lord." Su Longxiang was silent for a while before saying, "Can you guarantee that you won't kill us?" "Sure," Li He said decisively. They didn't lack divine stones so they could take away the good treasures along the way. Otherwise their people would have died for nothing. In order to save his life, Su Longxiang had no choice but to start using his spiritual awareness. Since the island's protective shield was open, Yi Qinghan and the other spiritual consciousnesses could not penetrate inside. However, Su Longxiang, as the big leader, certainly had a way to communicate with his own people. "Big brother Li He, why don't you just take this big leader as your sole slave? Wouldn't it be easier to order him around?" Su Longxiang was using his spiritual awareness to communicate and so was Yi Qinghan. Of course, he didn't have any intention of taking this 7th grade war god as his sole slave. He was just a little confused. Brother Yi, you don't understand. Because the god bandits spend most of their time killing in the Starry Sea, they often get captured. Hence, the god bandits of the Starry Sea thought of a way to seal their soul flame with a treasure. If they take it out by force, their soul will explode. This way, when the god bandits are captured, they will either be killed or released. After they are captured, they will take a certain amount of treasures to redeem their freedom. This will prevent them from being taken as soul slaves. As Li He explained, he looked at Yi Qinghan. He saw that Yi Qinghan didn't have any intention of taking the big leader as his sole slave. However, he still decided to give him a reminder. "Brother Yi, actually, try not to think about taking in soul slaves in the future. Firstly, having too many soul slaves will affect your state of mind and soul spirit. Secondly, if you rely too much on external forces, you will lose yourself. Cultivating your own strength is the way to go." "Thank you, big brother Yi, for the reminder." Yi Qinghan nodded gratefully at Li He. The Rain Empress had told him about this before and he understood it as well. However, he was still very grateful for Li He's reminder. But just as the voice transmission was going on, the barrier around the island suddenly opened. The white fog on the island also slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the island. The island was very beautiful, but the god bandits floating in the corner of the island didn't look so good. Li He laughed and gestured for the group to follow him. Then everyone flew towards the island. The people on the island didn't move. All of their divine powers surged as if they were prepared to escape at any time. Although Su Longxiang had transmitted a message to them saying that everything had been settled, it was obvious that they didn't believe him. Li He didn't bother about them and left them to guard a huge cave. He brought a few people and Yi Qinghan with him as he escorted big leader Su Longxiang into the cave. The treasure trove was huge and had many mechanisms. If it wasn't for Su Longxiang, Li He would have had to spend a lot of effort. It was just that the treasures in the treasure trove did not satisfy Li He and Yi Qinghan. Your 8th-ranked Pirate King army only has these lousy things? Li He was the first to be unhappy. There were trillions of divine stones in the treasure trove, and there were many treasures as well. However, they were all mid-grade and high-grade items. There were no top-grade items at all. Su Longxiang panicked when he heard that. These important people had better not get angry and kill him directly. That would not be fun. He hurriedly explained, "My lord, you don't know this. 100 years ago, our hideout was discovered by the Poison Fang army. Our treasures were all plundered and half of our men ran away. My big brother also died in that battle. You can go and ask around. Our Pirate King army was originally ranked 4th. I definitely wouldn't dare to lie to my lord. Damn it. How unlucky. Go out and have your subordinates take out all their spatial rings. If we can't find a top-grade item today, I'll empty out your treasure trove." Li He was furious. He walked out and had Su Longxiang order his subordinates to throw the spatial rings over. He then checked them one by one but found nothing in the end. He even had Tianqin capture a squad leader and search his soul. In the end he found nothing. This Pirate King army was really poor. They didn't have a single top-grade treasure. "I've worked for nothing." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to have Li He lead his men away, Li He suddenly shot out rays of light from his eyes. Li He's eyes suddenly emitted rays of light that seemed to be real, shooting into Su Longxiang's eyes. Li He's aura also suddenly changed at this moment, becoming majestic like an ancient god. He said to Su Longxiang, whose face was pale with fright, "Think carefully for this, daddy. Are there any top-grade treasures hidden? If there aren't any, I don't mind killing all of you." My lord." Su Longxiang's high-grade soul skill scared him so much that his body went limp. He blinked for a long time before he suddenly became spirited. "That's right, yes, there's a place that definitely has treasures. My subordinates discovered it not long ago, and haven't prepared to explore it yet. I can swear that there's definitely treasures there, because that cave is guarded by a 7th-grade spirit beast." Chapter 856. 7th-grade spirit beast? Li He and Pia Piao looked at each other and their eyes lit up. Spirit beasts were things from ancient times. Legend had it that there were no demon beasts in ancient times, only spirit beasts. The spirit beasts in ancient times would not attack humans on sight. Instead, many of them signed contracts with humans and never left them. If it was really a spirit beast guarding the cave, then it would definitely be the cave of an ancient expert. There would definitely be treasures inside. Legend had it that the evil Moon Venerable had killed a 7th-grade spirit beast in an ancient expert's cave in the Sea of Stars. Then he obtained the supreme divine artifact, the God-slaying sword. He also obtained a great opportunity and comprehended the realm of an 8th-grade venerable. However, Li He was very clear that this was not a legend but a real thing. What kind of 7th-grade spirit beast? Li He's eyes lit up as he stared at Su Longxiang and asked. Su Longxiang said, "Tentacle beast." Before I had time to investigate, my 3 subordinates sent back news that it was a huge monster with 12 black tentacles. It was similar to an octopus, with 3 eyes and dragon horns on its head. "Where are your 3 subordinates?" Li He and Pia Piao looked at each other again. This was exactly the same as the ancient spirit beast tentacle beast recorded in their family records. If it was really a tentacle beast, with just the 3 of them they could definitely kill it. However, Li He was still worried and asked again. "That, after they sent back the message they died. If you don't believe me I can bring you there. You can let me go after you confirm that there's no mistake." Su Longxiang said confidently. "All right, if you dare to lie to me, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Li He pondered for a moment and said. Everyone was also excited. If it was really an ancient cave, there would definitely be treasures inside. Without treasures, the spirit beast would not guard it. If there were a few supreme divine artifacts or ancient manuals inside, it would be great. Ignoring the low-grade goods in the treasure vault, Li He and Yi Qinghan immediately led the team onto the dragon boat. Then, under Su Longxiang's signal, they headed north. Time was of the essence, so the dragon boat began to move forward at full speed. Yi Qinghan also sent a voice transmission to the women and Yi Qingyo in Battle Emperor Palace. He gave them a simple explanation of what had happened and told them to stay inside until the treasure hunt was over. After traveling for 2 days, the dragon boat stopped at a sea. Yi Qinghan looked around and did not find any islands. He could not help but ask curiously, "Is there a myriad god cave here?" "Maybe. The astral sea's qi is very strange. Maybe there was a big island thousands of years ago that was full of qi. After a long time it could have sunk." Then she gestured for Yi Qinghan to open the mechanism and said, "Put away the dragon boat. Leave a few peak rank 6 to protect you. Put the rest in. If there are too many people, it will attract the attention of the nearby treasure hunters. It will also be easy to cause chaos." Yi Qinghan listened to Li He's suggestion and left 5 peak rank 6 war gods behind. Li He and Pia Piao Yu also put their own people in. Yi Qinghan looked and realized that Li He and Pia Piao Yu's spatial divine tool was much weaker than his. This was because their speed of putting people in was much slower. Furthermore, the spatial fluctuations were very large. When he used his divine sense to check, he could faintly see a faint teleportation door in the space. "Brother Yi, your spatial divine tool is very enviable. Lord Jianghu must have given it to you." Li He felt Yi Qinghan's divine sense and said with a slightly envious smile. Yi Qinghan laughed dryly. He did not explain and flew down with everyone. At this moment, Li Hai also removed the seal on Su Longxiang's divine crystal and asked the Wind Emperor to carry him. She was also secretly on guard. As long as Su Longxiang made any strange movements, she would immediately kill him. Su Longxiang was very obedient. He knew that if he made any strange movements while walking in the middle of the three, he would definitely die. He obediently led everyone and dove into the water. This was the first time Yi Qinghan had entered the water. He was at a loss and did not know how to sneak in. Li He, Pia Piao Yu and the Wind Emperor were rather simple. They released their divine domains and formed a protective barrier around their bodies, blocking the seawater. Just like that, they circulated their divine powers and quickly dove down. "Master, let us bring you away." Tianqin was very sensible. He pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and the 5 of them surrounded Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they released their divine domains and followed everyone as they dove down. Li He's original intention was to let Yi Qinghan into his spatial divine tool. However, Yi Qinghan did not mention it and he was too embarrassed to mention it. Although a rank 7 spirit beast was strong, the 3 of them should not have any problems killing it. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was protected by a rank 5 or rank 6 spirit beast. There should not be much danger. Hence he did not say anything. The few of them dove down quickly. When they reached a depth of a few 100,000 meters, everyone started to slow down. After all, at such a deep depth, the pressure of the seawater was still there. After adjusting, they continued their journey. Along the way they encountered countless sea creatures. Beautiful sea fishes, strangely shaped sea creatures and powerful sea beasts. Of course, these beasts sensed everyone's powerful aura and still did not dare to come over. Everyone's speed was fast and they could not catch up. After diving for another 10,000 meters, everyone saw a towering underwater mountain peak below. Of course, such a deep seabed was already pitch black. Everyone could only see it with their divine senses. "It's here. The location that my subordinate sent the message is here. It's halfway up this mountain peak. I estimate that we'll reach it after a few thousand meters." Su Longxiang compared and immediately transmitted his voice to everyone. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Li He immediately transmitted his voice. "You scout ahead. Don't play tricks. You can't beat us in speed. We can kill you at any time." "Of course, my lord. If you're sure, please put it down and leave." Su Longxiang nodded and bowed in fear and trepidation. He took the lead and sneaked forward. His speed was not fast. Only then did the 3 of them nod in satisfaction. They signaled Yi Qinghan to follow behind them so that he could take care of them if anything happened. The few of them opened their divine senses and stealthily traveled a few thousand meters. When everyone's divine senses detected a large cave halfway up the mountain, they were all shocked. There was a cave below. There were thick vines all around the cave. There were also countless small holes above. The small holes and the large holes were covered in moss, showing the ancient nature of this mountain peak. Moreover, 2 long tentacles extended from the entrance of the cave. Everything was as Su Longxiang had said. Yi Qinghan could clearly see that in front of the cave, there were 3 big words: Mystic Spirit Mansion. It was indeed the cave of an ancient expert. No one dared to breathe loudly. Li He waved her hand and signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Then she transmitted her voice to Su Longxiang, "Go down and lure that tentacle beast out." Although Su Longxiang wanted to refute, he saw the golden light in Li He's eyes. He knew that if he didn't go down he would definitely be killed immediately. Helplessly he flew down. His body shone with divine power as he looked cautious. Swish. Suddenly, Su Longxiang turned his head and smiled sinisterly. Then his speed suddenly increased. The divine power in his hand suddenly swung down, but his body flashed like lightning and flew into a small hole. A strange sound was heard. This sound did not spread through the seawater but directly sounded in everyone's mind. The sound made everyone's soul tremble. Yi Qinghan was even more unbearable as his body began to tremble. Not good, we've been tricked. This is definitely not a tentacle beast. Run. Brother Yi, enter the spatial divine artifact immediately. Li He and the other two's faces changed drastically. Li He's hand kept shooting out soul waves, but her body turned and rushed up. Chi-chi. Everyone's reaction speed could be said to be fast, but what made everyone's souls almost leave their bodies was that the entire mountain peak trembled, and the black moss on the vines that clung to the bluestone was shaken off, revealing countless huge black tentacles that covered the sky and covered the earth, shooting towards everyone. In an instant, everyone was tightly bound by the tentacles. As Yi Qinghan's soul trembled, his body was already tightly bound by the tentacles when he reacted. Yi Qinghan woke up and immediately teleported into the Battle Emperor Palace. However, he didn't understand the divine power in his body at all, let alone teleport. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He transmitted his voice, "Not good. These tentacles are strange. I can't enter the spatial divine artifact." Chapter 857. This monster's tentacles have a mysterious power that can suppress divine power. Your divine power is too low and can't be released. Without divine power, you can't use your spatial divine item. Quickly think of a way or you will die. Li He was anxious. Although his divine power was suppressed, he could still resist it. All his soul skills flew around, but these tentacles didn't have any reaction to them. These tentacles are so hard. Master, try to see if you can use the Slaughter God Blade. If not, you will be in danger. The Wind Emperor desperately waved his halberd and slashed at the tentacles. However, these tentacles were extremely hard. His superior grade divine item was only able to chop off half of them. Now the tentacles were starting to shrink into the cave. If he didn't chop them off, he would be dragged into the cave. Yu Piapiao's charming face had already turned snow white. The soft whip in her hand had already been replaced by a sharp longsword. She kept slashing at the tentacles. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Li He was also frightened. He didn't dare to use his soul skills anymore. He copied the other two and took out a longsword to slash. The 5 war gods also took out their weapons. After slashing for a while, their divine power was probably completely suppressed. There was no more divine power radiating from their bodies. They could only rely on their physical strength to slash. God damn it, what the hell is this? I can't even open my spatial ring? My divine power is completely sealed? Yi Qinghan was completely flustered. If the enemy was strong and attacked him head-on, he wouldn't be afraid. However, this thing was so strange. Moreover, the tentacles started to speed up and dragged everyone into the dark cave. Who knew what was inside? When faced with the unknown, it was human nature to be afraid. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan forced himself to calm down. His 2 souls revolved at high speed. However, he couldn't think of any solution. His strength was too low. The only things he could use were his soul skills and the body fusion battle technique. However, without divine power, he couldn't use the body fusion battle technique. Even if he used it, it would be useless if he couldn't find the monster's body. Even if he found the monster's body, it might not be effective. As for soul skills, there was no need to even mention. His biggest reliance was the War Imperial Palace. The War Imperial Palace allowed him to teleport at any time, vanishing from the immortal world and appearing in another parallel space. But the monster's strange roar just now made his soul tremble slightly, and he fainted for a moment. In the end, his divine power was instantly suppressed. Without divine power, not to mention opening the War Imperial Palace, he couldn't even open a spatial ring. Chi. Finally, the Wind Emperor was the first to chop off the tentacle. He immediately rushed over and began to chop at the tentacle that was binding Yi Qinghan. However, another tentacle shot out from the darkness. The Wind Emperor had no choice but to protect himself first, while Yi Qinghan was the first to be pulled into the dark cave. Brother Yi. City Lord Yi. 2 tentacles were chopped off and green blood oozed out. Li He and Yu Piapiao's divine powers were strong, and before they were pulled into the hole, they had also chopped off the tentacles. However, the 2 of them could only watch helplessly as Yi Qinghan and the 5 peak 6th grade soul slaves were dragged into the dark cave. Li He and the other 2 charged forward a few times, but they were scared back by the frighteningly fast tentacles. They knew that if their divine powers were also sealed, they would die in the end. If they were to die, how could they talk about saving people? *CK, the supremacy will kill me. Li He ruthlessly slashed at the mountain peak, and the mountain peak gave a loud rumble. He wasn't worried about Li Shui, and the others. Even if Yi Qinghan died, Li Shui, and the others would be fine in the spatial divine item. No matter how strong a spirit beast was, it wouldn't be able to refine a spatial divine item. He was worried about Yi Qinghan and that little soul-devouring beast. If anything happened to them, Supremacy Li Quan would definitely kill him, and apologize to Lord Devour. Yu Piapiao's face was also ashen. Yin Ling was fine, but she was afraid that something would happen to her. Lord Devour used the deaths of a supremacy and more than 10 palace masters to prove how much he valued Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. If anything happened to Yi Qinghan or Xiao He, and Lord Devour didn't say anything, Supremacy Li Quan and Yu Piapiao would use their heads to apologize to him. The Wind Emperor's mood was a little complicated. If Yi Qinghan died, his soul slave status would also be removed. But who knew if Li He and Yu Piapiao would capture him and take him back to apologize to him? Send a message to Lord Devour. Ask the Supremacy and Lord Diaowu to come here immediately. After Li He slashed with his saber, he suddenly came to a realization. With Lord Devour's great power, he might be able to rush over quickly. Now that the Wind Emperor hadn't sensed that Yi Qinghan was already dead, there might still be hope. Yu Piapiao quickly took out her communication jade talisman and said anxiously, I will also send a message to my supremacy immediately. After Li He received the message, his face changed instantly. While he was cursing Li He, he immediately sent a message to Lord Devour. Then he instantly teleported to the soul-devouring city. When Supremacy Li Quan stepped out of the teleportation formation, another formation in the distance lit up, and Yu Piapiao's figure appeared. The two looked at each other and didn't say anything. Their figures instantly disappeared and reappeared on the rooftop of the City Lord Mansion. The rooftop was still beautiful. A red figure was sitting under the grape trellis, calmly drinking tea. A maid with an elegant temperament stood quietly at the side. Lord. When the two saw Lord Devour so leisurely, their hearts calmed down a little. After bowing, Lord Devour raised his head and waved at them, pointing at the jade stool beside him. The two could only sit down, but they felt as if they were sitting on a cushion of needles. Supremacy Li Quan couldn't sit still anymore and said, Lord, Yi Qinghan's situation is very dangerous. You see. That's right, my lord. Why don't the two of us rush over? I estimate that we can reach there in 3 days. I wonder if young Master Yi can hold on for 3 days? Yu Piapiao's face was also heavy as he said nervously. Lord. When Lord Jiao heard that, her face changed. Seeing that Lord Devour didn't say anything, she hurriedly asked. Supremacy Li Quan and Yu Piapiao had rushed over after sending the message. Lord Devour didn't say anything, so of course Nine-Tailed Fox didn't know. Why are you so nervous? Isn't it just a void-gouging beast? Is it worth your fuss? Lord Devour put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at Nine-Tailed Fox before replying softly. This, Lord. The void-gouging beast isn't a problem for us, but Yi Qinghan's strength? Supremacy Li Quan couldn't understand Lord Devour's thoughts. He exchanged looks with Yu Piapiao and started to guess. When they received the message from Li He and Yu Piapiao, they immediately knew that Yi Qinghan's group had encountered a void-gouging beast. This void-gouging beast was indeed an ancient mutated spirit beast. Although its attack wasn't strong, its attack method was very strange and its defense was very strong. Unless one was at least a grade 8 venerable, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was the best spirit beast to protect the cave abode. However, this attack wasn't strong for them. It was different for Yi Qinghan. The void-gouging beast's attack method was to release a kind of energy from its tentacles to suppress the divine power. Then, the tentacles would ooze poison and slowly invade the divine crystal. In the end, the divine crystal would be destroyed from the inside and the martial artist would die instantly. Since Yi Qinghan had been captured, Li He and Yu Piapiao couldn't do anything. If they didn't hurry over and the divine power in Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was used up, he would be dead. You guys go back. I have the freedom to decide this matter. What? Li He, right? Don't let them do anything stupid. Just wait and see. After Lord Devour said that, he lowered his eyes and sipped his tea. Chapter 858. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Piapiao left, but Lady Jiao was anxious. However, Lord Devour had already warned her, so she didn't dare to speak carelessly. She held her breath and her pale face turned red. She stared at Lord Devour with an awkward expression. After a long time, Lady Jiu finally couldn't bear it anymore and said through gritted teeth, "Lord, it's fine if you don't worry about little Han, but are you really not worried about young Master Xiaohe?" Lord Devour revealed a faint smile and looked at Lady Jiu, who was as anxious as a monkey. He said, "Xiaohe is fine. Didn't I give him a ring? Once his life is in danger, he will immediately be transported here. Not to mention a void-gouging beast, even a venerable can't hurt him. As for little Han, I said I won't control his life, so I won't care about his life or death. If he wants to become a supreme being, he must cut a bloody path between life and death. If I protect him forever, he will never become a supreme being." Wait and see? After Li He and Yu Piapiao received the message, they looked at each other in dismay. However, they really couldn't do anything. This monster's attack was so strange and its defense was so strong. Without a transcendent divine tool and source power, they couldn't cause much damage to it. The two of them wanted to, but they couldn't. "You guys watch here. I'll go find that bastard. If I find him, I'll tear him apart." Li He shouted angrily, and was about to run toward the cave that Su Longxiang had entered. Yu Piapiao saw this and quickly transmitted a message to him, blaming him for his recklessness. She said, "Don't go. What's the point of caring about that now? What if something happens here?" Wind Emperor advised, "He must have come to investigate this place personally. Otherwise he wouldn't have entered the cave randomly. He's probably millions of miles away now." Sigh. Li He sighed bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be schemed against today after scheming for his entire life. The three of them didn't dare to wander around. They obediently stood guard outside and extended their divine sense into the cave. However, there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable restriction in the cave. Their divine sense couldn't extend very far before it was blocked. The only thing he could be sure of was the Wind Emperor's side. If the Wind Emperor's soul slave contract came into contact, then it meant that Yi Qinghan was dead. While their soul consciousness was locking the Wind Emperor, they were waiting for Lord Devour's team. They thought that the two venerables had asked them to wait for them to come. However, they didn't know that Lord Devour didn't want to come. What monster is this? Inside the huge cave abode, it was brightly lit. The hall was very big as a small city square. Yi Qinghan and the other 5 were tightly bound by the tentacles and sent flying through the air. At the same time, there were also hundreds of tentacles flying in the air. The source of these tentacles was a soft monster the size of a small mountain. 6 gloomy eyes gazed at the 6 of them. They didn't have pupils, which was just a pitch-black area which looked really scary. Underneath, there was a big red mouth, which could fit the 6 of them at the same time. Yi Qinghan and the 5 soul slaves tried their best to wiggle, gazing at the monster's eyes and mouth. They were afraid that the monster would throw them directly into the mouth. However, as their god power was sealed, how could they get rid of it with only their physical strength? "What should we do? What should we do?" Yi Qinghan was a little flustered. He had encountered many dangerous situations, but this time, he was the most helpless one because he didn't even have a chance to resist. The 5 soul slaves were panic-stricken. Their god power was also subdued. If a warrior didn't have the power, it was understandable that he was killed. However, he had the formidable power, but he couldn't use it at this moment. It was really grieving and bewildering. With so many emotions, his mind was a mess. Hiss. The monster's scarlet mouth let out another strange cry, which made everyone's soul tremble again. Those 6 pupilless eyes were like the Grim Reapers. They were suffused with an evil and cold aura, which made everyone shudder. The huge tentacles kept waving. Yi Qinghan felt that it was more exciting than riding a roller coaster. The tentacles occasionally approached the scarlet mouth, and a fishy smell came, which made people feel nauseous. Every time they approached the mouth, Yi Qinghan was scared, afraid that he would be thrown in and turn into a pile of feces. They didn't know if the monster wanted to play or if it felt that their flesh wasn't delicious. Every time they felt like they were going to be eaten, they were thrown out by the tentacles. Occasionally they would be thrown down the cave, which made them dizzy. As time passed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this monster didn't dare to eat them? Or was it not willing to eat them? Or was it not a carnivorous animal? An hour had passed and the monster still hadn't eaten them. This meant that they probably wouldn't be eaten, which meant they were safe for the time being. As long as they weren't dead, there was hope. If there was hope, they had to fight for it. I wonder if Li He will send a message to honor Li He? It would be great if Lord Devour could come, but how long would it take for him to get here? Invincible 9th grade war god doesn't mean he's omnipotent, right? Yi Qinghan thought to himself, But then he thought about Lord Devour's cold-blooded and heartless nature. Perhaps he wouldn't care even if he knew. But if he didn't place his hope on them, what else could he do? Not good, master. I feel the god power in my body is slipping away. If this continues, we will all die. Tian Chen's sudden voice interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to check his body, but he didn't find anything strange with his divine crystal. What's going on? You guys. Not good. Just as Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice over to inquire about the situation, he suddenly discovered that the divine crystal was trembling. Suddenly, there was an additional black air current in his body. This air current passed through his body and directly drilled into the location of the divine crystal, wrapping around the divine crystal. The divine power within the divine crystal began to emerge like water, disappearing into the black air current. Swish, swish, swish. The six of them turned paler than snow. God power was the source of their power. If their God power was drained, the divine crystal would explode without the protection of God power. Then, they would die. It's over. It's over. We're really dead this time. No one can save us. Originally, Yi Qinghan still had a glimmer of hope that Lord Devour and Honor Li Quan would come to rescue them. But now, it seemed that even if Lord Devour came, it would be useless. They had been traveling on the star for several months, and the dragon boat was moving so fast. Even if Lord Devour had godly abilities, what could he do? Could he teleport anywhere in the divine world? Half of my god power? It was just 1 hour, but half of his god power was gone. If it continued like this, they would be dead in 1 more hour. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wasn't flustered anymore. He slowly calmed down. No matter what, he was going to die anyway. Why did he need to think so much? When people knew that they were going to die, they would have some kind of understanding. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of death. As he knew that he was going to die, nothing mattered anymore. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan sent a message to Xiaohe. Xiaohe, wait for a while. I'm going to detonate myself to bring you to the Imperial War Palace. Stay there and wait for Lord Devour to save you. Tell Qingqing and the others not to be sad. It's the fate of a warrior. Tell my son. I'm sorry. Chapter 859. No, boss, you won't die. You said that we will be together forever. You said that you want to stand at the top. How can you die? Don't worry, my aunt will be back soon. Hold on. Xiaohe was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation. He also wanted to leave the beast space, but Yi Qinghan didn't have divine power and couldn't do anything. He always wanted to transmit his voice to Yi Qinghan, but he was afraid that it would disrupt Yi Qinghan's thinking. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had completely calmed down and transmitted his voice to him. Only then did he dare to transmit his voice to him. No one can save me. I know that. Xiaohe, you don't have to comfort me. You know me. If there is a chance, I won't give it up. But, even if I die, I'm not afraid. I'm satisfied to be able to live like this. My only regret is that I couldn't see my son. I don't even know what he looks like. I wonder if he looks like me. The more Yi Qinghan spoke, the more desolate he became. Whether it was his words or his aura, they revealed a sense of death. It was just like that time in front of the Yi family castle's enchanted pavilion. But at that time he had nothing to live for and his heart was already dead. At this moment, facing a desperate situation, he was powerless to resist and could only quietly wait for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Suddenly Yi Qinghan felt the divinity crystal in his body shake. He was slightly startled. His spirit was shaken and his divine sense instantly locked onto the divinity crystal, thinking that a miracle had happened. A miracle indeed happened, but Yi Qinghan still felt helpless. The shake just now was from the black stone in the god realm. It emitted a soft white light. This light formed a small shield around the divinity crystal, resisting the invasion of the black gas. Under the protection of this white light shield, the speed at which the divine power flowed was many times slower. But, it still flowed. This is just dying a little later. After observing for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed that the shield produced by the black stone only had this much power. It couldn't completely resist the invasion of the black gas. With less than a third of his divine power left, Yi Qinghan was already planning to self-destruct. After the self-detonation, the divine energy within the divine crystal would allow it to break through the obstruction of the black gas flow. As long as a sliver of it entered his meridians, Yi Qinghan would be able to use that sliver of divine energy to open the War Imperial Palace and let Xiaohe in. Master, I can't do it anymore. If Master isn't dead, please reduce the time my little brother is a soul slave. Many thanks to Master. Xinghui will go ahead first. A voice transmission rang out. Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked over, only to see that on the other side, a soul slave's body was ablaze with raging flames. Clearly he couldn't hold on any longer. Rather than dying like this, he might as well self-destruct. Even if he died, he wouldn't let this monster have an easy time. Bang! The fireworks were not particularly beautiful, nor were they big. In fact, the body didn't even turn into dust. Instead, it turned into pieces of minced meat that flew around in the hall. A bloody head rolled on the floor countless times, with a pair of big eyes that died with everlasting regret. The self-detonation of a 6th-grade war god was terrifying, but the self-detonation of a soul slave at the peak of the 6th-grade war god was like a squib. Even the tentacle that bound him didn't suffer any damage. Only some green blood seeped out. Looking at that big head and the pair of eyes that died with everlasting regret, a desolate feeling welled up in everyone's heart. Later, this might be their end. Bang! Another small firework bloomed. A soul slave couldn't bear the torment of waiting for death and followed. This time, it was a piece of minced meat that exploded on Yi Qinghan's face, making his desolate heart even more desolate. Explode, explode! Yi Qinghan made up his mind and prepared to explode himself. Otherwise, when he ran out of divine energy, he wouldn't have the chance to self-detonate, and Xiao He would be implicated by him. No, no, no. Boss, if you dare to self-detonate, I won't live alone. Xiao He sensed Yi Qinghan's thoughts and transmitted his voice frantically. His voice trembled slightly with a sobbing tone, despair, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Xiao He, you've grown up. Don't be so childish. Don't forget that you have Li Shui. You won't be alone anymore. Boss will be watching you from the heavenly kingdom. Yi Qinghan laughed. He thought that if he died, would he be able to transmigrate again? Or fall into eternal darkness? Or go to the legendary 9 Nether Realm alone? Idiot. A cold voice transmission resounded like a clap of thunder, causing Yi Qinghan's entire soul sea to tremble. This voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. Then, his face revealed a look of ecstasy as he exclaimed, "Battle Emperor?" The voice transmission came immediately and it was filled with dissatisfaction. Humph. Don't be too happy too early. This Emperor's remnant soul is sealed in the black stone. I can't save you even if I want to. You trash, you don't think about improving your strength and opening the seal. Instead, you run around all day looking for treasures? If you die like this Emperor must have been blind to find a successor like you. Senior Battle Emperor, let's not talk about this. How can I save myself? As long as there's a chance, I definitely won't give up. Yi Qinghan didn't mind the Battle Emperor's scolding. Instead, he became extremely excited and his soul was still trembling. Although the Battle Emperor's transmission said that he was powerless. Since he had sent a transmission, it meant that at least he still had a chance to live. As long as there was a chance, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't give up. You idiot. You clearly have something good but you don't know how to use it. If it wasn't for the trace of divine sense that I placed on the black stone, which made me feel that you were about to die, you really would have died from stupidity. The Battle Emperor scolded again and then sent a transmission. Hurry up and use your divine sense to activate the trace of origin energy in your soul sea. As long as you activate it, this trash spirit beast can be easily killed. Is this really origin energy? How do I activate it with Senior Battle Emperor's divine sense? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. The white mist in his soul sea was actually really origin energy. Origin energy was indestructible. Of course, it could easily destroy this spirit beast. However, how do I activate it? Yi Qinghan had tried many methods, but he couldn't move it at all. Concentrate all your divine sense and use it on the origin energy. Fortunately, you don't have much origin energy. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to activate it. Remember to protect your heart. The first time you activate the origin energy, your soul will feel intense pain. As long as the origin energy leaves your soul sea, you will be able to control it at will. However, if you can't hold on when the soul sea moves, your soul will also collapse. Whether you live or die will depend on your willpower. You idiot, it's because of you that this trace of my soul has slowed down for a long time. If you don't die, remember to cultivate hard and open the 3rd layer of the seal. Otherwise, this trace of soul might dissipate in advance. The Battle Emperor went completely silent after giving his instructions. At this time, Yi Qinghan finally understood. This Battle Emperor said that he would see him again when he broke the 3rd layer of the seal. It turned out that this trace of his soul was actually preserved in the black stone. Tianxin, don't self-destruct. Maybe we can still be saved. Yi Qinghan transmitted a message, afraid that the remaining 3 soul slaves would also self-destruct. Then he ignored the 3 of them. He closed his eyes and began to activate the origin energy according to the Battle Emperor's instructions. Boss, you will definitely succeed. Definitely. Xiaohei was also excited. He hurriedly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan and then didn't dare to say anything else. He was afraid that he would disturb Yi Qinghan's final struggle. Chapter 860. Tianqin and the other two soul slaves looked at each other, their eyes burning with passion. This master's strength wasn't high, but he had done a lot of earth-shattering things. Moreover, this master was very strange. Perhaps there was hope for him? A white bridge spanned across the two soul seas of Yi Qinghan. On the bridge, a white misty airflow quietly floated above. It did not release any aura and it felt very ordinary. However, at this moment Yi Qinghan knew that this thing was not ordinary. This was really the power of the source. The peerless weapon that venerables relied on to suppress the masses. Without time to think, Yi Qinghan began to use his divine sense on the white cotton according to the battle sovereign sex method, trying to get it to leave the bridge. Yi Qinghan had tried this method before, but he did not dare to use his divine sense. After all, this thing was above the soul sea. If it was too barbaric, the soul sea would collapse and he would die. However, now that the battle sovereign had said it and he was about to die, Yi Qinghan did not care. Rise. Yi Qinghan let out a deep shout from within his soul. He used all of his divine sense on the white cotton ball. At this moment, the two soul seas started to tremble. Even Yi Qinghan felt that the soul bridge was shaking. However, Yi Qinghan was very happy because this white cotton was lifted by his divine sense. Yi Qinghan felt hope, and he began to control his divine sense to move the white cotton towards the soul sea on the left. The white cotton moved very slowly, and with every inch it moved, Yi Qinghan felt his soul sea tremble. He began to feel extremely tired and his mind was blank. Yi Qinghan knew that this was because his divine sense was under heavy pressure, causing his soul to feel this way. This was very normal. Without stopping for a moment, he continued to move the white cotton towards the soul sea on the left. Hiss. When Yi Qinghan's divine sense moved that white cotton ball to the top of the Sea of Soul with great difficulty, the soul sea suddenly shrank. However, an intense pain instantly spread throughout the soul sea. Yi Qinghan's body suddenly shrank. His entire body was in so much pain that he was convulsing. Cold sweat instantly dripped down like rain. Damn, he actually went back again? When the pain subsided a little, Yi Qinghan scanned the area again with his divine sense, only to find that the white cotton ball had returned to the bridge. He couldn't help but curse angrily. However, he didn't dare to waste any time. Only a quarter of his divine power was left in this short amount of time. If he didn't hurry up, he would be done for. Let's fight. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and came up with an idea. He would use one of his souls to control his divine sense, and the other to control his body. By doing two things at the same time, he could endure the pain and push his origin energy to the edge of his soul sea and enter his body. That would be a success. The pain from one of his souls caused Yi Qinghan to howl in pain. His eyes, ears, nose and mouth started to bleed, and the muscles on his face became even more distorted. His entire body was like a terrifying demon, and his body emitted a cold aura. Master, what's going on? It's over. Master is going to die. Although our soul slave contracts have been broken, it will be our turn to die later. If he dies, then so be it. A martial artist's final destination is death. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to go back to my family to take a look. Sigh. The three soul slaves' hearts pounded as they watched, and they all let out sighs one after another. They sighed for Yi Qinghan and also for their own fate. Hiss. Suddenly, the giant beast in the cave mansion screamed and waved its hundreds of arms. Under the astonished gazes of Tianqin and the other two, countless tentacles swept towards Yi Qinghan, as if they wanted to entangle him to death. Countless tentacles instantly wrapped around Yi Qinghan. Layer after layer, he looked like a giant dumpling. The monster continued to roar. Every roar caused Tianqin and the other two souls to tremble and their bodies to tremble. What's going on? This monster seems to be afraid? Yes, it's afraid. Look at its eyes. It's afraid, it's terrified. What's going on? Did a martial honorable come to save us? Did Senior Jianghu come? Although their souls were trembling, they were extremely excited. There must be a reason for something abnormal. Something must have happened for this monster to be acting so strangely. The three of them spread out their divine senses and began to investigate their surroundings. However, they were disappointed to find that the hall was completely silent. There were no abnormalities in the countless passageways around them. Chi-chi. Suddenly, green blood sprayed everywhere, splattering all over their faces. Then, under the astonished gazes of the three, a hand glowing with white light reached out from the tentacles that were wrapped like dumplings. Then, the hand turned into a blade and forcefully chopped down at the tentacles. Ping pong. The countless tentacles were like tree branches that had been cut down by a sharp sword. It landed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. A green figure slowly appeared. His face was still covered in blood, but the light in his eyes was so bright that the three of them could not open their eyes. The monster's countless tentacles turned into a sky full of afterimages as they swept towards the green figure. His speed was so fast and his strength was so great that even the air whistled. Evil creature, you still dare to be so arrogant? The green-robed figure was naturally Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was very excited, incomparably excited. He took a deep breath and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really good. Looking at the sky full of tentacles, those tentacles that had made him feel hopeless and helpless just a moment ago, now felt like they were like bull whips. His hand rose and fell, twisting in the air a few times. Tens of tentacles were instantly cut down. His entire hand was wrapped in origin energy and was indestructible. What couldn't he cut down? It's Master, it's Master. Master actually succeeded. What's that white thing? It can't be origin energy, right? Divine Emperor Supreme, a divine king actually managed to refine the origin energy? While Tianqin and the other two were ecstatic, they were also extremely shocked. They could not believe their eyes. They used their divine senses to confirm that it was indeed origin energy. But, how did this divine king realm master get origin energy? One should know that origin energy was not something ordinary. It could only be given by the law of heaven and earth. Could it be that this young master was actually a venerable who was hiding his strength? Yi Qinghan did not care about what the three of them were thinking. Origin energy revolved around his hand as his body flickered in the hall. He raised and slashed until the monster's tentacles were all cut down. Only then did he stop attacking. Are you guys all right? Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood. He shook off the blood on his face with his divine power before turning to the three of them. We're fine. Master is mighty. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. Tianqin and the other two exchanged glances and knelt down on one knee. If they had been unconvinced before, they were now completely subservient. Subservient to the strong. You guys go ahead and see if there are any treasures. I'll go and dismember this evil creature. Yi Qinghan nodded calmly before charging towards the monster that was howling in pain. Tianqin and the other two nodded and rushed towards the four passageways. Green blood splattered everywhere and soft pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Yi Qinghan used the origin energy that revolved around his palm to forcefully chop the huge monster's body into pieces. Only when the monster had turned into a pile of minced meat did he finally stop in his anger. At that moment, Tianqin's voice rang out, jolting Yi Qinghan to his senses. Master, Master, hurry over here. There is a saber in this cave. I suspect that it is a supreme-grade divine weapon. Chapter 861. How could I be so lucky? There really is a supreme divine artifact? Yi Qinghan immediately followed Tianqin's direction and flew into a tunnel. Not long after, he arrived at a small hall. The small hall was decorated lavishly. In the center was a huge jade coffin. It was clearly a bedroom. At the moment, Tianqin was lying on the white jade bed in the innermost part of the room. A dark green saber hung on the wall next to the bed. The saber was not unsheathed, but it exuded a chilling aura. The scabbard was lavish and had complicated patterns on it. One look and anyone could tell that it was no ordinary item. At that moment, Tianqin's hand glowed with divine power. He wanted to remove the saber, but even with his strength at the peak of the 6th rank, the saber did not move at all. This showed how strange the saber was. Master, why don't we just destroy the wall? Tianqin pulled a few times but it did not budge. He stepped back helplessly and said to Yi Qinghan in distress. Don't move. There are restrictions everywhere. Do you want us to be buried here? If you can take this kind of treasure, then take it. If you can't, then you don't have the fortune to do so. You can't force it. Yi Qinghan quickly stopped Tianqin. He knew the power of restrictions. Moreover, this was an ancient cultivator. He had a strange power that could not be underestimated. Yi Qinghan did not touch the saber. Instead, he carefully observed the room. In the end, he found that other than the coffin, the rest of the room was normal. There were no special restrictions or traps. After a moment of silence, he walked to the bed alone. He then controlled the origin energy in his hand. It came out of his palm and slowly covered the dark green saber. When the origin energy came in contact with the blade, it suddenly shone with azure light. A gentle hum rang out, like the roar of a beast of antiquity. It almost caused Yi Qinghan to retreat in fright. Up! Yi Qinghan quickly calmed his mind and shouted. All the origin energy in his body came out of his palm and covered the scabbard. Then he shook his divine power and grabbed the hilt, lifting it up. Clang! Suddenly the blade trembled and the entire blade separated from the wall. It trembled in Yi Qinghan's hand like a real dragon, trying to break free. Suddenly an illusory figure appeared on the saber. This illusory figure was like an ancient mutated beast. Its aura was ferocious and unruly. A savage aura immediately enveloped the entire hall. Yi Qinghan could even feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him from within the phantom. At this moment he felt as though his soul had been frozen. Tianquan's eyes shone with envy. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was in a daze, he hurriedly reminded him, "Master, this blade has the soul of a beast as its soul. It's definitely a supreme god artifact. Hurry up and store it in your space ring or it'll fly away." Yes. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start. He quickly used his divine sense on the saber and stored it in the treasury of the War Imperial Palace. With the restrictions of the War Imperial Palace, there was no way this saber could escape. The moment the saber disappeared into the air, the oppressive aura in the hall disappeared. Yi Qinghan quickly looked inside the treasury of the War Imperial Palace and realized that the moment the saber entered the treasury, it returned to its original state. It was like an ordinary divine artifact lying there quietly as though nothing had happened. It is indeed a supreme god artifact. Yi Qinghan was very sure that this saber's aura was similar to the god-slaying sword, the wrath of the dancing butterfly. The aura of the mutated beast's soul was even comparable to the golden dragon in the god-slaying sword. How could a weapon with such an aura not be a supreme god artifact? Something isn't right. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of his slaughter god saber. Although the slaughter god saber didn't have a soul, its aura was definitely not inferior to this saber or the god-slaying sword. Could the slaughter god saber also be a supreme god artifact? Tianquan, you should know about my slaughter god saber. What grade do you think it is? Yi Qinghan turned around and asked Tianquan, hoping that he would be able to answer his question. Master, this thing. I do know about it. However, I cannot say it because I made a God Emperor blood oath in the Battle God Pavilion. I cannot reveal what I saw in the Battle God Pavilion. Tianquan sighed helplessly and continued, Master, hurry up and cultivate. Go to the Battle God Pavilion to obtain the title of a 5th grade war god. Or, just reveal your source energy and you will immediately advance to 5th grade. The Battle God Pavilion will show you a special scene, and you will know the answer. Reveal my source energy? Of course I cannot reveal it. The 3 of you must also keep this a secret. If you reveal it, I will not show any mercy. Yi Qinghan was stunned and woke up. He didn't care about the slaughter god saber anymore. Instead, he thought about his source energy. This thing must not be revealed to others. Even if it was a dripping river, he must not let them know. Why? Because he was only in the God King realm. His strength was too low. If this matter were to spread, he probably wouldn't be able to return to the Misty Continent alive. Also, Yi Qinghan's source energy wasn't something that he could use whenever he wanted to. His strength was not enough. This time it took him a long time to activate his source energy. It was only because he was lucky that he managed to activate it. If his enemies found out that he had the source energy, they would definitely attack him with a big move. By the time he activated his source energy, he would have already been dismembered. It was better to hide this thing. If he launched a sneak attack in the dark, he would be successful. The 2 of them looked around the room but didn't find any secret manuals or treasures. At this time, the other 2 soul slaves also returned. They also didn't find anything. Yi Qinghan believed that the 2 of them wouldn't dare to hide anything. After all, their lives were in his hands. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only look at the coffin in the middle of the small hall. This coffin definitely contained the corpse of the ancient cultivator. It was very likely that there was a great treasure inside. Go open the coffin. Be careful. Yi Qinghan brought Tianquan and another soul slave to the exit of the small hall. Then he ordered the other soul slave to open the coffin. Although there weren't any restrictions on the surface of the coffin, it was still better to be careful. The soul slave flew over with great resentment. However, he didn't dare to get too close. Instead, he used his godly energy on the coffin from afar. Creak. The coffin lid was easily opened. The soul slave immediately retreated. However, after a while nothing happened. Only a white mist and cold air came out. Yi Qinghan and Tianqin immediately used their divine sense to lock onto the inside of the coffin. Their eyes lit up at the same time. There was a corpse in the coffin. The corpse was completely frozen. There were no signs of decay on the body. It was obvious that it was an old man. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the corpse was hugging a white jade box in front of its chest. The box wasn't big, but the cultivator was hugging it in his arms before he died. This meant that the box was very important to him. The soul slave checked for a while and didn't find anything strange. He relaxed and took out a long whip from his storage ring. He controlled the whip and easily took out the white jade box. Then he closed the lid of the coffin. Master. The soul slave checked the white jade box and didn't find any restrictions on it. Then he handed it over. His eyes were filled with passion, as if he was very curious about what kind of treasure was inside. Yi Qinghan's godly energy shook and easily shattered the small protective restrictions on the surface of the jade box. Then he slowly opened the jade box. 4 pairs of eyes locked onto the jade box. There wasn't any divine light coming out of the jade box. There was only a piece of inner armor inside. The inner armor was fiery red with a fire dragon pattern on it. The material was very special. Chapter 862. This doesn't look like a treasure, does it? It's very ordinary, but the material is very special. Why did the ancient expert hold on to it before he died? Tianqin picked up the inner armor and looked at it for a while. The other 2 soul slaves were also puzzled. They looked at it for a while and said doubtfully, "It really doesn't look like a treasure. There's nothing special about it." God damn it, is this fire god battle armor really an ancient treasure? Tianqin and the 2 soul slaves didn't know what it was. Yi Qinghan took a look and saw it clearly. There were 3 treasures in his treasure room that had the same pattern as this inner armor, and the material was also very similar. From the looks of it, his 2 fire god bracers and 1 fire god leg guards were very likely to be a set with this inner armor. Wait here, I'll be right back. Yi Qinghan said and flashed into the War Emperor Palace. He went straight to the treasure room and opened his hands. 2 arm guards and a leg guard appeared in his hands. The arm guard was obtained in the divine city of the Fire Dragon continent, the leg guard was obtained in the baleful Yin stream, and the leg guard was brought back by a supreme expert who was at the end of his lifespan in Guyang's hometown. Originally, Yi Qinghan had almost forgotten about these 3 treasures. But the appearance of this inner armor today made Yi Qinghan attach great importance to it. A supreme cultivator from the ancient times who could use such a powerful spirit beast to guard the door, and a supreme cultivator who could possess a transcendent grade divine artifact was still holding on to this inner armor at the moment of his death. It could be seen that this inner armor was definitely a treasure. A great treasure. Yi Qinghan compared it carefully and found that the inner armor and the leg guard were made of the same material. The patterns on them were also the same. They were a set. Still no changes? There's nothing strange. Do I have to gather the remaining leg guard and helmet for it to be effective? Yi Qinghan put the items together, but there were still no changes. He secretly felt that it was a pity. It seemed that he would have to find a way to collect the remaining 2 parts. Perhaps it would really be a heaven-defying battle armor. Since he couldn't find anything, Yi Qinghan didn't want to waste his time on the fire god's battle armor. He just made a mental note to pay more attention to the fire god's battle armor. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission to the ladies to inform them that he was safe. Then Yi Qinghan went out in a flash and continued to search the cave with Tianqin and the other 2. He had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but in the end he did not find anything. After the 4 of them searched 3 or 4 times, they finally announced the end of this treasure hunt. Yi Qinghan was worried that Li He and the others would be so worried. He was also worried that Lord Devour had arrived and it would be a false alarm. He hurried to bring the other 3 out. Li He Trio's spiritual consciousness was obstructed, but Yi Qinghan's group of 4 walked out of the cave with ease. After the 4 of them appeared, Li He and the other 2 wore expressions of excitement and astonishment, as though they were suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. "It's really you? Brother Yi, my venerable and Lord Jianghu are not here yet? How did you get out?" While Li He was pleasantly surprised, he was also very confused. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness and did not find anything. He asked again, "Did Lord Jianghu save you?" No. Yi Qinghan also had a lingering fear. He thought that it was really dangerous this time. He immediately said, "Big brother Li He, Lord Yu, did you send a message to your venerable? Ask them now. If they are here, let them go back. Also ask, if my lord is here too?" Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if Lord Devour was on the way. He could only let the 2 of them ask. If he was on the way, he would send a message. That would be more appropriate. Li He and Yu Piapiao nodded and immediately sent a message. The reply was very fast. In the end, Li He and Yu Piapiao were stunned. Lord Devour did not let the two of them come. Moreover, they found out that Lord Devour had never left the soul-devouring manor. Brother Yi, how did you get out of danger? Lord Jianghu seemed to know that you could get out of danger and did not come. Did Lord Devour give you an awesome treasure? Li He thought that Lord Devour did not come, but Yi Qinghan escaped. It was obvious that Lord Devour gave Yi Qinghan a treasure. Otherwise, how could he get out of danger? Something like that. I used a treasure to kill this monster and obtained a saber and an inner armor. Yi Qinghan did not know how to explain and was prepared to fool around. Now that Li He mentioned it, he immediately answered. He thought to himself, did Lord Devour predict that I could get out of danger, or was he cold-blooded and did not want to save me? Then he took out the fire god inner armor and handed it to Li He. He asked, Big Brother Li, do you know what this is? I got it from the cave mansion. Help me take a look. Li He looked at it carefully and then he even used his divine sense and divine power to check, but he found nothing. He shook his head and said, this material is from the primordial age, but there is no artifact soul inside. Although the defense is not bad, it is not very useful, not a good treasure. Yu Piapiao and Wind Emperor also checked it and thought the same. Yi Qinghan thought that he should let Lord Devour have a look when he went to see her. Maybe she would know something. Yes, I also got a saber. I guess it is a supreme divine weapon, but I did not dare to take it out. This saber seemed to have an unknown power that I could not control. Yi Qinghan told them about the saber. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to share it with Li He and Yu Piapiao. After all, he had risked his life to get it. He could not share it with a saber. Supreme divine weapon. Ah. Brother Yi, this is a blessing in disguise. Congrats. Li He and Yu Piapiao revealed envious expressions. Since Yi Qinghan did not take it out, they would not be stupid enough to ask to see it. This spirit beast was killed by Yi Qinghan. Even if there were a bunch of treasures inside, they would not want to have a share. Big Brother Li He, Lord Yu, I hope you will not tell my wives, Miss Shuai, Miss Ling, and the others about this dangerous encounter. I am afraid they will be worried. Yi Qinghan explained and then dived up with the others. This time they were not in the mood to look for treasures. They dived directly to the sea surface. It took them only an hour to reach the sea surface. Damn it. Let's go to that island. I will tear down the Pirate King's lair. I can't take this lying down. Once they entered the dragon boat, Li He's face darkened. His entire body exuded a murderous aura as he spoke to Yi Qinghan. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that he had been tricked by the Pirate King's leader. However, he shook his head and said, we are not going. Let's go straight to Peach Blossom Island. By the time we get there, it will probably be a deserted island. They are not fools. Although Yi Qinghan hated this cunning god bandit leader, his killing intent was not strong. If not for this god bandit leader, Jianghu might not have been sure that the white cotton in his mind was the power source. He would not have alerted the battle emperor. Of course, he would not have known how to use this power source. He would not have gotten that transcendent grade divine artifact and would not have known that this fire god battle armor was actually a cardinal treasure. Speaking of which, he had to thank Su Longxiang. Chapter 863. Yu Piapiao chimed in and said, City Lord Li, there is no need to go. They know that we are stronger than them. Even if we are not, once the god bandits' lair is discovered, they will immediately move. The dragon boat moved forward at full speed. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Qinghan released the people from Battle Imperial Hall. Once the girls were released, they started to chatter non-stop. Li He and Yu Piapiao did not reply. Yi Qinghan also casually said a few words. He said that under Su Longxiang's lead, they killed a spirit beast, obtained 1 or 2 treasures and so on. 10 days later, the dragon boat finally neared a super large island. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qinghan looked at the approaching Peach Blossom Island and started to get excited. Yi Qingyo also had tears in his eyes. They had not seen Yi Sihan for a long time, and Yi Qinghan had not seen her since he was born. Everyone bring 5 guards into the island. This Peach Blossom Island used to be the largest god bandit group in the South Sea. There are many formidable martial artists under them. I reckon that there are even more of them now. Brother Yi, Lady Shuai, or Lady Ling, remember, do not be rash. As long as you do not violate the island's rules, the Peach Blossom supremacy is still reasonable. After Li He gave his instructions, the 3 of them kept their subordinates and flew towards Peach Blossom Island with a group of more than 10 people. Peach Blossom Island was not like a paradise. The scenery was average. The construction was similar to that of the floating continent. it was mainly built with limestone. Furthermore, the construction was very compact. After Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they flew for a while before they saw a small city. The heaven and earth essence energy on Peach Blossom Island was very dense. It was even denser than Flying Snow Island and at least 3 times denser than the average place in the floating continent. Before Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they had already paid divine stones. They did not expect that they would have to pay divine stones again to enter a small city. It looked like Peach Blossom Island was a group of god bandits. The rumors were not wrong. After entering the small city, Xiaochen discovered that the population of this Peach Blossom Island was really high. The wide streets were filled with people and carriages. Furthermore, the city was actually not empty, there were many cultivators flying in the sky. Yi Qinghan asked Wuxian to ask around, and it didn't take him long to find out. Peach Blossom Island had 108 small cities, 12 large cities and 1 main city. Not long after he went to Wu Mountain, he even bought a map of the island. Yi Qinghan thought to himself that it was the right decision to bring Wuxian along. He handled these trivial matters well. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan guessed that Yi Sihan was definitely in the main city because the Peach Blossom Venerable was in the main city. His daughter was about to choose a husband and would definitely not go out, so Yi Sihan could only be in the main city. For the sake of not taking the wrong path, Yi Qinghan once again sent Wuxian to investigate and find out more about Yi Sihan, Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. He had thought that it would be difficult, but in the end he was able to find out about it easily. City Lord Young Master is in the main city. That Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui you mentioned aren't that famous, but Young Master is quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wuxian ran over and said with a smile. Before Yi Qinghan came to the island, he had instructed his subordinates to all change the way they addressed him. Don't call him Master or Young Master. Why was it better to call him City Lord when he was going to see his son? Now that he heard Wuxian's words, he was incomparably shocked. Yi Qinggu, who was beside him, also nervously grabbed onto Yi Qinghan's robes and looked at Wuxian, waiting for his explanation. Young Master was accepted as an in-name disciple by the Peach Blossom Venerable a few months ago. How could the people on Peach Blossom Island not know about him? The Peach Blossom Venerable doesn't have many disciples, only 3. Although he has many in-name disciples, he is still quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wuxian's eyebrows were full of joy. This young master was quite good, to actually become the Peach Blossom Venerable's in-name disciple. Like father like son. Oh, however, Yi Qinghan wasn't happy at all. Instead he felt a sharp pain in his heart. According to Lord Devour's information, Yi Sihan had been on Peach Blossom Island for quite some time. Why did he only become an apprentice now? It seemed like he wanted to marry the little princess, but he didn't have anything to rely on. He could only think of a way to become an apprentice and increase his status. Only then would he be qualified to compete with the young masters of the famous sects. Yi Qinghan could imagine that Yi Sihan, who wasn't very powerful and had no background, wanted to become a toad trying to eat a swan's meat. He was distressed and thought of thousands of ways, but in the end he could only think of a way to get closer to the Peach Blossom Venerable. This child had really suffered. As a father, he was really a failure. Without stopping at the small city, Yi Qinghan directly led his people out of the city. They went straight out of the city according to the location on the map. In the end, once they left the city, they encountered something that made them feel very helpless. They had to collect divine stones to leave the city. Along the way, they didn't dare to enter the city anymore. When they saw a city, they immediately flew away. It wasn't that they couldn't bear to part with the divine stones, but it was very troublesome and made them very uncomfortable. After flying for half a day, the sky was completely dark. Only then did they see a huge majestic city in front of them. Although Yinling and the others were there, which slowed them down a lot, they could still see that this Peach Blossom Island was incomparably huge. 100 million divine stones per person. Yi Qinghan was still looking at the 3 big words, Peach Blossom City, on the city wall when the guard's voice came from the city gate, causing everyone to frown. Mother Fastrisker. Did the Peach Blossom Venerable open a black city? 100 million divine stones per person to enter the city? This was daylight robbery. Give it to him. Before entering the city, Yi Qinghan was already very uncomfortable with the Peach Blossom Venerable. Even if he wasn't the one who gave the order to collect divine stones like leader, like subordinates. If the Peach Blossom Venerable wasn't a greedy person, he definitely wouldn't let his subordinates mess around like this. After entering the city, they saw that there were even more people in Peach Blossom Island. The buildings were also more imposing, and the design of the city was similar to that of Beacon Smoke Prefecture. It was clearly built according to the specifications of a prefecture city. After asking Wu Shan to inquire about Yi Sihan's whereabouts, Yi Qinghan and the others walked to the plaza and checked in at a very high-class restaurant, Minuet Court, next to the plaza. Minuet Court's fees were very high, but Yi Qinghan was already numb to it. The people in this godforsaken place were all vampires. Li Shui and Yin Ling were here to have fun, so of course he wouldn't let them pay for their divine stones. Anyway, he didn't lack divine stones, so he could just treat it as feeding the dogs. Wu Shan returned very quickly. Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, Yi Qingwu and the others immediately surrounded him. Wu Shan didn't even say anything before he started asking all sorts of questions. "Don't worry, Madam's Mayor, I found out where the young master lives. He's in the southern district, I'll take you to him now." Wu Shan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at everyone. "Fireworks, go rest at Miss Shue's place. Also, tell Master Li Heiyu that we're going out for a while. Let's go." Yi Qinghan immediately stood up and gestured to the Wind Emperor. He then hurriedly led the others out. After leaving the Minuet Court, Yi Qinghan and the others immediately took off and flew towards the southern district under Wu Shan's lead. However, Yi Qinghan asked everyone to restrain their aura. They were in someone else's territory and there were many strong people here. If they were too high profile, they could easily get into trouble. The southern district was very big and the courtyards near the plaza were all very big. Yi Qinghan was secretly wondering how Yi Sihan and the others had so many divine stones to buy a courtyard, but after flying for a while, he realized that the courtyard in front of them had become very small. After flying for a while longer, the courtyard in front of them had become so small that it couldn't even be considered a courtyard anymore. Wu Shan finally stopped. He turned around and said respectfully, "Mayor, he should be in this area. Let's go down." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and the group flew down. The courtyard here was very small, probably only 2 or 3 rooms. There was an empty space in front of them and all the courtyards were exactly the same. Many of the courtyards had light blue barriers activated, and divine senses couldn't penetrate it at all. "Wu Shan, which courtyard?" Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine sense and shouted at Wu Shan. "Should be called Yi Family Castle." As soon as Wu Shan finished speaking, Yi Qinghan immediately extended his divine sense limitlessly. Finally, a few thousand meters ahead, he saw a courtyard with the words Yi Family Castle written on it. Yi Family Castle, it must be, it must be. Yi Qingwu also felt it. Her entire body began to tremble, and her face was already teary. Yu Qingqing's calm face was also incomparably emotional. Yi Qingyu's eyes were glistening with tears. They had watched Yi Sihan grow up. Even Yi Yaorao was affected by the atmosphere, and her expression became unnatural. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan took the lead and dashed forward. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's footsteps began to hesitate. Yi Qinghan didn't move, Yi Qingwu felt weak all over, and the others didn't dare to move forward first. Yi Qinghan began to slowly walk towards the courtyard. His footsteps were incredibly heavy, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. His emotions were also growing more and more emotional. Boom! Suddenly, just as they were about to approach the courtyard, the sound of an energy explosion rang out from within. Then Yi Qinghan heard Yi Qinghan bellow angrily. Next, a figure flew out of the courtyard's gates, blood wildly spraying from his mouth. His eyes were bulging with rage. It was Yi Qinghan. "Azure Ox, are you all right? Azure Ox, don't be rash. Grandpa Azure Ox, don't come in yet." 2 familiar voices and a slightly urgent young voice drifted over. Yi Qinghan's mind instantly went blank. The 2 familiar voices belonged to Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishue. Calling Yi Qinghan grandpa? Who else could it be but Yi Sihan? Boom. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's mind was instantly filled with boundless rage. A strange black saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and his eyes turned blood red. With a furious roar, he actually dashed towards the courtyard in front of him at lightning speed. "City Lord, don't be rash. This is Peach Blossom City. Everyone charge with me. Wu Shan, send a message to Lihe City Lord." The Wind Emperor was shocked. Yi Qinghan was actually so rash. A soul cultivator didn't even use a soul skill. Instead, he used a saber to attack people? Furthermore, he actually dared to use the Slaughter God saber in Peach Blossom City? His figure flickered as he charged towards Yi Qinghan.